வருதுண்ணா. ஹலோ, ஓகே. நான் வந்து இடையில மதிய பிரேக் கிடைக்கும்போது நான் கண்டிப்பாக கால் பண்ணுறேன். சொல்லுங்கள். ஓகேண்ணா. ஹலோ,
சரி, அது ஓகே ஆகல. இந்தியா வரல,
இதுக்கு அதுக்கு சப்போர்ட் ஆகலையா? சம்திங் ஏதோ இஷ்யூ ஆகிடும். ஹலோ, டன்னா இல்லை டன்னா. நான் மதியம் லஞ்சில் கூப்பிட்றேன். எனக்கு ஏடிஎம் மணி மட்டும் கண்டிப்பாக பண்ணிடுறேண்ணா. எனக்கு கொஞ்சோண்டு ஹெல்ப் மட்டும் பண்ணிடுங்க. சரி, ஓகேண்ணா. ஆடியோ வரலையா அண்ணா? ஆடியோ வரலையாமாண்ணா? ஆடியோ வரல.
Stretched amid a raging pandemic.
In what states, I'm sure governments are doing what they can. Governments today are completely overwhelmed, overstretched, fatigued. We have to understand that this crisis, as I said, has come on top of that other pandemic that they are already dealing with. And it's the same civil public services that are being called out, whether it's called out for the pandemic or for floods. But I'm sure governments will do what they can. But the larger question is, do we have the right strategy that governments can employ so that next year the flood is not so bad? Otherwise, we are running a constant firefighting effort. And this year, the firefighting of floods is even worse because we have COVID at the same time.
There's no doubt that the states are working very hard. They've set up these relief camps. We are giving up meals. We have been flooded for decades. But the reason we don't have these kinds of deaths is because we have court process to reduce that. That doesn't reduce miseries overall. It reduces loss of life. People still lose everything they have, and on an annual basis. But they have made all these efforts. But all these efforts are really about mitigating something that could be reduced in impact, and perhaps even with long-term governance, it was a focus on the root causes. It could have even been dramatically reduced.
It's not just the villagers that are bearing the brunt of climate change and natural disasters. India's financial capital, Mumbai, home to 20 million people, is now facing massive flooding every year. Will large parts of Mumbai go underwater in a few decades, as some scientists have predicted? Mumbai, India's commercial capital, a vibrant, densely populated city of 20 million. Mumbai has borne the brunt of massive flooding caused by relentless storms and heavy downpours. The rainfall is said to be the heaviest since 2005 and reached new areas which had never experienced it before. According to a recent study, Mumbai is at risk of being submerged by 2050. The study predicts that climate change has contributed to rising sea levels, and coastal flooding will likely be far greater than ever before. For people in Mumbai, the gloomy prediction comes as no surprise, since they're already paying a heavy price with severe flooding every year.
There is absolutely no doubt that Mumbai is a victim of climate change. I wish it was only climate change, and I wish we knew what to do to make sure that the worst impacts of climate change and flooding could be avoided.
Originally built on a series of islands, the city has always struggled to accommodate millions of people who are drawn by its industries, trading hubs, and its port. Unplanned and unchecked growth that followed has led to the destruction of wetlands and mangroves that once acted as a natural barrier against nature's extreme events.
Bombay city that lives right on the coast, and we've had our fair share of floods from 2005 July onward. We've been having floods every year, sometimes more, sometimes less. But the reasons for this are not very difficult to ascertain. We filled up our wetlands. We have destroyed almost all our natural drainages. And at this moment in time, we have built up to the extent where the flood water and the storm drains that used to allow water to exit, those storm drains are choked with plastic garbage.
If you look at cities like Mumbai and Chennai become a force in irrigation problems. And there is a strong rainfall event, which occurs at the same time as the high tide, then the water movement stands. So urbanization, population, growth in areas with floodplains and high rainfall and high tide together lead to the kind of problems that we have in
Climate change is the root cause. But when you have a drainage system, you have 2,000 drains above ground, 400 underground, and these haven't been desilted, these haven't been modernized as the city has increased. You also have a huge amount of deforestation, again in Bombay, I'm talking of Bombay precisely, as an example. I mean, our forest is an iconic example of how the metro just cut off 2,000 trees. On top of that, the mangroves are just being 15% or so have anyway been lost, although that number is contested. But such a number further increased because of the Navi Mumbai airport, the Navi Mumbai airport, the better infrastructure. So basically, the only natural barriers you have to protect you, you are going away from them. So we're talking of a combination of climate change and extraordinarily poor planning. And extraordinarily poor urban planning that kind of makes these freak events much more severe. I request dignitaries to occupy the dais.
எதுங்க எதுங்களா
We request
ஆ
Srimati
அதை சென்ட் பண்ணி விட்ருங்க.
Ruchika Dhar, Deputy
Mail
Secretary,
பண்ணி விட்டேன்.
Government of India,
Mail பண்ணி விட்டீங்க.
IAS officer to occupy the dais.
அதான் நான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன் இப்ப. அதான் பண்ணிட்டு
Honorable
இருக்கேன்.
Vice
இந்த
Chancellor
இதெல்லாம்
of
white
Central
colour ல வரும்.
University of
அதான்
Tamil
set
Nadu,
பண்ணிட்டு
Professor Krishnan sir.
இருக்கேன்.
Ms. Vinisha Mushankar, innovator and high school student who represented India at COP26 Climate Change Conference at UK. Professor Sulochana Shekhar, Registrar, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Dr. S.R. Ramanan, Meteorologist, former Director, Cyclone Warning Center, Chennai, Member, Center for Climate Change, Anna University, Chennai. Professor Nagarajan, Controller of Examination, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Professor Natarajan, Senior Scientist, who is expert in water management. Dr. Vedmurugan, Coordinator of STRIDE programs in Central University of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, dignitaries. Once Barack Obama, former US president, said, "We are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it." Very good morning to our chief guest, Shri Vayanathan Shiva V, Honorable Minister, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu, in his absentia. Honorable Vice Chancellor of CUTN, Professor M. Krishnan sir, Srimati Ruchika Dhar, Deputy Secretary to Government of India in Climate Change Division, Ministry of Environment. Dr. S.R. Ramanan, Meteorologist, former Director, Cyclone Warning Center, Chennai, Member of Center for Climate Change, Anna University. Ms. Vinisha Mushankar, student, SKP Vanika International School, Tiruvannamalai, an innovator who represented India at COP26 Climate Change Conference held at United Kingdom. Professor Sulochana Shekhar, Registrar, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Professor P.M. Natarajan, who is an expert in water management. Professor Nagarajan, Controller of Examination, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Deans, Professors, Head of various departments, Strike Coordinator, Conference Convener, Faculty members, environmentalists, delegates from various national and international institutions, students, and organizing team members. Myself, Mrs. Gagana V.S., Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Central University of Tamil Nadu. It is my pleasure to be a moderator for this inaugural session of 2 days conference on climate change. On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Melting glaciers, floods in coastal areas, drought, and desertification as a consequence of climate change are increasingly affecting all of us and can trigger unrest or exacerbate already existing social tension. Climate-related resource scarcity such as lack of water or flood combined with inequalities and shifting geographies also provides fertile grounds for conflict. The countries most affected are those already vulnerable, already ridden by conflict and severe poverty, where governance is the weak and institutional capacity to deal with shocks and crises is really low. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said himself, we are dealing with scientific facts, not the politics, and the facts are clear. Climate change is a direct threat in itself and a multiplier of many other threats. To begin this auspicious occasion, we would invoke the blessings of the Almighty. May we request all of you to join for Tamil Taiwan. Kindly rise.
நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிற பிறை நுதலும் தனிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரினமை திரும்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
The true meaning of life is to plant trees, under whose shade you do not expect to sit. Nelson Henderson. It's considered auspicious to light Kutuvalagu at the commencement of the event. We consider it equally auspicious to water saplings and make way for a greener future. May we now invite dignitaries on the dais to water the saplings. Kindly rise.
ஹலோ ஹரிஷ், இப்போ இவர் எடுக்கிற வீடியோ வந்து ரொம்ப அதுக்கு இதுக்கு ரெசல்யூஷன் கம்மியாக இருக்குண்ணா. ஆனால் ரெசல்யூஷன் ஒரு கார்னர் தான் வருது, அதாவது 3/4 தான் வருது வீடியோ சைஸு. இதில் போய் மாற்றுற செட்டிங் தானே. ஹலோ, ஆமாம் ஆஸ்பெக்ட் ரேஷியோ 16:9 தானே. ஃபுல் அண்ட் ட்ராக் பண்ணணுமா? ஓகே. நான் எதுவுமே மாற்றலாம், அப்போ இதே மாதிரி தான் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ இங்கே வச்சு பார்க்கும்போது தெரியல, நீங்கள் அதை மட்டும் பார்த்து சொல்லுங்கள்.
Thank you, dignitaries. I request you people to be seated. And we have media department who have organized the media personalities from the local area, and we welcome you too, sirs. To commence this pivotal conference, we invite Dr. Venugan P.S., Stride Coordinator, Dean, School of Legal Studies, and Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, CUT. We request Sir to deliver the welcome.
Most respected Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu, Professor M. Krishnan, senior most professor who was from Tiruvarur, who had his early education, primary education from Tiruvarur, and now a US citizen, Professor PM Natarajan, civil servant working in the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Government of India, Mrs. Rushika Dhal, a well-known personality in Tamil Nadu who is very popular among across all age group, right from 2-year-old children to I guess the senior elders in this part of the country, who is very famous for providing weather-related and climate-related information to the community through media. Shri S.R. Ramanan sir. A student from one of the backward districts in Tamil Nadu, similar to our district, Tiruvannamalai district, who was gone up to Glasgow and represented our country amongst the leaders of 192 countries and brought name and fame to our country and insisted upon the importance of mitigating climate change at this age. Vinisha Mushankar from Tiruvannamalai district. She is just entering to her 11th standard now. When she represented our country in Glasgow, she was at 10th standard. A very helpful faculty for all of us at this university, respected Registrar Madam, and very cooperative, friendly controller of examination, Dr. Nagarajan, senior faculty members from the various departments of our university, participants from various other institutions. Among the participants, we have few dignitaries. Shri Sindhu Pari sir, who is the present president of Exnora International. Professor Palani Velu, who was the former director of Center for Climate Studies at Anna University, Chennai. Professor Ilangovan, who is a former commerce professor and a leading environmentalist from my own field. He has brought name and fame to the commerce education by diverting commerce education to the by incorporating environment into our commerce education. Professor Ilangovan, Professor Dr. Dwarakanath from Coimbatore, and he is the representative at Ministry of Climate Change, Government of India. My connection with him and his connection with this, he is a former member secretary of Pollution Control Committee at Government of Pondicherry. So being a Pondicherrian, I have some connection with him. Welcome, you, sir. So we all assembled here for a very important event. We are from different fields. We are from commerce, management, tourism, media, maybe from different domains. But we are gathered here for one of the biggest danger posing to for all of us, in not only here, throughout this earth, that is the danger of climate change. Climate change is quite normal. Throughout the history, some people say it's for several billions of years this earth is existing. But climate change used to happen, but it should be for a very long term. For example, 1 degree centigrade. For example, from 40 degrees centigrade to change to 41 degrees centigrade, it should take several thousand years. Meanwhile, during that period, human beings, living beings in this earth, and the whole environment, for that way, it will get adapted to that. That is the usual tendency of an acceptable climate change, which is quite normal. We are not coming to say that there is no possibility of climate change, but it can happen for a very long, very, very long period. But what has actually happened is that because of industrialization, because of unscrupulous consumerism, because of corporatism that is prevailing in this earth, because of exploitation of natural resources like fossil fuel, the way in which climate change that is happening in this earth has moved in such a faster way that from 36 degrees centigrade in the past 200 years, just 200 years, we are talking about 200 millions and millions of years, but in the past 200 years, our earth has witnessed an average increase in temperature of 36 degrees centigrade to 40 plus degrees centigrade. And the posing threat is that in the past 200 years, it has increased 4 degrees centigrade on an average. The threat is that in the next 30 years. That is why in the last COP Conference of Parties in Glasgow, it was taken up as a very serious discussion because in another 30 years there is going to be an increase of 5 degrees centigrade. That is the threat. To overcome this threat, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Conference of Parties continuously they are discussing on the threat, not for America, not for India, not for France for that matter, but for everyone, every living being in this earth. Whether we should live in this earth, is there any possibility of handing over a safe earth to the future generations? That was the question that was discussed in the latest Conference of Parties. We call it as COP26. It was an elaborate discussion, healthy discussion, and they have come out with beautiful recommendations. One is the foremost thing is, for the first time, they have recognized that in all other earlier Conference of Parties, like discussions will happen, and they will come out with some pact or resolution or treaty for that matter, which may or may not be implemented like what has happened in the Paris Agreement. But this time, they have come out with 193 countries have signed on 4 or 5 important factors. One is like they wanted to bring down, it's not putting an end, at least bring down the usage of coal for producing power. That was a wonderful agreement between the leaders of 193 countries, in which our own Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji was also part of that conference. Second thing is that what is the reason for increased industrialization by using fossil fuel for producing power? One is that the availability of finance for such industries. Say for example, exploiting coal for coal mines and whatever for producing electricity. Mostly these industries are financed by banks and financial institutions. This has been well recognized in COP26, and now they have come to a resolution, they have come to an understanding that no more banks and financial institutions, not governments of various countries. Independent bodies have understood the importance of danger that is posed by climate change. Now they have come to an understanding that they will not, or they will reduce financing to the industries which is going to use fossil fuels for producing power. Third thing is that companies like car producing companies, they have understood the importance of climate change, and they have announced that after 2030, maybe in another 80 years, they have said that further production of cars or any vehicles for mobility, which we use for mobility and transport purposes, will be based on sustainable energy. These are, and another most important thing is that, which was undiscussed, earlier agreed by superpowers like America, and later not followed. One is certified emission reductions and the carbon credits. Wonderful mechanism for mitigating climate change. Now in this COP26, they have agreed, once again some agreement has come, that now it is tradable, exchangeable, and that has been accepted as a mechanism for mitigating climate change. Likewise, several very good decisions are taken up in the COP26 meeting, which has held in December 2026, in which our student Vinisha has participated. Now, coming to the why under CU20 to take up a conference on climate change. We have a project, we were offered a project on climate change by the University Grants Commission. We call it shortly as STRIDE, which is Scheme for Transdisciplinary Research on India's Developing Economy. So, UGC has framed a policy called STRIDE to take up projects, which is a 3-year project, on very important aspects to discuss, deliberate, to promote human resources, to take up research activities on important aspects. When we applied with the project on climate change, they were very, immediately they accepted that and allotted us with a project worth almost $500 million to take up activities on climate change, where we initiated with a lot of awareness programs, faculty development programs, field visits, and now we are under the conference on climate change. Honestly speaking, this is the only university, maybe because of I feel so honored to say this. As a coordinator of STRIDE program, I know what is happening under various other STRIDE projects in this country, and even climate change related departments which is functioning in other universities and institutions in this country. Only at Central University of Tamil Nadu, with the guidance and support of our Vice Chancellor and our administration, we have created visibility that yes, in Tamil Nadu, in central limits of Tamil Nadu, serious activities going on in disseminating information about climate change. Honestly, because I'm continuously watching what are the activities that is going on in our department. Two evidences I will give you. One is our Vice Chancellor has, after he has taken up charges as the VC of our university, two important developments has come into the strike program. One is across, it's an open elective course, a 2 credit course on climate change we offered, and more than 50 students have taken up the course.
Everybody is there. But I think that presidential address no need because Evaporation dealt everything. Right? He talked about the presidential address and everything. So thank you very much for arranging such a wonderful conference. I think I have to thank Sri Mayanathan Siva for our Honorable Minister. But due to that, I think you all read the paper because he is now, our Honorable Chief Minister is on corona infection. So he has gone as to Delhi to invite our Honorable Prime Minister and also dignitaries for our function which is going to be held at 28th of this month. That's chess activities. And also, I always respect our media friends. Why? Because I don't know how many of you read about today the paper. I don't know that I always get in the correlation like that. Today the particular paper completely deal with the climate change. What is going to happen? I mean, not happen today. What is happen today? So that is, I have to thank media persons to take the message properly to my society. Thank you very much, sir, media people. And also all my senior professors here. I think today there is you don't know that you cancel all your classes, I think so. I mean all the professors are here. Anyway, you are here for the inaugural function and student friends.
Okay.
I am so happy to inaugurate this wonderful conference on climate change. But I can recall that the day where I represented the Madurai Kamaraj University to get the project on strike at University Grants Commission at Delhi. So but there, the two persons I know unknowingly were standing in that corner of UGC. One is Vel Murugan and also that our controller of examination. So I know that our Professor Balram is the chairman of the committee. So we have the flight in the evening. I mean, every minute is, I think, postponing the presentation. But finally, the presented it and we got it. So I can say here, they got 65 lakhs, Central University of, right, Tamil Nadu, where we got Madurai Kamaraj University, we got 1 crore of money on this one. But for my young students, so many meetings I told them, even the people are going to talk about climate change. But why this strike program came for life? Why? Because we need collaboration and cooperation from different departments at a particular university. And you have to come together and to give a research work on a particular topic. For that, strike has come. So we need collaboration and cooperation. Number 2, so many meetings I told that. Number 2, you have to come out from your curriculum. Always you should not sit in your curriculum. Yes, I know that curriculum is very important to score the mark. But you have to come out from the curriculum, what is going on in my society. Because you know that Central University of Tamil Nadu, every year we are getting that some of the typhoon or tsunami, something like that, where we are then damaging our university. What we are going to do then? All students, teachers should come together to do something for that. Thanks to now Ministry for approving our Center for Climate Change in Central University of Tamil Nadu, where I am looking for the madam to help us to establish in the high level. So, that third one is, whatever the work you are doing, it should be sustainability. That you should have that. Number 1, collaboration and cooperation. Number 2, come out from your curriculum. Number 3, sustainability. So sustainability, I think my friend is there. My senior professor, who is now US citizen, but we called to Madurai Kamaraj University. Why? Because that time our former Vice Chancellor Pranavaiko was there. What's the problem?
All these targets, I just want to reiterate and also, give a direction and also raise the consciousness on the target that we are looking ahead, and also try to identify the individual roles that you can play in order to be able to achieve this target. We can take targets at the national level, however, the real action on climate and the real action to be able to achieve these targets has to be taken on the ground. So that is the reason I am trying to reiterate this. Further, on the sidelines of COP26, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, has given a very beautiful campaign or the ideology to the world, which is life. That is lifestyle for environment. That life philosophy basically focuses on mindful and deliberate utilization of resources without any wasteful usage. And India as a country has traditionally been very sustainable, and our ways of life have always been very conscious and environment friendly. We need to propagate this idea of traditional and environment friendly lifestyle to the rest of the world. In the name of the development, we should not be blindly following what is being done in the West. The things that our generations, our forefathers have been doing for centuries are actually the things that other countries and rest of the world is looking forward to doing in the future. So we need to emerge as leaders once again, and also the masters to tell the rest of the world about the traditional lifestyle. And the traditional culture, especially in the southern part of the India, is very environmentally conscious and sustainable. There is an element of nature in everything we do, and there is a scientific basis on all the traditions and the practices that we have been following throughout the centuries. So to the next generation, we need to bring out that scientific reason behind those things that we have been doing so far, so that they are not forced to follow them blindly, but they understand the real reason behind all those things that our forefathers have been propagating. And the government of India is very enthusiastically and with all its efforts propagating this phenomena or the campaign on life. This is one of the themes, or I would say the only theme that has been chosen by the government of India for the next COP27 that will take place in Sharm el Sheikh. So you can gauge the importance that is being given to this particular campaign. On the sidelines of COP26 only, Honorable Prime Minister has launched the initiative that is called Infrastructure for Resilient Island States. It is briefly called as IRIS, and it has been launched under the Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, CDRI, for easy and faster mobilization of technology, finance, and necessary information to the small island developing states. So whatever initiatives that we are promoting and helping the island states to adapt to the climate changes are very much applicable to the whole coastline of our country. So we can use these platforms to learn from each other, help rest of the world do the things that we have been doing in a better way, and also learning from them on the things that they are master at. So this is a very important initiative which is important for the coastal states of the India and also to the small island nations of the world. India also launched the Green Grids initiative, that is One Sun, One World, One Grid. The objective of this initiative is to ensure the availability of renewable energy throughout the world irrespective of the national boundaries. You all know that renewable energy is very location specific and time specific. So if we aim towards one grid across the world, that can actually serve a lot of purpose with respect to renewable energy supply to the required demand center at the required time. This will also enhance the viability of the renewable energy projects and reduce the need for the storage, which is very expensive as of now. And these kind of international initiatives that India is launching and also leading actually provide a lot of avenues for international cooperation between different regions and the countries. One another such initiative is the International Solar Alliance to propagate and enhance the use of solar energy. The initiative was launched by India along with the France, and the objective was to harness the untapped potential of the solar energy at affordable rates. So far, 103 countries have signed the framework and 82 of them have already ratified it. So we can see the kind of confidence the countries and rest of the world has in India. So we have a lot of responsibility on our shoulders to continue leading the way and set example for the rest of the world. If we talk about the achievements that India has made in the climate space, they have also been commendable. India has already achieved 24% reduction in the emission intensity of GDP in 2016 itself, which is already exceeding the pre-2020 target. So despite the fact that the carbon CO2 emissions and the energy consumption per person of our country is quite low, we are still, we would always be lower even if we compare the historical emissions. Despite all these challenges and the development ambitions that we have as a country, we have been able to reduce our emission intensity, and we look forward to reducing it further as per our national targets. India has already overachieved its NDC commitments that we have made in COP21 at Paris, and we already have around 40% of the power generation capacity in the grid from the non-fossil fuel sources. This has been achieved 9 years ahead of its commitment. So these are some of the facts which we can be happy about and also get encouraged from for our future action. MOEFCC as the nodal agency for climate action at the national level is working with all the state governments to translate the National Action Plan on Climate Change to the state level. The states have already been issued the guidelines for revising their state action plan on climate change and aligning it with the nationally determined contribution and the sustainable development goals. If we talk about the list of actions that India as a country is taking, the list is endless. However, I would just want to conclude by saying that India as a nation is carving out its development path with a climate conscious approach, and the institutions like the CUTN can play a very important role in supporting the nation to be able to move smoothly on this climate conscious development pathway by providing a future ready generation that can make meaningful contributions towards the sustainably developed India. I was very happy to note the initiatives taken by CUTN in the form of developing the Center for Climate Action, climate change studies, and it is a very appropriate approach that CUTN has taken by allowing or facilitating the students from different streams to be able to take the 2 credit course on the climate change studies, because climate change itself is a very cross-cutting thing. It is not a sector, I would say. It is a very cross-sectoral thing. It has to be a overarching idea that actually feeds into different streams. So the future generation or the future professionals we need in all the streams actually need to have this basic knowledge of climate change, climate science, and the global issues that the Mother Earth is facing in the form of climate changes. So it is very encouraging to note what all action CUTN has been taking on the climate change sciences, and at the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, whatever capacity I am, I'll be happy to support whatever initiatives the university takes in the future also. So very big congratulations to the university for its initiatives and organizing this climate change conference. I would lastly take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you gathered here today and CUTN for giving me this opportunity to share my views with this August congression. And it is basically an opportunity for me also to learn from such learning fellows all around. And I can see a lot of knowledge on the stage and off the stage. So I look forward to learning from all of you and will be happy to contribute in my capacity going forward also. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
We would like to extend our gratitude and thanks for delivering the inaugural address and letting us know about the risk of disaster, change in climate and its action, energy requirements, way to achieve the targets, lifestyle on environment and sustainability. Thank you, ma'am, for your words of wisdom. Next, we have an eminent personality to felicitate the program, who is an Indian meteorologist from Tamil Nadu and official of the Regional Meteorological Department. He is often described as rain god, Chennai weatherman, etc. After completing his master's degree from Annamalai University, he received PhD from Madras University in the field of agriculture climatology. He held the position of Director at Aviation Meteorological Office in Chennai. He is familiar face who appears on television channel as part of weather forecast. Now I call upon Dr. S.R. Ramanan, former Director, Cyclone Warning Center, Chennai, also member at Center for Climate Change, to felicitate the conference. Please, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais, Commissioner Vice Chancellor, Ruchika Crown, Deputy Secretary to the Government of India, Ms. Vinisha Mushankar, Innovator, Will Murugan sir, then Sulochana Shekhar, Registrar, Raghavan sir, Controller of the Examination, and Dr. P.M. Natarajan, a giant in the field of climate change. Half the days, Dwarka sir is there, Pari sir is there, Kilambo sir is there, well-known friend of mine, Dr. Palli Velu from Anna University is there, and all others, the giants in the field, students, and then press is also there. A very good morning to you all. Generally, I used to go extempore in some meetings. Here I thought I should go with a prepared text so that I don't waste anybody's time. Of course, this town is known for Lord Tyagaraja, and I yesterday visited the temple, also the birthplace of the great tributaries of the Indian classical music. On many occasions, got the opportunity to deliver keynote address and special address. During the period, I used to explain about the theme of the conference. This time, I got the opportunity to give a felicitation address. So I have to felicitate the university, Dr. Krishnan Velmurugan, for hosting this conference and bringing a lot of change in this field, because generally it used to be a niche field for some scientists. Now it has gone to the other faculties also, for commerce, all others. So there is a paradigm shift. So we should thank everybody for the same. And then this would help the people to comprehend the same and act in the right direction. That's important. There is a lot of jargons like global warming, greenhouse gases, climate change, etc. During my interaction with the people, found them using the term with very little understanding. Even this newsman used to come and ask about questions about global warming. They used to confuse themselves with pollution also. So I thought this type of conference will help everybody to understand what is climate change and all. I am sure that this conference would help students to have a better understanding. The decision taken at the concluding session would help the administrators, decision makers and general public to take steps towards the mitigation. Post-retirement, spending my time in outreach meetings in matters related to weather and climate with the students, fishermen, farmers and general public. I thank again the university for giving an opportunity to interact with everybody. First, everybody should know that Earth is not heated directly with the direct sunlight. That's more important. It is heated by the absorption of the long-wave radiation from the Earth. Due to the industrialization and other anthropogenic activity have resulted in production of gases which also absorb long-wave radiation from Earth. This has resulted in the increase in global temperature and it will ultimately affect the climate. The increase in global temperature is expected to cause sea level rise, possible increase in extreme weather events, glacial retreat and increase in range of disease vectors. There are other possible adverse effects too. The solution lies in action to face the challenge by changing our lifestyle and efforts to reduce the generation of these greenhouse gases. Now what is exactly the greenhouse effect? Earth is not heated by sunlight, I already told, direct sunlight. So solar radiation is a short wave, 0.2 to 5.6 micron, that is the wavelength. So Earth absorbs the same and re-radiates the longer wavelength, 4 to 25 micron. A part of this going out longer radiation is absorbed by water vapor, oxygen and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Thus, Earth gets heated due to this absorption and average temperature is around 15 degrees Celsius. If this absorption is not there, what would have been the temperature of Earth? It would have been -6, 21 degrees below the normal value. So we don't know what type of life would have existed in that scenario. So global warming is good, but not the enhanced global warming. That is the crux of the problem. So this is why the absorption of the gas, you call it the greenhouse, that's why it is called greenhouse effect. Hence the name greenhouse is given to water vapor and oxygen, and the warming is called the greenhouse effect. Thus the atmosphere carries out its critical function of maintaining life, sustaining conditions on Earth. It would have been wonderful if it continues to maintain the same situation. Unfortunately, due to anthropogenic activity, increased emissions of gases like carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide is taking place. These gases are capable of trapping more heat of the outgoing long-wave radiation, and this would ultimately lead to increase in Earth's temperature, and this is known as the enhanced greenhouse effect. The effect of this enhanced greenhouse effect is dealt in the subsequent part of my talk. The increase in the carbon dioxide is mainly due to industrial activity and transport sector. As far as methane is concerned, industrial activity, mining, rice fields and enteric fermentation from digestive systems and animals are the sources. Global warming potential of methane and nitrous oxide are measured with respect to carbon dioxide. Even though the amount of methane and nitrous oxide emissions is less than the global warming potential is 29 and 300 times that of the carbon dioxide. If we consider perfluorocarbon, it is 6,500 times. And the case of sulfur hexafluoride is 3,900 times. The last two gases are the man-made in the post-industrial period. See, for example, you take water, you take it the density as 1, and you are comparing the density of other materials like this mercury as 13.6, like that. Same way, we take the trapping potential of carbon dioxide is 1 and comparing other gases. In that, the man-made gases, there are many thousands of times capable of trapping the outgoing long-wave radiation. That is the point of worry. So attributed possible effects and observed effects of global warming. There are differing views about future climate. Of course, the temperature is bound to increase is an accepted fact. The word attributed possible is used only due to these differing perceptions of scientists doing research in this field, especially extreme weather events. Some of the scientists expect droughts lasting for longer period, frequent occurrence of floods, islands getting submerged, inundation of coastal areas, increase in frequency and severity of the heat waves, disappearing glaciers and issues involving food security.
According to WMO report, recent temperature increase witnessed lengthening of the middle to high latitude growing seasons, decline in some plant and animal population, shifting in plant and animal ranges towards poles and higher latitudes, later freezing and early breakup of ice on rivers and lakes, thawing of permafrost and shrinkage of glaciers. Increase in temperature is an accepted fact. Urbanization is also a cause of the same. The combined effect of global warming and urbanization have resulted in the increase of temperature, especially in cities. Even in cities, pockets with high population density coupled with industrialized zones and vehicle population are warmer than other areas. They are called the heat islands. Studies show that maximum temperature recorded in cities are of the order of 2 to 3 degrees Celsius more than what we have observed some 2 decades earlier. One can discuss the effect of increase in temperature sector-wise. The only problem would be time. So it would be prudent to restrict the discussion to a few sectors. Let's consider the agriculture sector. Increase in temperature implies more evapotranspiration from the plant, so we have to give more water to the plants. So agronomists should develop plant varieties which demand less water and also with a shorter length of growing period. Snow has an albedo of 80%. It reflects 80% of the incident solar radiation. So what to do? If ice melts, there will be sea level rise because water will still absorb more heat. So a lot of ice will melt and sea level is bound to increase. Now something around 25 centimeters increase has come from 1800s level. So if you lose the permafrost areas of the poles, it would lead to disaster. Water has a tendency to absorb heat. This would cause the worry for many island nations. Some of the island nations are on coral reefs. These surfaces are just few meters above the mean sea level. In case of glacier melt due to global warming, the resulting sea level rise would submerge these islands. In order to emphasize this effect, few years back, Maldives conducted the cabinet meeting under the sea. Many small island nations are reclaiming land and some islands are laying groins along the coast. The coastal areas of many countries are very much vulnerable. They have to build walls along the coast. In fact, Japan has built one after the Fukushima disaster. So Dutch people are the pioneers. They give us ideas how to do it. So they have reclaimed land and they are protecting with it with a wall called the dikes. So probably we have to think about that option. For the cause of emission of the gases has to be identified for the mitigation measures. Burning of fossil fuels or biomass and deforestation or changes in land use patterns are the major causes of the global greenhouse gases. So policies for carbon dioxide mitigation option for transport sectors are improving energy efficiency, vehicle energy efficiency has to be increased, enhance public transport, that is you should have metros and all, capacity accommodation of the railways and technological changes. Manufacture of energy efficient vehicles in collaboration with countries like Japan and Korea, conversion to uni-gauge, broad gauge already we have done it. And introduction of metro rails are some of the matters because we are going to cut the costs on the road, that's important. Promotion of non-conventional, alternate, new renewable energy sources is another measure to limit CH emission. Methane emission has a direct correlation with the human population and is released from rice field, animals and biomass burning. So efforts done by the government to limit population would have a direct bearing on methane emission. The evolution of nitrous oxide from fertilized soils is dependent upon the type and amount of fertilizer and its method of application, soil and ambient conditions, crop growth, irrigation practice and rainfall. Suitable agricultural practices include use of biofertilizers has to be increased. Of course, not the way which Sri Lanka has gone. That's much more important. We should go gradually. The atmosphere, ocean and land, including the flora and fauna, are the three major sources of the carbon sink. Afforestation offers excellent opportunity for sequestration of carbon dioxide. Interestingly, the cost involved in planting a biomass is relatively low in comparing to the cost involved in harnessing renewable energy sources. National Forestry Program under National Forest Policy coordinates afforestation programs with states. Issues concerning power generation. Since thermal power generation has its own problems due to pollution and spiraling price of oil, following things can be addressed in the present scenario. A rapidly growing economy needs dependable and reliable supply of electricity, gas, and petroleum products. Increase household incomes with the need to affordable and adequate supply of electricity and clean cooking fuels. Limited domestic reserves of fossil fuels, and need to import vast fraction of the gas, crude, oil, and petroleum products requirements are to the need of the hour. Need to import coal are some of the issues we have to deal with. Indoor, urban, and regional environmental impacts necessitates the need for the adoption of the cleaner fuels and cleaner technologies. These trade-offs are often difficult to achieve. For example, the supply of adequate yet affordable electricity is a continuing challenge because expansion of supply, adoption of cleaner technologies, especially renewable energy, often means this electricity is too expensive for many Indians, particularly in rural areas. During some years, southwest monsoon is having a relatively subdued activity. We have laid the windmills only because southwest monsoon winds will be stronger and it will generate. On certain years, the winds are very weak. We don't get this expected power at all. That's the crux of the problem. The usually stronger winds also in the monsoon are absent in many years. This has resulted in the reduction of the wind generated electricity. The hydel power generation is also well below its installed capacity due to poor rains. The solution lies in intense research to bring out commercially viable, clean alternate power source. It will be renewable energy, fuel cells, or biofuels. Since solar power needs high capital outlay, tax waiver could be given for using solar power. Green building concept could be encouraged. It involves building terrace gardens, deployment of renewable energy gadgets, use of motion sensors for lighting. See, when I walk, the light should switch on. The moment I go away, it should switch off by then. In many buildings, it is there. And the use of efficient LED bulbs are some of the solutions. Carpools are the best solution for reduction of vehicles on road and consequent reduction of the carbon emissions. Let's all unite to contain the adverse effect of the climate change and give a safer world to the future generation. I once again take this opportunity to thank the university for inviting me to share my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Our sincere and humble thanks for delivering the felicitation address on climate change, industrialization, solar radiation, its factors, global warming, and greenhouse along with sustainability concept. Thank you very much, sir. With much pleasure and happiness, now introducing Vinisha Mushankar, who was born in the year 2006 and she is currently 16-year-old. She has achieved a lot of success and fame with her talent and intelligence at such a small age. She was born in Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. She is a young, talented, intelligent and very famous young inventor, media face, public speaker, environmentalist and media sensation. She is a higher secondary student at SKP Vanita International School. She was also a part of United Nations Climate Change Conference COP26 2021. She has a very creative and curious personality and wants to make this world a better place for everything with the creatures. We request Vinisha Mushankar, our guest of honor, to felicitate the conference.
A very good morning to everyone present here. I am Vinisha Mushankar, a 15-year-old student, innovator and public speaker. And I'm here today to speak about the harm of climate change. So just to give you some context on how powerful climate change actually is, I'll take you back on a little journey to the Indus Valley civilization. I'm pretty sure all of us here have heard of the Indus Valley civilization at least once, and it has been one of the most long and powerful civilizations across the whole world, and not only in India, over 5,000 years ago. But it suddenly vanished. Why? The most well-known reasons are: one, it's an invasion of other people, or it was a big flood and drought that happened during the Indus Valley civilization that caused its downfall. But recent research has revealed that the reason for these floods was over a course of 900 years due to climate change. So climate change is not just something which you can turn off an air conditioner or a switch and then it gets solved. Climate change is so powerful that it wiped out a whole civilization in the span of 9 centuries. It's not something very simple that we can deal with on a day-to-day basis, which is why now it's more imperative than ever that we actually take efforts to solve the problem. And more importantly, because we have been an important causing factor in this. So as a student and innovator at my age, I decided that I would come up with something that would help contribute to solving climate change in the first place. Because we as humans, we can do several things, and every single one of us has to contribute into solving climate change. So what did I come up with? It was an idea called the solar ironing cart. We have all seen charcoal-based irons, and we all have given our clothes to an ironing vendor to iron it at some point. But have we ever given a second thought to how much damage the charcoal does? It's so deep-rooted into our tradition and culture that we don't even give it a second thought of how much damage it could actually cause. Just to give you some perspective on this, there's at least one ironing vendor in every street, and almost 10 million ironing vendors across the whole country. I spoke to a few of these ironing vendors, and they revealed that they use almost 5 kg of charcoal every day. Just some mathematics and you'll find out that's 50 million kg of charcoal burnt every day in India alone. So the problem is not just something simple in your own locality, but it's a problem which affects the whole country, which then affects climate change and the whole world. So by solving a local problem, you can help solve a global one, which is the way I went about it. Thank you. So the solar ironing cart works on a very simple concept. It has a solar panel which is directly connected to a DC steam iron box and then a battery to store excess electricity. It's also a mobile unit, meaning that the ironing vendors don't have to be stationary in a shop but can travel across the town or city in which they're ironing clothes to expand their customer base. Also, the profit that the ironing vendors receive is not enormous. So I added a payphone, a mobile recharging system, and USB charging points for them to increase their income. And finally, the solar ironing cart fulfills 13 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, meaning that it's an innovation that cannot only be used in India but across the whole world. Because the charcoal-based ironing system, though it's highly prevalent in India, it's not only used here but across several developing countries as well. Which is why the problem is something I chose to solve, and it's currently working really well as I've been able to raise awareness about the situation, and I've spoken at several conferences, and COP26 being one of the most recent ones. And it has really helped raise awareness about the situation and how we can, as individuals, help contribute to reducing the impact of climate change. And there was one recommendation that you asked me to give to the ministry. I'd like to speak about a certain initiative that was taken in Austria actually. It's called the climate ticket. And it's a ticket which you can pay almost 1,000 euros at the beginning of the year, and You can use all forms of public transport for the rest of the year with just one ticket. And with that ticket, you can save almost 4,000 euros by using public transport, because a 24-hour ticket in Austria costs almost 14 euros, which is 5,000 euros per year. But you get a really good deal at just 1,000 euros using all forms of public transport, which not only encourages the citizens of the country to use public transport, but with more people using public transport, you can actually help develop the system much better and make it more sustainable. Which is, I thought it's a good idea in India, where so many people travel by public transport every day. I thought it would be a good initiative to apply here as well. So that would be my recommendation to you.
Have you applied internet so far?
Sorry?
Have you applied so far?
No, we have not. Thank you, sir. So that was my recommendation, and to all of you present here, it can just be the simple things that you do every day. Even one change in your habits could make a big difference, because there is one quote that we all know: one drop in the ocean doesn't make much of a difference, but a million drops falling at the same time can create waves. So if all of you take a simple action today, starting today, then it could make a big difference in the future. It just matters whether you start or not. Thank you.
Our sincere and humble.
Once again, on the behalf of audience and all the experts here, I wish to congratulate you. And Tiruvannamali, the land of Lord Arunachala, has given a number of strains and also many useful theories, and it has given to the country and to the world. Vinisha also and proud parents, and on behalf of all of us, we congratulate you and go to a greater heights when you are ready.
Our sincere and humble thanks for enlightening us on solar ironing car concept instead of charcoal to avoid the pollution borne on our innovator using the technology across the globe. Public transport suggestion, what was initiated by man, was really appreciable, and in future, if it is implemented, it will help us a lot. Thank you, madam. Next, Professor P.M. Natarajan received his doctorate in water management from Bharathidasan University. Sir has written more than 100 books and special mention book Vennamalai. For this, he received the Tamil Nadu Academy Award. His credentials include Lifetime Achievement Award in Water Resources and Management. Sir has published more than 100 research papers and received many awards. Sir has written more books on water resources and advisor for conducting many research projects. Sir has written a book for United States of America in water management. US President Joe Biden has appreciated and thanked Sir for his wonderful insight on water management. Sir, we request you to facilitate the conference. Please, sir.
சான்றோர்களையும் வணங்கி மகிழ்கிறேன். And it is a pleasant surprise to participate in this function. I know Dr. Krishnan, not now, about 10 years back. And 10 days back, I came here to meet my mentor's family. That is, my mentor is first my mother, Meenakshi, next my father and brothers, and the third is my mentor, A.S. Sivaguruvaya, his father. And also, now one of my close friends, Mrs. Chidambaram has become the elevated to the position. I wanted to congratulate him personally. That is why he came here. After coming over here, I wanted to meet the Vice Chancellor. You see the fun of it. Whom I know, I wanted to meet him. I wanted to get in the, I requested Mr. K.S. Mari, brother. I wanted to meet the Vice Chancellor. Then he introduced Mr. Evaporation. Evaporation said that he is very busy. Then I left. then I left. And when we were talking a few minutes what I am doing, what he is doing. After 10 minutes he called me, we request you to speak in this conference. I do not know at the time what conference, nothing I do not know. Next 10 minutes I do not know what he invited me to make me, request me to come to the conference and speak on the great audience, the researchers. Then so far I have seen that there are more than 100 papers and wrote more than 20 research books. Now I have handed over 10 books to the CM and one book needing the Amaya work. That is, bird cannot thrive without water. And the 3 words the books explain, only the 3 words. Bird cannot thrive in water, that is English and 4 words. In Tamil is needing the Amaya work, 550 pages. I had dedicated to him, I expected his call at any time to this one. And the work so far I attended only after presenting the paper. When I thought of sending research paper, I spent 2 days. I sent a 12-page research paper, Impact of Climate Change and Indian Water Resources. So in this way, I was able to meet the Vice Chancellor, who I know him 10 years back, and today this conference, and he was telling, I have done something for Bharatas University. When Dr. Pondoiko became the Vice Chancellor of this university, he formed a Ariel group, that is, Younger Scholars Committee. He made me as the person to write a book on water resources for the university. And when the first time I have gone there, there is a strike in the university. For what? For there is no water. They have not allowed me. They have not allowed me to enter this. Then I stopped the car. I have gone by walking. From Delhi, my daughter is there. I am going there. I simply told a lie under. In this way, I escaped from this gathering. Then, as we have commenced the program, expert committee, and I have given a book. And he asked me to write a book only in Tamil. That is in 110 pages, explaining that is the micro level study for a small campus of about 1.2 square kilometers, that is 700 acres. That took 2 years for me, and I have given that report. I do not know whether they are, now it's implemented. Yes, he is telling now they are implementing. Now he is asking me to give you a similar report here. So definitely I will do it. And fortunately, I did my PhD there. My PhD is need environment. I did the PhD in Tamil because I wanted to, bring the science and develop this language. That book has got, written as a book, Need Environment. That book was edited and published by the International Institute of Government Studies. That book got the Tamil Academy Award from Esaham University. So, in that book, all aspects I have done in the university is explained. The whole level, such a micro level report, micro level book meteorology you have never seen. That is the importance of that. But here I would like to say this is the Kaveri Delta. This is the Kaveri Delta. We are in the Kaveri Delta. We are in the heart of the Kaveri Delta. Tomorrow is heart of the Kaveri Delta. The head is Trichy. The left is daily left is so this conference we are conducting in the heart of the Kaveri Delta. So, and particularly the young IAS officer, she does not know what is Kaveri Delta. Perhaps she would have read, but she does not know the art that they have this, and this delta has produced all fine arts, dance, and it is the birthplace of Bharatanatyam. Other dancers, other dancers are floor exercises. Right, left, turn about. That is our floor exercise. But the dance is the exercise, and there are several cells in our human body. It acts when we do that dance, all cells in our body acts, and all organs explain something, the meaning of the dance. That is the greatness of the dance. That is the birthplace of Tanjavur. What about this? This is the Carnatic Music Center. Guru said Tyagaraja Bhagavatar is the father of Carnatic music, and his birthplace is Tiruvallur. Then architecture. You must know where is architecture. A beautiful architecture is only in Tanjavur. Tanjavur, Karagatishwara temple. Otherwise, it is called Perudayar. I do not know why that Perudayar is given there. I do not know. That is to be invented. Why that is Karagatishwara temple? So what is the reason for another name Perudayar? I do not know. What is that has to be investigated and invented. And another thing is, now there are several dams. And as per the paper today, Hoover Dam, Hoover Dam in America, I have visited this dam, and our native dam was constructed simultaneously in 1935. That dam, there is fire in the structure of the hydropower generation unit. It is happening there, and at that time, and prior to that is the first 100 AD, there is Grand Anaket was constructed. Grand Anaket is a subsurface dam. What energy? Even today it is considered as considered as one of the wonderful structure, hydrological structure in the world. Engineering marvel. It is considered as a marvel. That things you must know. And another thing is, there are several deltas in the world, and there are 33 very famous deltas. Of all these, Kaveri Delta is the most famous and number one delta in the world. It is still today, it is increasing. The length is increasing. And in my paper, 2 years back, I wrote about 10 years back, I wrote a paper. It is in progressing. Within 1,000 or 2,000 years, the Kaveri Delta is going to merge with the Sri Lanka. That is, in Tamil, Ilanjekki Nadanthe Sellalam. That is published in 2 parts, 2 pages, 2 weeks in Ilanjekki. So, this is developing, it is progressing. So, the importance of this Kaveri Delta, I can request that the young IAS officer, when you go there, you see that. get out of that. And the other thing is that even today, the earthquake. See, Indian plate and the Eurasian plate is hitting each other at a growth rate of about 4 inches per year. The Indian plate started to move about 71 million years back. Initially, it was near Australia, that it is moved in such a way, even that the disturbance that the temple stood, that you must know from the archaeological ability of 13 so that is why you can visit the temple. So with this idea, I think it is necessary for the people who are in the art of the and you must know the history and the fine arts of this center. That is why there is the advanced lesson of the mind that kindly excuse me. Then coming to the climate change, I was the climate change director for 4 or 5 years. And today we are seeing in the paper I have that as my sons are putting certain incidents to the paper, there is unprecedented temperature rise in Germany. Germany is located in the cold place. Most of the time there will be rain, and it will be cold, there will be ice. In that and the European countries, the temperature is highly 30 degrees. You see this, what it indicates? This is due to the climate change. Another thing, day before yesterday, I have viewed in the TV, within 3 months, 60,000 air conditioner gas sold. Within 3 months. All the people, producers of air conditioner are very happy. So what it indicates? Every person, because of the, impact of climate change in temperature, they are not unable to sleep in their home. That is why even that, and I think the air condition is likely to be a necessity in each home shortly in the way the temperature is increasing. So, and because I don't only explain the physics of the climate change, because almost all the researchers, everyone here knows what is the physics. And I would like to say the essence of certain important point that is in my mind. And what is the reason for the climate change? Because our women people wanted to lead a sophisticated life. What the resource available, that is not enough. That is why to get sophisticated, to live a sophisticated life, they wanted to start the first industrial revolution in 1750s. At that time, there is energy demand. The hydropower has thought that energy is not enough. Then they started the fossil fuel in an unlimited way. At that point of time, what is the carbon content in the atmosphere? 228 parts per million. What is now, today, in 2017, it is about 400, perhaps it is 500. If the temperature rises, goes above 1000 or 1500, all the ice will melt. If all the ice will melt, what is the quantum of ice in the earth? 35 million cubic kilometers. And Censor may ask, what is cubic kilometer? What is the volume? He may ask, each kilometer is 35 TMC. That is, 3 TMC is more than the metal dam. 100 TMC, more than that is. 1 TMC is 28 million cubic meter, or 28 lakhs liter. You know this, what is cubic kilometer? What is TMC? I think you are aware. that 35 million kilometers, if it is melt, it is likely to melt as per the temperature rise 4 or 5 degrees. That will be likely in 2100. The uncontrolled way of energy use, and sea will rise 73 meters, more than 240 feet. If it is rise, please understand this our sea is not here in Nagapattinam, it will be near this. And in that case, if it is so everywhere, there will be a refugees, not the natural refugees. The refugees to fight the natives into war. That is, refugees should climate. A new refugees, climate refugees will be increasing, and you know, Al Gore, I will felicitate with him. That this is a very important point. Al Gore, you know, Al Gore got, Nobel Prize for climate change. He told for every day we generate 110 million tons of carbon. So what is the energy equivalent, that 110 million tons of energy, what is it equivalent? It equals 400,000 or 4 lakhs atom bombs. The capacity, what is the capacity each dam, each bomb, that is Hiroshima atom bomb. So every day we are sending so much energy, which is the capacity, that is about 4 lakh atom bombs energy into the atmosphere. So we are completing turning the atmosphere into garbage. What the energy that the energy grows, what it will do? It won't simply hide. It will affect all the natural resources, and I should like remote sensing of that is climate change is a cultural killer. Civilization destroyed. And you see there are 4 natural capitals. What are the natural capitals? That gives food, energy, everything, not only human being, but also all the animals in the earth. What are that 4? That is hydrosphere, lithosphere, biosphere, atmosphere. All these are under destruction. The value of these 4 resources, that is bifurcated into 17 ecosystems. What is the value of the ecosystem? Annual income, that is 33 trillion. You convert it now, $1 equal to 80 rupees, plus 80 rupees. You consider it as 80 rupees, it is 2,840 lakh crores annual income from the ecosystem. All the ecosystems are under destruction because of this climate change. Finally, I would like to conclude. So this university is achieving several things, and my friend, I have to say, the Vice Chancellor, Mr. Dr. Krishnan, he is going to rule this. Rule means organize, and also be the Vice Chancellor of this institution. And before this, I think this university, I wish that the university should be number 1 in the world. By ranking, by everything. There are in America, there are 2 world famous universities. As far as India, there is no university comparing to it in the world. And I think under this dynamic leadership, this university should become the number 1 in the world. Similar to Harvard University, similar to Manchester University. At that time, I would like to come and answer to him with my wife. I would like to say a few words. Stand. You please stand. Yes, 1 minute I will stop. She is my wife and Lisa. And whatever I work, I do. she is helping. She is not disturbing me. First I wrote a rainwater harvesting book. Then I translated into Tamil. Then I do not know the meaning of groundwater sanctuary. Groundwater sanctuary. It is in mind, in heart it is not there. I wanted to convert it, go on the race, Mr. Sambhu Kalodigar. He is the husband of Anita, Amutha. He is developed. So when I was getting a doubt on, groundwater sanctuary, she was in the kitchen. I was in another 10 meters away in front of my house. Asked me, please come. Papa used to call you Papa. She came for what purpose she was asked. Then I told the groundwater sanctuary. She immediately told Nilani Saranalayam. So in this way, she is helping me in my life. That is why I am able to complete our textbook. Other textbooks are in the press and it will still grow. And with the help of the support, I will complete this work. Only 2 words. I have told you about water. There is a quotation about water in my book, Tiruvallur, I will that explains the meaning of 3 words. Neeral, our birth is due to water. Neerai parigi, drinking water. Neerayum, neerpadatta unavai undu. Whenever we are hungry, whenever we are thirsty, we drink water. Whenever we are hungry, we eat water also. And water produces all nature, that is also neerayum, neerpadatta unavai undu. Neeral valam, all are living only by water. Because water is the face of Mother Earth. That is a new word I am coining. நீரால் பிறந்து நீரை பற்றி நீரையும் நீர்விடத்த உணவையும் உண்டு நீரால் வாழும் நீர் நாம் நீரை போற்றுவோம் நீரை வணங்குவோம்.
Thank you, Natarajan sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you both for joining us. It was our pleasure. A sincere gratitude and humble thanks for delivering the felicitation address on climate change, water resource management and its importance. Thank you so much, sir. Now I call upon Professor Sulojana Shekhar, Registrar, Central University of Tamil Nadu, to felicitate the function.
அனைவருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கம் என்று சொல்லதான் நினைத்தேன். இப்பொழுது மதியமாகிவிட்டது. We know climate change affects at global level, but it also affects very micro level that we are experiencing today. It changed all of our programs. Anyhow, from our welcome speech by Dr. Velmurugan sir and all our guests, our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir and Ruchika Roll ma'am, everybody explained whatever we wanted to say about climate change. So now it is, when Ramanan sir was talking, it was like a geography class for us, right from solar radiation to this, and really we enjoyed all those things. And what more to say? Just the climate change action. It is not the central government or state government. It is the action we have to take. That is what our young scholar Vinisha experienced and explained to us. So very big congratulations to you, Vinisha. it is for our generation or future generation. They have to take the responsibility because every degree matters, every day matters, and every decision matters. After all, we have only one planet, our Mother Earth. So let us all work together to mitigate this climate change, and we will have a wonderful conference. Thank you for this great opportunity. We welcomed all the guests who are here. We left out one important people from Vedaranyam. We heartily welcome you, sir, here for this event. Thanks for presenting your presence here, valuable presence. And also, Vice Chancellor sir shared one information. Periyar University planted so many trees, lot of trees for releasing more oxygen and separate the carbon dioxide. So I think more to discuss in this event. So thanks for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
A warm welcome to all the participants for their presence on this glorified day. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our vibrant Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Krishnan sir. Heartfelt thanks to Professor Anil Bhatnakar sir. Heartfelt thanks to Srimati Ruchika Drum, Secretary. Many thanks to Professor Gurmurugan sir, Professor P.M. Natarajan sir, Professor Ramanan sir, and Vinisha. A girl believes in action and not words. And I should extend my sincere thanks to Slochna Shekhar ma'am, Registrar Madam, Mentoring and Monitoring Committee Member Professor Nagarajan sir. And I'll be failing in my duty if I don't thank a huge team worked and helped us in putting this conference together. Special mention to students of law, research scholars and students of commerce, students of horticulture, students of material science, students of geology, students of life science, students of media, faculty organizers, CUT and administration, non-teaching staffs, technical, non-technical media persons to put their best possible efforts. Last but not the least, I just want to express my sincere thanks to UGC Stride for funding the conference. I hope this conference will bring a positive change in all of us in mitigating climate change. I'll be gratified to all the audience for coming here from various parts and various institutions and also joining the conference online. So once again, thank you all.
Tea and snacks to be served outside. Meanwhile, I request media persons. There is a very brief press meet now, and immediately after the press meet, we will go for planting the trees. That's for another 10-15 minutes. Kindly be present. Other participants, please go and have it.
பொதுவாக எங்களுக்கு எப்பொழுதுமே உறுதுணையாக இருக்கும் பத்திரிகையாளர்கள் மற்றும் மீடியா பிரசங்களுக்கு உண்மையிலேயே நன்றி. ஏனென்றால் எந்த ஒரு செய்தியையும் நீங்கள் மக்களுக்கு கொண்டு சேர்த்து இந்த மத்திய பல்கலைக்கழகத்தை மேலும் மேலும் வளர்ப்பதற்கு உறுதியாக இருக்க உங்கள் அனைவருக்குமே எங்கள் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் சார்பாக நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இன்று இந்த கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சிங் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் நடப்பது உண்மையிலேயே ஒரு அருமையான நிகழ்ச்சி. இதிலே எங்களது மத்திய அரசின் மூலம் ருசிகா அவர்கள் வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள் இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்திற்கு இந்த கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் என்ற சென்டரை கொண்டு வந்து மென்மேலும் எவ்வாறு நடத்த வேண்டும் என்பதை இங்கே தெளிவுபட கூறியிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள் உங்கள் உதவியை நாங்கள் நாடியிருக்கின்றோம். அவர்கள் நம்மளுடைய தமிழ்நாடு அரசுடைய அமைச்சர் வையநாதன் சிவா அவர்கள் இன்று முக்கியமான வேலையாக டெல்லியில் இருப்பதால் அவர் கலந்து கொள்ளவில்லை. இருந்தாலும் அவர் டெல்லியில் இருந்தாலும் அவர் எங்களுடைய மனதுடன் இருக்கிறார். நாளை வருவதாக உறுதி கூறியிருக்கிறார். அவரும் இதில் கலந்து கொள்வார் என்பதை நாங்கள் தெளிவுபடுத்த இருக்கின்றோம். இதை தவிர இங்கு முக்கியமான விருந்தாளியாக வினிஷா அவர்கள் வந்திருக்கிறார்கள் திருநெல்வேலியிலிருந்து. இவர் ஒரு மாணவி. இவருடைய தன்னுடைய செயல்களால் இந்த கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சில் வரும் மாற்றங்களை எவ்வாறு தவிர்ப்பது என்பதை அருமையாக எடுத்துக் கூறினார். அதை தவிர எங்களுடன் அத்துணை நாளுமே உழைத்துக் கொண்டிருந்தோம் எனது அருமை நண்பர் ரமணன் மற்றும் என்னுடைய ஆசிரியர் போல் எனக்கு உதவிய திரு நடராஜன், எங்களுடைய ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரார், அத்துணை பேருமே இங்கே இருக்கிறார்கள். நான் பல்கலைக்கழகத்திற்கு எப்பொழுதுமே நன்றி உள்ளவர்களாக இருப்பேன். ஏனென்றால் திருவாரூர் ஒரு முக்கியமான நகரம். அதில் முக்கியமான பல்கலைக்கழகமாக மத்திய பல்கலைக்கழகம் இன்று நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இதிலே மாணவர்கள் சேர்வதற்காக மற்ற ஆண்டுகளை காட்டிலும் இந்த ஆண்டு மாணவர்கள் இங்கே சேர இருக்கும் தொகை நண்பர் அதிகமாக இருக்கிறது. அதே இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்திற்கு ஒரு சிறப்பாகும். இதற்கு உத்தாய்ப்பிட்டதாக எங்களுடைய பல்கலைக்கழகம் 2009 ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டு இன்று 2022 இருக்கிறோம். இதுவரை நாம் NIRF ரேங்க் என்று சொல்வோமே, அதில் அந்த தரவரிசை பட்டியலிலே 151 200 இருந்த தமிழ்நாடு மத்திய பல்கலைக்கழகம் இன்று 85 என்ற இடத்தை பிடிக்க முடிந்தது என்றால் அதற்கு முழுமையான காரணம் எங்களுடைய முன்னாள் இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே உழைத்த எங்கள் துணைவேந்தர்கள், பதிவாளர்கள், ஃபைனான்ஸ் ஆபீசர் போன்ற அத்துணை பேருமே மாணவர்கள் அத்துணை பேருமே இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்தை முன்னேற்ற வேண்டும் என்று முயற்சித்தார்கள். அதை இந்த ஆண்டு எங்களுடைய பதிவாளர், எங்களுடைய ஃபைனான்ஸ் ஆபீசர், எங்களுடைய கண்ட்ரோலர் ஆஃப் எக்ஸாமினேஷன், எங்களுடைய மாணவர்கள், எங்களுடைய ஆசிரியர் பெருமக்கள், ஆசிரியர் அத்துணை பேருமே சேர்ந்து உழைத்து என்னுடன் சேர்ந்து அத்துணை பேருமே அங்கே இருக்கும் அத்துணை விளைவுகளுமே எடுத்து கூறி இன்று நாங்கள் இந்த NIRF ரேங்கிலே 85வது பிடித்திருக்கிறோம் என்றால் மகிழ்ச்சியான நாள். அத்துணை பேருக்குமே நன்றி சொல்ல வேண்டும். திரும்பவும் சொல்கிறேன், இந்த மீடியா அந்த விளைவுகளை ஏற்படுத்தும். இந்த அருமையான செய்தியை நீங்கள் மக்களுக்கு கொண்டு சேர்த்து இன்னும் தமிழ்நாட்டு மாணவர்கள் அதிகமாக இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே சேர்ந்து படித்து பயன்பெற வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டு இன்று நடக்கும் இந்த கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் எதற்காக என்றால் நமது திருவாரூர் எப்பொழுதுமே புயல், மழை, நீர் என்று அத்துணை நாளுமே பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றோம். இன்று திருவாரூர் மத்திய பல்கலைக்கழகம்
ஸ்டாட்டிக் மாற்றிட்டேன்.
திருவாரூர் மட்டுமல்ல, நாகப்பட்டினம், வேதாரண்யம், கோடிக்கரை போன்ற இடங்களிலே இந்த கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சினால் வரும் விளைவுகளை தவிர்ப்போம் என்று இதன் மூலம் உறுதி கூறி உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி,
ஆமாண்ணா. ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டேன். 10.30.24.15 sub network 255.255. இல்ல
ராஜா எதுவுமே பண்ணாதீங்க. ஒரு மயிறு வேணாங்க. வேணாம் சார் எதுவுமே இப்போ பண்ண வேணாம் சார். சாயந்தரம் பண்ணிக்கிட்டாங்க. ஆல்ரெடி சொதப்பி போய் நீங்கள் ஒன்றும் ஆகாது அப்படின்னு தான் ஒன்று முன்னாடி பண்ணான். ஏன்டா ஸ்க்ரீன் ஜூமில் இருக்குன்னு கேட்டேன். அதுக்கு என்னை கூப்பிடலாம் சார். என்னை ஒரு 7 வாட்டி எனக்கு கால் பண்ணி சிபி வந்துருமான்னு என்னை கேட்டு அது வேண்டாம், எதுவுமே பண்ண. அதனால தான் கேமராவே ஆஃப் பண்ணாமல் வச்சுருக்கேன். நான் கேமராவை கூட ஆஃப் பண்ணாமல் வச்சுருக்கேன். இப்படி பஞ்சாயத்து ஆயிருக்கு பேசாமல் பாருங்க. இல்லை அவனை எங்கேயும் வெயிட் பண்ணுவான். ஃபோனை கொடுத்தா தானே பண்ணுவான். சரி இல்லை அதான் அவன் வரல அப்படின்னா 2 பேர்த்துக்கு பிடிச்சி சாவு வச்சிருவேன். சரி
இல்லைங்க அவுட்புட்டில் எடுத்துடுறதா? ஒரு நிமிஷம். ஓபிஎஸ்ல இல்லை, ஓபிஎஸ் நான் எதுவுமே நோட்டல. போட்டேன். ஓகே கொடுத்துட்டேன்.
தெரியாமல் இதை அமுத்துட்டேன்.
ஓகே இருக்கு. ஹலோ ஒரே நிமிஷம்ண்ணா. இதில் தான்ண்ணா சாஃப்ட்வேர் கண்ட்ரோலில் போய் தானே. சாஃப்ட்வேர் கண்ட்ரோலில் போய் ஸ்விட்சரு அவுட்புட்டில் இதை ஃபுல்லாக எடுத்துடணுமா? ஃபைன்ண்ணா வந்துச்சுண்ணா. ஃபைன்ண்ணா. ஓகே சார். அவுட்புட்டில் எல்லாம் இதாகி தானே இருக்குது. மறுபடியும் அதே ஆர்டிஓபி டீட்டெயில் தானே பண்ணணும். நான் அப்போ ஓபிஎஸ் கட் பண்ணி விட்டுருட்டுமா? ஸ்ட்ரீம் மட்டும்தான்.
விவசாயிகளுக்கு தான் நம்ம பயிர் செய்யணும். அப்போ வந்து நம்மளுக்கும் தண்ணி இருக்கும், அந்த பயிரும் அது மூலமாக விவசாயிகளும் பயன்பெறுவார். அதிகமாக தண்ணீர் வரும் அப்படின்னா பிரச்சனை இல்லை, நெல் கரும்பு போயிடலாம். இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு தீர்வெல்லாம் நம்ம எடுக்கணும். நான் அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் அதான் மழை பெய்ஞ்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க. தொடர்ந்து ஒரு 2 மணிக்கு நிறைய மழை பெய்யுமா? தென்னை இருக்க போகிற மழையை அப்படியே போட்டு விட்டுருவாங்க. ஜூன் ஜூலை ஆகஸ்ட் செப்டம்பர் இந்த 4 மாதங்களுக்கு பெய்யும். அந்த காலகட்டங்களில் மேற்கு பார்த்த பகுதிகள் இந்த மாவட்டம் அதிகமாக மழை பெய்யும். நீலகிரி மாவட்டம், கோவை மாவட்டத்தில் வால்பாறை போன்ற பகுதிகள், அதுக்கப்புறம் கன்னியாகுமரி பகுதிகள் நமக்குலாம் அந்த அளவுக்கு நமக்கு வந்து வடகிழக்கு பகுதிகள். அதுவும் அந்த மாவட்டங்களோட மேற்கு பார்த்த சேரங்கள் தான் இருக்கும். இப்போ நீலகிரி மாவட்டம் எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா நடுவட்டம், கூடலூர் பசார், தேவாரம் போன்ற பகுதிகளும் மேற்கு பார்த்த சேரங்கள் அங்கே அதிகமாக இருக்கும். இதே கிழக்கு பார்த்த பகுதிகள்னு சொன்னால் பரலியா, குன்னூர் அந்த இடத்துலலாம் அதிகமாக இருக்காது. வடகிழக்கு புறம்ல அவர்கள் மழை பெறுவாங்க. இதே கோவை மாவட்டத்தை எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் இந்த வால்பாறை, சின்னக்கல்லா அதெல்லாம் மேற்கு பார்த்த சேரங்கள் அதிகமாக மழை. ஸோ அது அந்த காலங்களில் அப்புறம் அடுத்து காற்று அதிகமாக வருவதற்கான காரணம் எல்லாம் அது மூலமாக நம்ம வந்து நம்ம மின்சாரம் பண்ணிக்கிறோம். அதே காற்று தான் நமக்கு கிடைக்கும். இல்லைன்னா அது குறைஞ்சி விடும். அப்போ என்ன பண்ணணும்? அப்போ சோலார் பேனல் தான் நம்பணும். அதுதான் இந்த மாதிரி தீர்வுகள்னா இந்த மாதிரி கருத்தரங்கின் மூலம் நமக்கு வந்து ஒரு தீர்வு கிடைக்கும். என்ன செய்யலாம்?
தேங்க்யூ சார். சான்சர் சார், நீங்கள் வந்து பேசும்பொழுது உங்கள் உரையில் குறிப்பிட்டீங்க, அதாவது நம்மளுடைய பல்கலைக்கழகம் வந்து போதுமான வடிகால் இல்லாமல் எப்பொழுதுமே வந்து தண்ணீரில் பாதிக்கிறது. இது வந்து பல்கலைக்கழகம் ஆரம்பித்து 5 வருஷம் 10 வருஷம் ஆயிடுச்சு. இப்போ இது வரைக்கும் மத்திய அரசுக்கு நீங்கள் எதுக்கு முறையிட்டு அதற்கான கடிதங்களோ இல்லை முறையிட்டு அவங்க நல்ல ஒரு டீம் அனுப்பி இங்கே எவ்வாறு முன்னால் இருந்ததுன்றதை வந்து இப்போ எங்களுக்கு அதுதான் இந்த எக்ஸ்பர்ட் சாரை கேட்குறேன். அவர் இன்னும் ஒரு மாதத்தில் கொடுத்துருக்காரு. அதை தவிர எங்களால் தெரிஞ்ச அளவுக்கு தண்ணி வந்த உடனே வெளியே போகிற மாதிரி வாய்க்கால் வெட்டிக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். அதனால இன்னும் ஒரு 1 or 2 monthஸில் இது தண்ணி கேட்காத அளவுக்கு அரசு பண்ணித்தரேன் சார். 2 அரசுமே பண்ணித்தரேன் சார். Madam, they are asking that how that central government is going to support the climate change centers.
So, as I've already mentioned, that one of the important responsibilities that Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change has as the nodal ministry for climate action in the country is with respect to the
அதே மாதிரி அது உறிஞ்சிக்கிட்டு போகிறதுனால அந்த அந்த வந்து காற்று எவ்வளவு நீரை தாங்க முடியுமோ அதை விட அதிகமாக இருக்கும். அப்போ இது என்ன ஒன்று குளிர்ந்த உடனே அதுக்கு தான் வந்து அதுதான் வந்து மழை இடியாகவே பெய்யுது. மழை கிறிஸ்டலாக பெய்யும் தெரியுமா? பெய்யும் இல்லையா? ஐஸ் கட்டியாக பெய்யும் இல்லையா? இதெல்லாம் காரணமே மழையை வந்து மழையை ஆக்குறது கூட அது நேரம் கிடையாது, அதனால தான் பெய்யுது. அதனால என்ன பண்ணா நார்மலாக வந்து நம்மளுடைய தமிழ்நாட்டு எப்படின்னாக்க அந்த லோ ப்ரெஷர் என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா பெரும்பாலும் நார்த் ஈஸ்ட்லாம் வரும் அக்டோபர் நவம்பர் டிசம்பரில். சென்றாலே இப்போ தெரியுமா 2 தரம் 3 தரம் வந்தது. நான் ஒரு தரம் பயப்படுறது லோ ப்ரெஷர்னு சொல்லக்கூடாது, லோ ப்ரெஷர்னு சொல்லக்கூடாதுன்னு அப்படி வந்ததுன்னா என்ன காரணம்னா அந்த காற்று வந்து இந்த டெம்பரேச்சர் அதிகமாக காரணத்தினால நிறைய மழையை ஈரப்பதத்தை சுமந்து வந்து வைக்கிறதுனால அது மாதிரி லோ ப்ரெஷர் வருது. அந்த சமயங்களில் அதிக மழை பெய்யுது. திஸ் இஸ் நாட் எ பர்மனண்ட் ஒன். திஸ் இஸ் டியூ டு டெம்பரேச்சர், திஸ் இஸ் டியூ டு கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச். அதை நீங்கள் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்.
தேங்க்யூ சார், தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச். உங்களை ரொம்ப நேரம் வெயிட் பண்ணணும் சார். லஞ்சா சாப்பிட்டு நீங்கெல்லாம் வந்தது தான் சார்.
சார் இப்போ வெளியே அந்த ட்ரீ பிளான்ட் சார்
Vinisha, come. Sir, come, sir. Yes, come. Come. Madam, sir, I think, yeah, sir, for the wide as well.
தலைவா
ஆமாம் எல்லாருமே
கூப்பிடுங்க. சிபி வாங்க.
My bag is here. No problem.
சார் வேல்முருகன் சார்.
சரிங்க சார் சொல்லுங்கள்.
eminent dignitary, Dr. R.S. Remanan, Indian meteorologist from Tamil Nadu, an official of the Regional Meteorological Department. He is often described as rain god, Chennai weatherman, etc. After completing his masters from Annamalai University, he received PhD from Madras University in the field of agriculture climatology. He held the position of director at Aviation Meteorological Office in Chennai Airport. He is familiar face for all of us on television as part of weather forecast. I call upon Dr. S.R. Remanan for the session.
இங்கே வச்சிட முடியுமா? நெக்ஸ்ட்டு போடணும். இல்லை நான் இங்கே வச்சுட்டு நானே போட்டுருவேன்னு பார்த்தேன். ஸோ இதான் வெதர் forecast. I can tell cold season will be cold and warm season will be warm. That's not a forecast at all. Or I should not give a doomsday forecast. You are all going to perish. So we have to check the reality. That is important. Next. So when it comes to climate change, இதை நேராக பார்த்தா எனக்கு ஈஸியாக இருக்குப்பா. கையில் பிடிச்சிருங்க. இந்த ஹைட் வரும் இல்லை? I need not see back at all. Okay, is it? Okay. தெரியல லூஸ் ஆகிடுதா? Okay. Now there is a confusion. People will say air pollution, global warming, all this confusion is there. So how to understand climate change is the question. So air pollution means actually river pollution means if the river is having a pollution, what you will do? You can stop the flow of the river, cleanse it and use it. So similarly air pollution is where the air is obnoxious gas is emanating. You have to see and then correct it there. So factories inspector can check all these things. And as far as air pollution is concerned, it will affect only the lungs, bronchitis, all these things comes mainly to the thing. And as far as the pollution checking is concerned, the pollution control department, they check only for sulfur dioxide, oxides of sulfur, and then particulate matter and oxides of nitrogen. Whereas the global warming is totally different. It is because of few gases we call it global warming. So what are all those gases we see? And urbanization is also another reason. Replacing a forest with the buildings is also another cause of increase in temperature. So this is the greenhouse effect. So sun is not, as I told already, sun is not directly heated, solar radiation is not directly heating the earth. It is the re-radiation from the atmosphere which heats the earth. So that is trapped by the gases, some of the gases like oxygen, carbon dioxide, that's why it is increasing. Now, what is the contribution of each gases? Some water vapor contributes 36 to 72%, carbon dioxide like that. All gases have their own. Fortunately, chlorofluorocarbons, which we invented after post-industrial revolution, their contribution is less than 1%. But in future, if the quantity of those chlorofluorocarbons increase, then it will be disastrous. So that we have to be careful, because some scientists say the global temperature will increase in 2100 by 7 degrees above the normal level, average value. Some say 6 degrees, some say 5 degrees. Because the computer projection models are showing like that. Nothing is uniform. But one factor is certain, it is going to increase. Already is increased. So I told the global warming absorbing potential, this if you take carbon dioxide as 1, then methane is 21 times powerful in trapping the outgoing long wave radiation, nitrous oxide 310 like that. So we are more bothered about the chlorofluorocarbons. So this picture will give you the idea to what extent the Earth's temperature has changed from 1850. It is actually showing 1 to 1.5 degrees, Earth's average temperature has increased. So if you see the rise in temperature right from 1860, you can see the gradient is more in the recent years. So that implies what? More industrial activity is there, and the more damage we are getting in the recent years. So we have to think what to do. See, last year Canada, one city recorded 49 degrees. Today Britain, runways have melted, they have recorded 40.8. So in Russia, Siberia is one of the coldest places. So in that place, they have received a temperature of 38 degrees. The people doesn't know what to do, because their house has been constructed in such a way to trap the heat, because they had to face a severe winter. So they had no other option other than to go to a pool and sit there. There is no other option, because they are not prepared to face this thing. So even if you take India, Jammu and Kashmir people are more prepared to face the winter than others. Others who are only affected will be affected, not in Jammu and Kashmir, because they will keep hot pot in their belly. Similarly, if there is heat, Rajasthan people will not be affected. Other parts of the India will be only be affected, because the way in which they dress, white pagadi, then building with the huge ceilings, they protect themselves. But others, they are not aware of it, because temperatures will go even up to 50 in Rajasthan. So now it has time. Everybody should be prepared for anything, extreme weather events. So what are all the problems that will face is less snow and then glacier retreat, higher temperatures, coral reefs will get affected. A lot of things are there. In order to, due to the time constraint, I am going very fast. Otherwise, I will be absolutely slow in explaining things. So what are all the effects we are bound to have is agriculture protection, because we have to give more water to the plants, because temperature increases, evapotranspiration is more. How much water you can give? That is the problem. So we have, then sea level rise will be there, longer duration of the disease will be there, because mosquitoes will be rampant for longer period. Reduction of the area of the snow cover is another thing, because perennial rivers you cannot see. Then extinction of some species. Say polar bear is a classic example. So solution is carbon sequestration through afforestation, and today we have planted a lot of trees. That is one of the best solutions. See, if snow is there, no problem, 80% is reflected back. If it becomes water, if North Pole or South Pole, if the North Pole becomes ocean, Arctic Ocean again, and Antarctic glaciers melt, then it will be a problem. Water will absorb the solar radiation, it will not reflect back. Then temperature will certainly increase. This polar bear, 6 months it will sleep, hibernate, like Kumbhakarna. 6 months it will walk. So if the entire thing melts, Arctic Ocean becomes perennial, it is an ocean and not a frost area, then how it will survive? Throughout the year it has to swim, look for food and all, it will become extinct. So, then storms. Any storm, cyclonic storm will form when the temperature of the sea surface is more than 26.5 degrees centigrade. If it is warmer, it becomes a stronger storm. If the globe oceans becomes much more warmer, then you will have severe cyclonic storms like that. Then the devastation also will be severe. So then this is the sea level rise. It has hardly risen up to 25 centimeter now. But if temperature further increase, then it is bound to, sea level is bound to also increase. In that scenario, it is a problem. So that's why I suggested, Dutch people have given the best example. They reclaimed land. So what they will do is they will build a wall in the sea and then pump all the water out. At that time, they were using the windmill. And then they will strengthen the wall and make it as a road, so that even if a strong storm comes or anything of that sort exists, it will be there to stand against those severe storms or a wave, tsunami wave, whatever it may be. And they make the reclaimed land as a fertile area by taking the soil from some other place and putting that soil in that place. So this is a finest example. Probably time may come, we have to follow it, we don't know. And then summer, water is bound to evaporate. So we have to think of some option. In Nirmala, they have built these solar panels on the canal so that it protects the water from evaporation, and simultaneously they are generating power. Or balls, you can put, in America they are used to do it, and you can plant trees along the water bodies so that evapotranspiration, the trees will make it cooler, that atmosphere, that's the thing. And you may get some other also ideas how to protect water from evaporation. You can think of it. Smaller islands, they are worried because they are just a few meters. If you take Maldives, it's just hardly 1.5 meters above sea level. They are on coral reefs only. In fact, they don't get water at all because seawater only will come. For water, what they do is they save the rainwater and they are using it. If the population grows, they have to import water. That is the scenario. You can't have a well there at all. So, for runway, you need 4 kilometers for our big aircrafts. The iron and steel they have used. So, Mauritius Groins they are deployed, and Seychelles, you see, Mauritius, what they have done is they have laid groins. In Maldives, you have put roads. The last 2 pictures are from Seychelles. They are reclaiming land. They are taking the soil and putting in the sea and extending the land. Even in Bombay, they have done it. South Bay Reclamation Scheme and all, they have done it. So we have to think of those such solutions. So Kiribati is a small island. They can't do such things. They are hardly few meters above sea level. And what was their home yesterday, it has been inundated. So they are fighting. So they want to get the attention of the people. If there is no other option, they will migrate to Australia or New Zealand. No other option left. So these are all the danger signals being given to us. Japan, after Fukushima, they had a tsunami, they have built a wall. So in that area, you cannot see the sea at all. You have to cross the wall and see. And it has to be sturdy also. Because if a storm becomes stronger, how to do? If a tsunami wave which came recently in 2004, the speed of the sea water was something around 700 kilometers per hour. So these walls should be sturdier to face that. So we have to think of those options, and mangroves are the best. So you have one in Muthupettai, and then that near Chidambaram, you are having that forest, Alayati Kadugal, this mangrove forest. It has helped us. So we have to think of that option. Strong wall and mangroves may help the problem. In Kalpakam in Chennai, atomic power plant is there. They have artificially created that mangroves. Because mangroves will grow only when sea water and river water meet, and proper soil type should be there. All combination is needed. So the Swaminathan Institute helped them to do that. So a lot of research has to be done. So these are the steps that can be taken. So due to time constraint, I am pausing. No other option left for me. And then try to have a white terrace. That is important. Because black body will absorb. So for every house, because we also have to contribute for these efforts from individual level, for a house level. So try to paint the terrace white. So it will reflect back, and you have a terrace garden also. And then try to generate power, solar power, and put it in the grid. Government should do that thing, and we can get a lot of energy problem should not come at all. So we generate our own power, we need not pay much for our electric bills. So we can have a solution. Japan, they are doing it. In daytime, they generate power and give it to the Japanese Power Corporation. Night time only they will get it from the Japan electricity. So 2 meters will be there. One to check how much they have generated and given, another meter how much they have used. So the balance only they pay. We can have the similar option in every house in India. So university can do that. So you have to go a long way to go. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. Thank you. I hope I have not taken much time. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fine. Yes.
Our sincere and humble thanks for delivering lecture on effects of global warming, effects of climate change, agricultural products, indicators, land reclamation, generation of power. And thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words of wisdom. Now we request everyone. Sir, we'll just give an introduction. Dr. Klaus Stoffer, a German environmental political expert, once said, "Sustainable development is the peace policy of the future." It is a pleasure to welcome you all to this first technical session of Day 1 of UGC Stride sponsored 2-day Climate Change Conference in association with Center for Climate Change Studies, Central University of Tamil Nadu. We, K. Niranjana Devi and Revati Lakshmi R. from School of Legal Studies will be hosting this session. Every nation now is concentrating on having a sustainable development along with having adequate environmental performance so as to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 2030. And such development is achieved well when the individuals and institutions acknowledge their role in combating climate change. We hope you all are going to be invested with great knowledge by attending this valuable session.
On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, I take the immense pleasure to introduce our special guest, Dr. M. Dwaraknath. Sir is serving as an expert member in Research and Development Committee of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change under Government of India. Sir started his career as Junior Research Fellow with National Environmental Engineering Institute, Nagpur, followed by National Sugar Institute, Kanpur. Sir was involved in the planning, sampling, analysis of critical parameters for environmental impact assessment studies in various organizations. Sir had been selected for a specialized training on hazardous waste management by Central Pollution Control Board and GIS in 2001. In 2008, Sir had been selected for a 1-month course on solid and liquid waste management at Fukuoka and Osaka at Japan. Sir will be speaking to us on the topic, a perspective analysis on various international rankings on sustainability and environmental performance index and role of individuals and institutions on combating climate change. May we now request Dr. Senthur Pari, President, Exnora International Foundation, Chennai, to honor Professor Dr. Dwaraknath. May we now request Sir to deliver this lecture. Please, Sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to thank the University Vice Chancellor, Registrar and all other organizing committee members for giving me this opportunity. And due to paucity of time, my presentation was at twofold. One on the different environmental performance index by Yale University and a number of other universities on the performance of various nations. But I am not going to touch upon that because I will tell two statements in that regarding the first topic. See, study is a minuscule of the fact. Fact remains more than 70% of our all emissions were done by European countries or Western countries. Till 2019, close to 67% of emissions are from 10 or 12 countries. This is fact. But for the reasons best known to various universities, they can pick up data from here and there, which are subjective in nature, and then rank various countries as they want. But according to a COP approved international third party agency ranking, which is having 40 odd different indicators, and every 2 years it is coming up with an index of how climate change performance is done by various countries. This has ranked India at 20th place. So you can, I am leaving it to your own thinking and guess how a Yale University study or Sussex University study or any other university study can pick up data, discrete data from here and there, and then rank India to the bottom most. So this was actually, I have a complete data set and presentation on that, but due to paucity of time, I am not going on that. And as Deputy Secretary Madam was telling, India has achieved 41% of its energy demand through renewable energy. That too, we made this commitment in Paris in 2015. And the target date for achieving this was 2030. But we have achieved this 41% energy generation of India's total energy through renewable energy in 2021 November. We have done 9 years ahead of it. And like this, we have achieved a number of sustainable development goals on policies as well as on implementation. Ana, various universities, for their own vested interest or to protect somebody else's vested interest, they show developing countries on a bad limelight. I am leaving that other presentation for the benefit of faculties and students, especially to commerce and business studies. Whoever want to use that, you please use, where I have extensively compared how India and other developing countries fared when compared to other countries. Historically, how much was the contribution by various countries, and how the studies can be interrupted in any way they want. For that only I told two statements. Facts are facts. Nobody can deny historically polluting nations. India and China may be polluting today, but if this all has to accommodate to only 200 people, it will accommodate. But if 400 people have to be accommodated here, then per capita availability of all resources will be very less. In the same way, India, China and other developing countries, we are having huge population and our basic demands to meet. So our energy demand goes up, and despite our all energy commitments, we have achieved 41%, 9 years ahead of our committed schedule. So with this, I am stopping that particular thing. Aptly, Vice Chancellor Sir told at the end of the conference, what we should do is what the institution can do and what the individual can do. This is my second portion of my presentation. Here I have thrown different ideas collected from various resource papers. I have tried to put it in a cartoon, so I think it will be interesting. The next. Oh. See, Mahatma Gandhi told, we have everything for everybody's needs, but not to the greeds. This will be relevant even not now, even after 100 years. And I am not talking politics. A great poet of Tamil, Wali, was there. In a song he has written, before asking what the nation has done to you, we have to introspect and ask what we are doing for the nation. That is what has come in that song. And before asking the government, so the same thing, I think. நாடு என்ன செய்தது நமக்கு என்ற கேள்விகள் கேட்பது எதற்கு, நீ என்ன செய்தாய் அதற்கு, என்ன நினைத்தால் நன்மை உனக்கு. I think the young innovator also told this concept that small drops makes a ocean. So சிறு துளி பெருவெள்ளம்னு நமக்கு தமிழில் முதலே சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. And together if we all strive hard and we can achieve. See, the one thing I have found is here you don't have a flux. Fantastic. That itself is a commitment by the institution. Have a white cloth and have a, instead of plastic flowers and then thermocol, you can have vegetables and fruits and call a tailor and a local made painter so that they will give whatever the letters that you want. So from next time the university, whichever function you are organizing, please avoid thermocol. Have my 10 or 12 ideas which to conduct the function totally eco-friendly. But I want to place on record appreciation, there is a bag which is a cloth bag. That is very good, and there are no plastic water bottles. These two are to be commended and appreciated, but at the same time thermocol should have been avoided. And then where outside 3 or 4 posters are there, flux posters, kindly please avoid flux, because flux is non-biodegradable, and for printing we are using toxic inks. So that another thing. Give ink and pen, ink pen or pencil. If at all you have to give in the stationery, don't give ball pen. And then ask the participant to bring their own kits. Who don't have a paper or pen or a kit or a bag? Everybody has. So, use vegetable like lady's finger, carrot and all other things for decoration and writing. Have a green purchase policy. That is why, environment is not a subject of environment science department alone. It is finance, it is administration, it is policy making. That is the reason I have asked the organizer, I should be allowed, if possible, to speak when administrators were here. That is the request I have put, but fortunately many things have gone haywire, so not an issue. Have a jute bag and cloth bag, have a green purchase policy, and have a periodic capacity building. Unless otherwise the finance people know that for institutional ranking, we want a good purchase policy with life cycle analysis approach, not L1 approach. In government, we always go for L1, lowest purchase, but you should impress upon the academic as well as finance people that we should go for LCA approach, and then where carbon footprint of the function should be near zero. So cost is not the only criteria that is to be there. So how it will come, you have to educate both administration and finance also in this, and allocate budget even if it is a little bit more costly, and make it a habit if it is a long way. Once you make it, our functions will be a eco-friendly functions. If that comes in a vision statement of the university, then everything is taken care of. So that is that, and everything start with a commitment and green planning. That is either me or all of you, and then it does not cost more, contrary to the belief. Only thing, you have to plan well in advance. ஒரு 4 ஃபங்க்ஷன் அந்த மாதிரி ஈகோ ஃப்ரெண்ட்லி ஃபங்க்ஷன் பண்ணிட்டோம் அப்படின்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கலி வி வில் ஃபைண்ட் வேரியஸ் வெண்டர்ஸ் வேர் யூ வில் ஃபைண்ட் எவ்ரிதிங் which is very costly less also. And then have a multidisciplinary team, which I told, and then involve children. As Ramanan sir was telling, you involve children, especially the school and college going children. They will come up with wonderful ideas, like what the innovator girl has done. They will come up with wonderful ideas. And then have all recyclable and washables instead of use and throw. Plastic cups and paper cup completely to be avoided. And then organize vegetarian menu. I am not advocating vegetarianism, but I am telling non-vegetarian meal comes with huge carbon emissions. We are, due to many other problem, or what we think, if we talk about this problem vandrum appadinu nama nenikiradanaala, we are not talking about globally about non-vegetarian foods. And then strictly say no to meat in the functions, and then be strict with the caterer about the oil and masala. For the last 2 days, I am very happy to say I have been taking food in the guest house, But this is one of the guest houses where I found almost like a near homely food. மசாலா உப்பு காரம் எல்லாமே கரெக்டாக இருக்குது, வீட்டில் சாப்பிட்ற மாதிரி இருக்குது. Bar otherwise you go to many other CSIR or government canteens, they put a lot of oil and lot of masala. Ultimately our health is affected, not to say about others. And use natural lights in the conference room wherever possible, so that you can reduce artificial lights. And then if possible conduct in a renewable energy powered hall. Nowadays many institutions are there, they are having conference rooms totally powered by solar. So like that. And avoid paper and paper based product, because again LCA analysis pathina, paper and paper based products comes with huge carbon emissions. Give pen drives instead of printed material. I think always now all the conferences are having this only. And organize email communication and other PPT exchanges, everything you can have through email only, not through. Use flower extracts as room freshener, fragrance, rather than artificial chemicals. And then start the program after lunch. Nanga Delhi we used to conduct almost every week 1 or 2 stakeholder programs for training of trainers or master trainers program, or for industries, or for hotels, or for hospitals, because we had environment as well as pollution control under our hat. நாங்கள் பார்த்தோம் after lunch program வச்சாலும், full day program வச்சாலும், mostly the crowd vanishes after inauguration 25%, after lunch more than 50% vanishes. After once you supply the kit, everybody goes off. And post lunch hardly you will see somebody, and especially the organizers. So we started the function only post lunch, and you will not believe we had a wonderful sessions. Only whoever are committed and want to attend the session, they have come and they have attended. So these things are for the management. And straw, you can avoid that menu at all. And then not only not to say that lunch kapra neenga aaramchingina, it saves energy, it saves cost, it saves money, everything you have. And then give saplings and ornamental plants as gift to this thing, rather than giving any shawl or any leather product or any other product. And do not print files and kits if at all you have to give, so that if whatever is left over, 200 print பண்ணிட்டீங்க, 150 பேர் தான் வந்தாங்கன்னா பாக்கி 50 print பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் அடுத்த இதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. You can use it for the next one. I am not talking about rocket science here. Whatever I have tried to put 65 different ideas, everybody knows. The question is, are we following it? I think this may be my 25th presentation or so on this low carbon lifestyle or role of individuals and institutions in the last 2 years. Wherever I am trying to talk on any subject, I am trying to infuse this in that same topic over here. And then here, why I have put a different note on the left side is, just I want to say, whatever in the points you are doing, it is not only the environment, everything, needless to say, everything is saving money also. And then keep and serve water in glasses. Do not keep tissue papers. You can keep washable towels so that it can be washed and reused. And have e-invitation or write in a handkerchief, very good handkerchief, and give it to the Vice Chancellor. If at all, rather than printing, you can give it to that Vice this thing. And wherever possible, for commuting and then for picking up guests and for local roaming around, you can have electrical powered vehicles or battery operated vehicles. Buy recyclable products rather than use and throw products. And then avoid any packed bakery items, either biscuits or any other chocolates, because the multi-layered packing, that colorful packing that comes with the biscuit or chocolate, it cannot be recycled. And it comes with huge carbon emissions and printing ink. So rather, trusted bakery at your doorstep, you go and make him to produce the biscuits in front of your own eyes, ensure the quality, and then supply those biscuits rather than purchasing packed biscuits. And then have homemade chocolates without paper instead of branded ones. And use energy efficiency gadgets, appliances, instruments. Again here, when purchasing, university purchases any equipment including computers or instruments, go for the energy efficiency for next 5 years or 10 years for the lifetime that they are giving for that particular instrument. So on an average, if the instrument is going to work for 8 hours, you can see what is the cost of 8 hours of electricity of different brands, and then you can conserve and go to the lowest electricity consuming brands. So this is one thing which has to be incorporated into the system of purchase, rather this. And then purchase locally available and grown manufactured. In the WhatsApp and Google University, once they have come, whatever vested interest fact that they want to put, they are not facts, they will circulate. Kiwi comes from New Zealand. It grows in that climate. They are telling omega-3 fatty acids are more in kiwi. It comes how much of carbon emissions along with it? And Fuji apple, Fuji irukra island enga irukkunuve theriyadu. Anga nama inga Kashmir apple and Himachal apple vittu Fuji apple we are bringing. So always advocate to purchase and use locally available fruit and vegetable rather than bringing scope 3 transportation emissions. Scope 1, scope 2 are direct emissions. Scope 3 is construction and transportation emissions of different products. Avoid scope 3 emissions. And then digital photography, now it has become order of all the functions. And avoid flower bouquet, instead giving sapling and fruit basket. Avoid silk and leather products altogether. If your office has space, office or university has space, plant as much as possible local grown trees, native species trees. Exotic tree kondu vandu vechiruvanga. Adu anga valarudhu Africa la valarudhuna inge valarnuma. Adu varuma varadu. Adu vandadina kuda enna pest edutittu varumnu theriyadu. Exotic species of plants introduces lot of other problems also. So that we have to do. Avoid processed food and canned food. It comes with huge carbon emissions. And also packaging waste. And music, if it has to be played in a closed hall, many of you may not be knowing, it should not be played more than 20 decibels. Otherwise, it causes hearing temporary auditory failure, it increases blood pressure, and it puts the headache and fatigue and nausea, many problems it comes. So it has to be done, and then avoid storing water in BPA coated containers, and also have egg free pastries and bakery items. As I told, meat comes with huge carbon emissions. Have a green vision for the institution, that is very much essential. And then treat institution as your own rather than treating it as a place where you work. Unless otherwise that commitment and involvement doesn't come, you will not be in a position to think differently. நம்ம வீட்டில் நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணுமோ அதை தான் நம்ம இன்ஸ்டியூஷன்லேயும் பண்ணணும், ட்ரை பண்ணணும். நமக்கு என்ன அப்படின்னு சொல்லி விட்டுட்டோம் அப்படின்னா வந்து இன்ஸ்டியூஷன் வில் நாட் பி சஸ்டைனபிளி you can take it forward. That is not possible. And have a green purchase policy. Like, once I start using a particular brand of soap and then perfume and then paste, I will always go for it. So அந்த மாதிரி லைஃப் சைக்கிள் அனாலிசிஸை பார்த்து எந்த மாதிரியான ப்ராடக்ட் நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ணணுன்றது நம்ம once we have put it in the purchase policy, then institution can purchase only those things. And there should be a commitment from the management with a little allocated more than the financial outlay. That is enough. That is the reason again administration finance I wanted them to be here, and then CSR funds can be utilized. University might have rented places to many places, and you will have suppliers. You will have book supplier, stationery supplier, you will have many other suppliers. All of them you can use their CSR fund, time, money and energy, you can take it from them and then involve in the sustainability aspect of the campus. And then it is multifaceted participation is important. Teaching, non-teaching, students and banks, suppliers in activity of all the sustainable category, and then motivate them. That is very essential. Because innovator idea has come from a very small girl. அதில் தான் நான் திருப்பியும் ஐ யூஸ் டு டெல் எப்பொருள் யார் யார் வாய் கேட்பினும் அப்பொருள் மெய்ப்பொருள் காண்பது அறிவுன்னு சொல்லுது. அதில் ஒரே ஒரு சின்ன ஃபேக்ட் ஒன்று சொல்கிறேன். We are seeing the matchbox strip on the side now as a dotted one. Do you know the idea? This was told to me by Professor C.A. Shastri of IIT Chennai to one of his student, and he was happened to be my guru in Neeri, Dr. Y.V. Subramaniam. So they told there was an international conference for 2 days in a foreign country on how to waste and means to reduce the exposure of phosphorus and nitrous when you are lighting the matchbox. Various doctors, administrators, toxicologists, manufacturers of matchbox, everybody was there. And you know, drinks and dinner, everything was flowing for 2-3 days. And nobody could come to a concrete solution, as Vice Chancellor sir has told. You have to, at the end of the day, you have to come with a plausible solution. And you know, this idea of this dotted or carburized strip of matchbox had come from a 5-star hotel bearer. அது நான் கேட்ட உடனே I always used to relate for the last 20 years or so, எப்பொருள் யார் யார் வாய் கேட்பினும் அப்பொருள் மெய்ப்பொருள் காண்பது அறிவு. அதுக்காக தான் சொல்கிறேன், மல்டிடிசிப்ளினரி டீமை இன்வால்வ் பண்ணுறது மட்டும் கிடையாது, யூ ஹாவ் டு என்கரேஜ் தெம். Teaching, non-teaching, drivers, malis or sanitary workers, you involve them, you will get fantastic ideas, out of the box ideas for many of your local problems. So that is another thing. Then avoid vampire power. Whoever is from physics and electronics, you will understand. இதை வந்து நம்ம இப்போ ரிமோட்லேருந்து ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டோம் அப்படின்னா still 20%, 15 to 20% of power is consumed. எதையும் நம்ம ரிமோட்டில் மட்டும் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டோம்னா எந்த எலக்ட்ரானிக் கேட்ஜெட்ஸ் 15 to 20% of power is still consumed unless otherwise you switch it off from the switch. So instrument purchase பண்ணும்போது அந்த L1 பார்க்காம you have to see the vampire power consumption. That is, if you don't switch it off from the you are still losing 20% of your power from all your this thing. எப்போ இருந்தாலும் for each class appoint a green boy or green girl, so that their job is only to switch on and switch off the moment class is over. Don't leave it to non-teaching staff to come and do it, and then facilitate him by giving some certificate at each session. So that will make them to do that, and have arrangement in the mari idhila food extra பண்ணிட்டோம், அது வந்து வேஸ்ட் ஆகுது அப்படின்னா சொல்லி வச்சுட்டு ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் டெசிக்னேட்டட் டைமுக்குள்ளே we can send it to the orphanage and to the old age homes nearby. That you have to have a tie-up on a regular basis. ஏர் கண்டிஷன் இல்லை, ஒரு சில இடங்களில் ஏர் கண்டிஷன் செட் பண்ணி வச்சுருப்பாங்க, you will feel so cold. You know, always try to have 22-20 வைக்காமல் 25-26 வச்சா the hall will be still convenient. And then plastic bag, மீண்டும் மஞ்சப்பை கேம்பெயின் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. பட் நான் ஒரு 3 வருஷமாக நான் இந்த சொல்லிகிட்டு இருக்கேன். பிகாஸ் டெல்லி பொல்யூஷன் கண்ட்ரோல் கமிட்டியில் in 2000 I enacted one separate Delhi Garbage Control Act that was drafted by me, and today we have repealed it because central government notification has come. So we are doing, everybody knows not only plastic is non-biodegradable, it affects our water system, sewerage system, and it goes into the animals also. Because animals, they just go for the smell and then they eat it, and then it goes and get accumulated in the cattle. And then it prevents the choking of pipes. And then we are talking about 3 R's. 3 R என்றது பழைய கான்செப்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு. You can go for 8 R's. Reduce, refuse, repair, replenish, recycle, reuse. I have given R's. If the students are given a competition, I am quite sure college students and school students will come up with more R's. I am quite sure about that. And then what a university can do, you can increase any kind of this diversity. I am not telling this is UN follow. That is, you can increase forest diversity, bird diversity, or genetic diversity, or racial diversity, or plant diversity, or marine diversity. Whichever is relevant to your campus, you can do that. And then a tree, on a well-grown tree, it sequesters 10 kilogram of carbon dioxide every year. So how much trees you can plant, please do plant and maintain it. And then this is again UN poster, whatever we can do within the vicinity of our campus and also in the nearby, I have tried to give. This is a UN poster again. And then for everything our thinking is there. On the left in the greener side, you plan everything and you try to be simple. On the right side, you don't plan anything and then you are individualistic, materialistic and do the things in a haphazard manner. And then that haphazardness results in carbon emissions. And then here, if you say I will go for it, because institution role I have completed, I have tried to give individual role here as citizen social responsibility or personal social responsibility, what I can do. நம்ம வாட்ஸ்அப்பும் இமெயிலையும் எவ்வளோ ஃபார்வர்ட் பண்ணுறது கம்மி பண்ணுறோமோ that will save huge carbon emissions. Because we think internet is coming without carbon emissions and then WhatsApp and all other social media forwarding is coming without carbon emissions. 1 GB of data emits around 20 milligrams of carbon dioxide. So that we have to keep in mind and avoid food waste, follow 8R concept, over purchasing and over consumption we should avoid, and then beware of chemical exposure in our day-to-day use, dye, perfume, kajal, and then a number of other things which is getting into contact with our direct skin on a day-to-day basis, we should avoid. Because anything that is black in color, it is having lead or cadmium, including my head. So, dye. So, everything is coming with, whether it is from chemical source or plant source, that is a different issue. But ultimately, whatever is black in color, artificially you are coloring, it is going to be have lead or cadmium in it, and it will have associated health effect. Dr. Rajaguru sir is there, he will tell you how much health effect it will have. And then, video call unnecessarily, we don't do it. Only if necessary you do, because video call also consumes huge carbon emissions. And then not to keep internet and mobile data always on, both in laptop and computer and in your mobiles. You can switch it off switch it on only when you require it. So use energy, money and resources effectively. Avoid forwarding. For example, Nano organizer Velmurugan Saro, we were in touch with each other for the last 15 days. He first sent me a request, I am replying to it. Another mail he sends in the same thing. In each, if we don't operate the mail separately, and then we prefer to go to the mail and then type my address, in each mail and also my reply, we unnecessarily, unknowingly, we forward huge data. முதல் மெயிலிருந்து 15வது மெயில் வரைக்கும் we transfer முதல்ல வந்த டேட்டாவையும் சேர்த்து ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். So always try to reply afresh if for a known person, and also try to go to the option and don't reply all. Only if required you choose the option reply all, otherwise only put to the reply only to the intended person. So that will remember the data usage less. இதெல்லாம் நமக்கு தெரியாது, inherently we don't know. இந்த ரிப்ளையிங் நமக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாது. ஒருத்தர்கிட்ட நம்ம ரிசர்ச்சை பற்றி கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம்னா எவ்வளோ பேப்பர் டிராஃப்ட் நம்ம அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கோம், அவர் அனுப்பிச்சிருப்பாரு, அது ஒவ்வொரு தடவையும் நம்ம we are sending across to them. Just, okay sir, I will do it. This is the message that I want to give it to him. But I will send all the mails, previous mails, and then he will send, okay sir, try to do early. That will be the thing. But only message is one line. But we will be transmitting data from the beginning to the end. This should be avoided. And have a vision and commitment. No leather to refuse and think, conserve all resources, tree plantation, maintenance. Be a verification. So don't unnecessarily with knee-jerk reaction, don't think that is the fact and don't keep forwarding. They use our psychology and then the company earns money out of it. So why we should unnecessarily be part to it? And then tree plantation, avoid, minimize this thing, restore water bodies. That's what Exonora was doing, and Siruduli in Coimbatore is doing, and a number of other self-help groups they are doing it. That is very important. So of course, Professor Sir is also going to talk, and he is going to give water plan for the university itself, which will solve many problems of the university. So we have to do it. And then I think, as students, because you are there, please, 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 at this age, don't pick up the habit of any bad habits, because that will spoil not only your individual or personal career, it will spoil your family relations also. Because the family may be physically, emotionally, and financially may be dependent on the students. So you have to be very careful in picking up habits. Avoid lifts, and then eat and prefer locally grown. So here I am not going to do much take time. I have listed various individual items which can be replaced with some other item. In the process, how much energy is saved, how much carbon dioxide is saved, how much cost is saved, I have tried to put in a tabulated form. Right from bulb, CFL, T85, and refrigerator, which is 5-star refrigerator, air condition, 5-star fans, and if you install solar, if you are going for solar inverter, and then solar water heater, and then solar photovoltaic panel, solar inverter, then unless otherwise manufacturer of the product recommends, don't buy a stabilizer. Stabilizer agency will tell, sir, edukkum fluctuation vandurum, adanala vaangikonga. Unless otherwise you see manufacturer instruction, unless he recommends, don't purchase, because close to 400 kilograms of carbon dioxide emission is emitted every year because of the stabilizer alone. And then geyser use பண்ணும்போது temperature control இருந்தால் accordingly you just use it. Switch it off in quick succession so that ஃபேமிலியில் 4 பேர் இருந்தால் உடனே குளிச்சாங்கன்னா geyser unnecessarily ஒவ்வொரு தடவையும் ஆன் பண்ண வேண்டியதில்லை. அதே மைக்ரோவேவ் ஓவன், if you want to reheat the food, take food at one go rather than heating. So this is what I have tried to put it in the histogram. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and then due to short of time, I am not going in very detail. And thank you very much for especially to my Professor Rajaguru sir, who is head of the Department of Environmental Biotechnology here, and to Vice Chancellor and Registrar, and to all other organizing committee members for having given me the chance, and also to the wonderful co-panelists and expert members, and to the wonderful faculties and students. Thank you very much.
A sincere and humble thanks for delivering the lecture on role of institutions and individuals in climate change across the globe was a wonderful explanation of renewable resources, energy generation, sustainability. We assure you, sir, that we will follow all your suggestions and we will make it true. And thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. This is announcement for the lunch. Everyone are requested to go for lunch and come back by 2:30, and the next session will resume from 2:30. Thank you.
இல்லை ஒத்துக்கிறேன் விடு. ஹலோ. அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மதிய வணக்கம். இன்று நமது சிறப்பு விருந்தினராக திரு கார்த்திகேயன் சார் வந்திருக்காங்க. இந்நிகழ்ச்சியில் பனக்கல்கண்டு கேக் செய்ய முடியும் என்று சார் கொஞ்சம் பேசுவாங்க. இப்போது சார் கூப்பிட்டு நம்ம என்னன்னு செலிப்ரேட் பண்ணுவோம்.
அனைவருக்கும் மதிய வணக்கம். இன்று நம்முடைய திருவாரூர் மத்திய பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் நடைபெறக்கூடிய பருவநிலை மாற்ற மாநாட்டில் என்னுடைய முயற்சி நான் இங்கே உங்கள் எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு தகவலை தெரிவிக்கிறேன். அதாவது நம்முடைய மாநில மரம் என்னம்பா? நம்முடைய மாநில மரம் பனை, சரியா? இப்போ அந்த பனை மரத்தை பாதுகாக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நிறைய இயக்கங்கள் செயல்பட்டுக்கிட்டு இருக்கு. ஏன் அப்படிங்கிறத பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, பூமியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தண்ணீர் மட்டத்தை மேலே கொண்டு வரக்கூடியது பனை மரத்தோட செயல். அப்படி எல்லா தண்ணியும், உப்பு தண்ணியும் இருக்கும், நல்ல தண்ணியும் இருக்கும். அதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த பனை மரத்தோட வேர் பகுதியானது மேல் பகுதி ஸ்பாஞ்சு மாதிரியும் மையப்பகுதி ஒரு தண்டு ஈக்கி மாதிரியும் இருக்கும். அந்த ஈக்கியானது என்ன பண்ணணும்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, உப்புத்தன்மையை தன்னகத்தை எடுத்துக்கும். நல்ல தண்ணி அந்த பஞ்சு மூலமாக மேல் மட்டத்துக்கு வரும். அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு அற்புதமான செயலை செய்யக்கூடியது பனைமரம். இப்போ பனைமரத்திலேருந்து கிடைக்கக்கூடிய பயன்பாட்டு பொருட்கள் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால், நம்ம நுங்கு சாப்பிட்ருப்போம், கொஞ்சம் பெரியவங்களாக இருந்தால் பனம்பழம் சாப்பிட்ருப்பாங்க. அடுத்த கட்டம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பனங்கிழங்கு சாப்பிட்ருப்பாங்க, பதநீர் சாப்பிட்ருக்கலாம். ஒரு சில கிராமப்புறங்களில் கல் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, அந்த பதநீர்லேருந்து நம்ம கருப்பட்டி பயன்படுத்தியிருக்கலாம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் பனங்கிழங்கு இருக்கு இல்லையா, அந்த பனங்கிழங்கை மைதாவுக்கு மாற்ற எப்படி கொண்டு வர முடியும், அதை கொண்டு வந்தோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் பனை சார்ந்த விவசாயிகளுக்கு ஒரு பொருளாதார மாற்றம் எப்படி வரும் அப்படிங்கிறத மக்களுக்கு எடுத்து சொல்லக்கூடிய விதமாகவும், அரசுக்கு அந்த திட்டத்தை கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கக்கூடிய விதமாகவும் நான் இந்த பனங்கிழங்குலேருந்து ஒரு 75 வகையான உணவுப் பொருள் இதுவரைக்கும் அறிமுகப்படுத்தியிருக்கேன். அதாவது மைதாவுக்கு மாற்றா அதில் பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய இனிப்பு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கருப்பட்டி, நாட்டு சக்கரை, இது போன்ற இனிப்புகளை பயன்படுத்தி இது மக்களுக்கும் ஆரோக்கியம், உடல் ஆரோக்கியத்தை தருது, பனை சார்ந்த ஒரு பொருளாதார ஆரோக்கியத்தையும் தருது. அப்படிப்பட்ட தயாரிப்புகளில் ஒன்றான பனங்கிழங்குலேருந்து பர்த்டே கேக். இப்போ எந்த ஒரு நிகழ்வுனாலும் நம்ம கேக் வெட்டி கொண்டாடுறதுங்கிறது வழக்கத்துக்கு வந்துடுச்சு. நம்ம கடையில் போய் வாங்குகிறோம், பேக்கரியில் போயிட்டு வாங்குகிறோம், மைதா கலந்துருக்கும், கிரீம் வச்சுருக்கோம், பல்வேறு செயற்கை வேதிப்பொருட்கள் இதில் கலந்துருக்கும். இதில் பனங்கிழங்கு மாவு, கோதுமை, நாட்டு சக்கரை, பால், இதை வச்சு நம்ம அது போன்ற ஒரு கேக்கை கொடுக்க முடியுமா, குழந்தைகளுக்கும் பெரியவங்க எல்லாருமே சாப்பிடக்கூடிய விதமாக கொடுக்க முடியுமா அப்படிங்கிறதுல பல்வேறு கட்ட தோல்விகளுக்கு பிறகு ஒரு முழுமையடைந்தது இந்த கேக். இதை இப்போ நம்முடைய வானிலை ஆய்வாளர் ஐயா அவர்கள் இப்பொழுது கேக் வெட்டுவார்கள். நன்றி.
சூப்பராக இருக்கு, ஒரு குறையும் இல்லை, குறையொன்றும் இல்லை. கவர்மெண்ட்
comes, let them be aware that he is ready, he is going to join. Rashmi, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to start the session soon. Sir is getting ready. Please be wait.
இப்போ ஒரு நிமிஷம் தான் என்ன உனக்கு டைமு, ஒரு நிமிஷத்தில் எனக்கு நடக்க போதா இல்லையான்னு கேட்டு சொல்லு. நான் வி ஹேவ் டு ஸ்டார்ட் தி நெக்ஸ்ட் திங்.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you now.
We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. A warm good afternoon to one and all present here. We wholeheartedly welcome you to the second technical session of two-day climate change conference. The conference is conducted by UGC STRIDE in collaboration with the Center for Climate Change Studies, Central University of Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, okay.
Myself, Mary Shalini, and Niranjana Devi from School of Legal Studies will be the host for the session. Climate stabilization is important for the safety and security of Earth species. Ecosystem protection, management, and carbon sequestration strategies help slow the current rate of changing climate averages and variability, buffering humans from the negative aspect of such change. It's our pleasure to introduce the resource person for the session, Sri Rajani Ranjan Rashmi. Sri Rajani Ranjan Rashmi is an IAS officer of 1983 batch who retired as Chief Secretary from Government of Manipur in 2018. He was India's principal negotiator for climate change under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change for several years and was part of climate change policy making in India. As Special Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, he was closely associated with formulation and implementation of policies relating to climate change, pollution and environmental clearance. He also served as the Project Director of Green India Mission.
Besides his work in the field of environment, Sir has also served as a trade negotiator and public administrator. Sir has served as an advisor in India's mission to European Union in Brussels during 2001 to 2005 and as additional secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry from 2014 to 2016. Sir received the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration for his contribution to management of finances in 2008. He is currently the Distinguished Fellow and Program Director, Earth Science and Climate Change in the Energy and Resource Institute. We here works on areas relating to climate change, mitigation and adaptation strategies, carbon markets and related issues. He is a member in the technical advisory body of the International Civil Aviation Organization and is associated in advisory capacity with several other organizations. He writes extensively on climate change issues in newspapers and other reputed journals. Sir will be speaking to us on the topic climate change stabilization, issues and challenges for India. With immense pleasure, I welcome you, sir. May we now request you to deliver the lecture. Please, sir.
I can't hear you at all. There is no voice from your side. I can't hear you. But I cannot hear your voice from that side. Okay. Okay. My voice is audible to you? Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you, and let me first thank the Central University of Tamil Nadu for giving me this opportunity to talk to you on such an important issue of the climate change, stabilization, and the issues and challenges for India. If you allow me, let me share a presentation to you so that what I'm going to say is clear to you. Just a moment, allow me to share my screen. Now, this part of the presentation is divided in four parts. First, I will deal with the global goal of climate stabilization, and then describe some of the recent efforts. And then in the last two parts, I'll talk about India's goals and the emerging challenges in fulfilling these goals. First, let us see how the climate change has happened and how is it affecting us, and what are the projections made by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which came out. Yes, Mr. Murugan. Okay. Okay, let me stop sharing it and then do it again. So the IPCC has projected that the global mean temperature has already risen by 1.1 degree, and if we do not do anything to stop or reverse the climate change, it is likely that by the end of the century we may end up with increase in temperature to the extent of 3.7 to 4.8 degree. And this is being accompanied by sea level rise, the increasing incidence of cyclones, droughts, floods, as you are seeing everywhere across the world. Uh, what is frightening is that the last 5 or 6 decades have been the decades in which the temperature rise has been the highest. Last 40 years, in fact, contributed the highest share in concentration of CO2. So the climate change is now proceeding at pace, at a fast rate, and we must do something to change, reverse the picture. So what the scientists have told us, and the governments across the world have agreed, that we must stabilize the climate at a level which is not more than 2 degrees above the pre-industrial level, which is average temperature rise. It should not be more than 2 degrees above the pre-industrial level. So that is this graph would show that goal. But for doing that, what we need to do is, if we have to stabilize the climate at this level, then we must bring down the atmospheric concentrations to less than 500 parts per million. And that is extremely difficult considering the fact that largest proportion of the carbon stock has already been used by the world in the past 200 years, and therefore the balance carbon stock is just about 500 gigatons. And this in carbon stock, all the countries have to participate. So let's see what is the current situation. Today we are emitting almost 52 billion tons of carbon dioxide every year. But the IPCC recommends that if we have to stabilize the climate, we should reduce our emissions by 45% over 2010 levels. And if we want to stabilize it at least at 2 degrees, if not at 1.5 degree above the pre-industrial level, then we must reduce at least by 25% over 2010 and reach net zero by 2070. But unfortunately, the global emissions are rising. If you include emissions of all countries together, and it is estimated that by 2030, emissions will still be higher by almost 60% over 2010 instead of reduction, which is being recommended by the IPCC. And because of this increase, we would have used 89% of the remaining carbon budget of 500 gigatons already by 2030. So it will be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to stabilize the climate by the middle of this century. So let's now look at the current situation in terms of global emissions and who is contributing to what extent. As I said, the global emissions are of the order of 52 gigatons, and in which the largest share currently is occupied by China, 14 gigatons. United States is almost 7 billion tons. EU as a whole contributes around 4. India is at a level of actually 2.6 in terms of net emissions, but gross emissions are above 3.5. Then it is followed by Russia, Japan, and Germany, and other countries. But these are in terms of current emissions. And as scientists and as technical persons, you all know that climate change is caused not by current emissions, but by the accumulated stock of globally warming gases, to which the current emissions at this rate of increase are adding to the problem. They are intensifying the problem. So let us see who is increasing. In fact, all the countries in the world are actually increasing their emissions instead of reducing, which is the mandate under the United Framework Convention. Nobody has actually been able to reduce except a few countries in Scandinavia and maybe UK, and to some extent France and others who have depended highly on nuclear energy. Rest of the countries are actually growing their emissions. China, United States, Russia, Japan, India and China, of course, are still in the process of development, therefore their emissions are rising. But if we look at this in terms of per capita emissions, you can see at the dots, the largest dots are in the Middle East, in North America, and in Europe. The smaller dots, of course, are scattered here and there in East Asia, South Asia, Africa, which means that the developed countries have contributed largest to the accumulated stock of emissions, which is causing the climate change. They have used the carbon space, and the available carbon space is limited for further growth. So to meet this challenge, the Paris Agreement was signed in 2015, which said that all countries must take actions. Prior to Paris Agreement, the United Nations Framework Convention and the Kyoto Protocol said that the world should take actions in such a manner that the reduction is done by the developed countries, and the developing countries are afforded assistance in terms of finance and technology to help further reductions in their countries. But under the Paris Agreement, it is a universal agreement, a universal obligation of all countries to contribute to these emission reductions. So no country is exempted, including India, and all countries have given their emission reduction targets under the Paris Agreement to contribute towards the global goal of climate stabilization. These targets are called NDCs, nationally determined contributions. India has also given its targets. I'll just come to that. But immediately after the Paris Agreement, another report came out from the IPCC, which said that 2-degree goal is not enough. We must make the goal a little more stringent, and we should, in the interest of preventing further disasters, we must stabilize the climate earlier than scheduled and stabilize it at a level of 1.5 degree above the pre-industrial level, rather than allowing it to go to 2 degree. For doing that, the recommended emission reduction strategy is that we should enhance the share of renewables in the total electricity production to an extent of 70 to 85% by 2050. Coal production should be stopped, and the coal share in the electricity generation should be reduced to practically nil, to 2% of the electricity. Electricity in buildings, which is used as energy, should be around 55 to 75%, and the transport, the use of low emission energy in transport should rise to 35 to 65% to be able to help us make this transition. Last year, a Glasgow conference took place, which more or less formalized this decision that we should aim at 1.5 degree goal of climate stabilization rather than 2 degree. 2 degree and 1.5 degree both are accepted as the final goal, and we have to strive towards 1.5 degree stabilization. Along with this, one of the major issues which has come up now is that of stabilization by 2050 requires a net zero goal to be adopted by the world as a whole. And almost 12 of the G20 countries have adopted this net zero goal, including India. Of course, the timelines differ. In case of India, it is 2070. In case of China, it is 2060. In case of other developed countries, it is 2060. Indonesia, they have said 2060. So like this. So let me now tell you what India has decided about its own NDCs. India's engagement with climate change and its policy towards contribution to climate stabilization started way back in 2009 when it came up with a national action plan on climate change. This action plan had 8 missions. 8 missions. Out of these, 3 were focused on energy, rest 5 were focused on adaptation measures. The first 3 are National Solar Mission, the Mission for Enhancing Energy Efficiency, and the Mission for Sustainable Habitat, which is essentially about enhancing the energy use or optimizing the energy use in buildings and solid waste management, and making the cities more greener and more energy efficient. So these 3 missions had specific energy related goals. Other goals which are contained in the 5 missions, these are more action oriented towards adaptation, enhancing the capability of adaptive capacity of the communities and the states in terms of water, agriculture, the mountain ecosystem of the Himalayas, forests, and of course climate science itself. You can see that the coastal areas was missing from this national mission. The wind was missing, health mission was missing. So it was felt that the national action plan needs to be revised, and I think that currently that work is going on. But under this plan, they had no specific emission reduction target or specific quantified targets, but they had general plan of action to be focused in these areas so that we could make the economy more sustainable. In 2015, we came up with clear quantified targets for the first time. This was under the Paris Agreement. We decided that we will reduce the emissions intensity of our GDP by 33 to 35% by 2030 from 2005 level. The second goal was that we will enhance the share of renewable energy in electricity generation capacity to the extent of 40%. And third target was that in our forests we will create an additional carbon stock of 2.5 to 3 billion tons through additional afforestation. In addition to this, the NDC also talks about generally following a climate-friendly and a cleaner growth path across all other sectors, enhancing the adaptation, mobilizing resources domestically and through international funding, plus supporting new technologies for cleaner growth and promoting a sustainable way of living, which is more or less part of our life. Last year, the Prime Minister added a few more things to these targets announced in 2015. He said he, in fact, enhanced the emission reduction, intensity reduction target from 35% to 45% to be achieved by 2030. Similarly, the renewable energy capacity target has been raised from 40% to 50% by 2030. He also added a specific quantified goal in terms of renewable energy capacity that will set up 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity, including wind, solar, rooftop solar, biogas, etc. By 2030. This doesn't include large hydro. The consequences of the emission intensity reduction is that we will reduce our total emissions by 1 billion ton by 2030, and finally we will reach net zero emissions by 2070. This was generally the goal set out by the Prime Minister in Glasgow for the country as a whole. Now, in the next section, I'll talk about the progress and the challenges which we have to face in achieving these targets. Progress as of now is that it appears to be quite positive. As far as the first target is concerned, we have been able to already reduce our emissions intensity by 24% against the projected target of 35%, now it has been raised to 45%. But going by the fact that this 24% reduction was achieved in the year 2018, in the next 12 years from 2018 onwards, it is likely that we will reach our 45% target. Similarly, renewable energy capacity has already been achieved fully now. The figure I have quoted here is 38% in 2019, but in 2021, this capacity target has already been reached fully. So this is a good sign. However, capacity is a different matter and actual generation is a different matter, as you may all know, because that depends on the plant load capacity, the efficiency of the renewable energy systems, which is just about 23% compared to the plant load capacity of the coal-fired plants, which is as high as 70%. So therefore, even if we set up a capacity of to the extent of 50% by 2030, our actual share in the generation may still be low, and that is a challenge which we have to face. I'll come to that shortly. The third target of forestry carbon stock. Here also the progress is positive. Our forest cover is reported to be growing, but it is in terms of area. In terms of carbon stock, we have to perhaps do a little more, and new and innovative programs of afforestation, agroforestry, and maybe incentives to the communities that are dependent on forests will have to be introduced. For shortage of time, I'll not talk about this, but I'll talk about the energy sector primarily. So, going by this reported progress, in fact, India's status among the G20 countries is reported to be fairly well and well off, and India is perhaps the best performing country amongst the G20 at this stage. This is just a graphic demonstration of the current trend in terms of emissions intensity reduction. By 2020, we have already achieved almost 30%, and it is expected that by 2050, this rate we will be able to achieve almost 91% emissions reduction if we follow aggressive policies. If we follow just the current policies, the reduction will be to the extent of 57%. So the message is that to be able to meet our net zero target, we need to follow aggressive policies. What are those policies and measures? I'll just talk about that. So before talking about the possible measures, let us talk about the current measures. We have already set up 150 gigawatts by now in terms of renewable energy capacity, out of which 50 comes from hydro, solar comes from, solar is about 40, wind is 48 gigawatts, and biomass about 10. So all put together, renewables and the large hydro, we have already set up 150 gigawatts out of the total 400 gigawatts of electricity generation capacity in the country. It's a good sign. But the challenges are still high. We have already imposed a coal cess of rupees 400 per ton on coal, which is like a carbon tax, if not a coal tax at least, if not a carbon tax. We have under the Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme of the Energy Conservation Act, we have laid down energy consumption norms, and then we have already reached the 6th cycle of PAT by now. So 4.2% reduction in the specific energy consumption has already taken place in the major industries listed under this act. For thermal power plants, CO2 emission norms have been laid down, although they are yet to be achieved. Fuel efficiency norms for all automobiles has been enhanced. Bharat 6, which is being followed across the country. For electric vehicles, we have a major subsidy scheme announced by the government till 2024, and 10,000 crores outlay has been provided by the Ministry of Heavy Industries for subsidizing passenger vehicles, public transport vehicles, and the hybrid vehicles, and the two-wheelers and three-wheelers. For in the biofuel sector, the government has announced biofuel blending norm of 20% to be achieved by 2025, and then this has already been achieved to the extent of 13%. So hopefully we should be able to achieve it by 2025. Globally, in the cooling sector also, we have already started moving towards low GWP refrigerants in the cooling sector, and the industry is doing well there. In the agriculture sector, there is research going on the drought-resistant crops. So these are some of the measures that are currently being taken. But what is the real challenge now? If you look at the growth of emissions in the country, there are three scenarios which are emerging. If we follow the base, if the current business as usual, it is likely that our emissions in 2050 will reach around 6 billion tons from a current level of 2.6 billion tons on a net basis. But if we follow an current policy scenario, then it is likely to be somewhere in the range of 3 billion tons by 2050, but we have to follow aggressive policies. And if we have to follow net zero policies, then of course we have to bring it down to net zero, but technically it is not possible unless we take substantive measures for carbon sequestration. I'll talk about that. But anyway, the broad message is that at the current trend of growth of our emissions, we are likely to reach a level of 6 to 7 billion tons in 2050, and we have to take measures to control this emission in line with the global goal and our global responsibilities. The baseline emissions, as you can see here, all the sectors are growing here, particularly the electricity sector, the industry sector, and the transport sector. These are the three major sectors which are going to contribute to the future emissions, and they are going to, from a level of current almost 3 billion tons, is going to go to about 6 billion tons. And industry, of course, will be the largest emitter in 2050, followed by electricity, followed by transport. So this is again same projection in a different form. If we have to achieve the net zero by 2050 or near to zero by 2070, then our emissions must peak somewhere around 2025 or 2030. That is the scenario that is emerging. And this is an extremely difficult scenario. Some people are saying that we might be able to reach an emission peak of the coal sector by 2035, but I am still doubtful because of the rising energy needs, the rising share of the electricity sector in our total energy consumption, and in the absence of a further technological infusion, this appears to be difficult. However, the fact remains that for achieving a net zero in 2050 or 2070, depending on the scenario that we follow, we have to peak somewhere around 2030 to 2040, and we have to bring down our emissions to the level of zero. You can see that by 2050, despite all the measures, there will still be some residual emissions which are in the range of 1.3 billion tons. Final energy demand in the baseline scenario and the final energy demand in a net zero scenario, this is different depending on the technologies that are going to be employed. In the baseline scenario, it is going to be somewhere around 1730 million tons of oil equivalent, and in the net zero scenario, it is going to be somewhere around 1200 million tons oil equivalent from different sectors. As you can see, the sectoral composition is very different in the case of baseline scenario and the net zero scenario. Baseline scenario, the electricity, the transport, and the industries, they contribute the largest share of emissions, and they are still dependent heavily on hydrocarbons. Whereas in the net zero scenario, we have to change to renewable energy and energy based on hydrogen and other liquid fuels. So what are the key findings? The key findings of our analysis is that in the net zero scenario, the energy sector emissions need to peak by 2026. As I was saying, that is impossible. So hopefully it should be achievable somewhere around 2030 to 2040, depending on the way we are able to introduce new technologies. Emissions intensity may fall by 2050 as compared to 2005 level. As we have seen in the previous graphs, it can fall by 91% if you follow aggressive policy, or 81% compared to 2005 level. But if we don't follow new policy, don't introduce new policies, and we follow simply current business as usual, the total fall will be in the range of 56%. It will still be higher than what the Prime Minister has laid down, but it will stabilize at that level, and we will not be able to reduce our emissions or emissions intensity in subsequent period unless we take drastic measures. Both the industry, transport, and residential sectors are unlikely to be able to achieve full decarbonization by 2050 on the basis of the current scenarios. There are, of course, a number of factors for this. So ultimately, by 2050, we will still have some residual emissions, and we will need to find ways of neutralizing these residual emissions either through carbon capture and storage, carbon capture use, or afforestation, agroforestry, wetlands, blue carbon, or whatever. So carbon sequestration measures either through the forests or in the soil carbon or the blue carbon or some other innovative measures like this will have to be followed. So this is the message that we get. The two key things which have to happen is the one is the electrification, the second is the carbon sequestration, and third is the introduction of new technologies. Let me talk about two specific sectors here to be able to give you some sense of what the challenges involve. For industry, as I was talking, complete decarbonization may not be possible. Some sectors still do not have adequate fuel and technology alternatives. Therefore, use of coal will continue, despite the fact that it may reduce substantially in the net zero scenario. And natural gas may have to play a role of a transitional fuel to be able to help us move in this direction. And we must adopt the globally best practices to support this process. Some shift from in the captive power plants which are fired by coal in the industry should start moving towards grid-based electricity to be able to reduce the emissions. And two key sectors where we need to focus on are the iron and steel industry and the brick kiln industry. In the iron and steel industry, we have to shift from coking coal to non-coking coal based on Hisarna technology, which is being developed in some Scandinavian countries, and hydrogen-based direct reduction DRI process method of coal and natural gas. In the brick kiln industry, which is a very large source of emission in the rural areas, we may have to support natural gas-based brick manufacturing instead of coal. In the transport sector, again, the reliance on fossil fuels is very heavy, and unless we develop new fuels like hydrogen and biofuel, which are still beyond the range of affordability and technological commercial feasibility, we will not be able to make much dent. So this transition has to be involve electric mobility and development of alternative fuels. Hydrogen in the long distance vehicles, bio-CNG, blending in the CNG gas. We have to have electricity in the cars, two-wheelers, LCVs. We have succeeded in the two and three wheelers, but we are yet to make a dent in the four wheelers. And we have to support LNG as a cleaner fuel for buses and other passenger vehicles. Application of these fuels to various vehicular technologies will happen, but there could be challenges in terms of storage and distribution, which we have to overcome. Aviation sector presents a different kind of a problem because aviation will largely require either liquefied hydrogen or biofuels, and that technology needs a lot of investment and innovation. So, as an industry, the transport is unlikely to fully decarbonize by 2050. It will require new technologies, new fuels, and maybe we will have to look for sequestration of carbon from this sector by 2050. So the key pointers are that the final energy requirement in the baseline scenario is going to be in the range of 17 to 1800 million tons of oil equivalent, but in the net zero scenario, we can reduce it to 1000 million tons, or near net zero, near zero scenario, which is by 2070, it will be somewhere around 1318 million tons. But for doing this, we need to electrify our systems. Three things which are going to be critical in this process is the promotion of energy efficiency, acceleration of electrification of all end uses wherever possible, and thirdly, switch towards decarbonized fuels. So these three key actions are the ones which will help us move towards net zero. The extent of electrification in the net zero scenario is likely to be in the range of 46% to almost 50% in case of India. As you might have noted, the IPCC recommendation is that we should raise the level of electrification to almost 75%. But considering these specific economic growth factors which govern our resources and our growth path here, this is not likely to exceed 50% given the current technologies. So in the net zero scenario by 2050, the key constraint are going to be technologies. And we have to focus on technologies if we really want the climate, our economy to stabilize and contribute towards global goal by 2050. In the near to zero scenario, which is by 2070, the key constraint will be that of policy, in addition to technology. Here the technology is a lesser factor because we have a larger span of time available to us. In the next 50 years, technology will keep changing on its own. There will be autonomous modifications and innovations. However, for supporting those innovations, we need policy. So there are two messages emerging here, that in the immediate net zero scenario, we need technologies, better technologies, and that requires finance and investments. And in the near to zero scenario, we need policy interventions to be able to help the process of transition. So I'll end here by raising four key questions that the challenge before India for achieving net zero emissions by 2070 and for achieving its NDCs fully by 2030. This will consist of four key questions which we need to address. One is how to phase down the coal, which consists of 65% of our primary energy production at this moment. This needs investments, heavy investments in alternative fuels, alternative energy sources like renewables. And as you can see, 500 gigawatt by 2030 itself will require huge amount of investment, not to speak of net zero scenario, which would require much higher levels. Each megawatt of renewable energy in terms of solar capacity creation itself requires about 6 crores per megawatt. So if you have a simple mathematical arithmetical calculation, you can arrive at the figures which you require. These figures are humongous. These resources have to be mobilized both from the domestic sources, and perhaps we will have to access the international sources as well, where the capital is not cheap, it comes with a cost. So this is an economic cost which we have to incur if we have to phase down coal. Some people say that the variable cost of solar energy has fallen, therefore it should be cheaper. But when we talk of renewable energy, it is not just the variable cost. It is also the cost of integrating the renewable energy with the grid, which would lead us to the second question, how to integrate the renewable energy with the grid. And that requires development of baseload sources of energy and energy storage technologies. If we are able to store solar, which is produced in the day and supplied in the night time, we may be able to do this. But these energy storage technologies are still expensive, beyond the range of feasibility, and the base load remains a very major concern. So perhaps we may have to look at other sources of energy for meeting our base load, which is either nuclear or hydro, or maybe importation of energy across the borders. So those are different policy questions. Third question is the energy distribution reforms. All our discoms are in severe financial stress, and if we are able to generate energy but not able to supply and distribute it through the grid, the entire energy system will become non-functional. And therefore we have to look at the kind of reforms which we have to do in the energy pricing sector and financial restructuring of these DISCOMs, the technical solutions which we can adopt, either in terms of decentralized renewable energy production and making it available to the DISCOMs at the price at which the energy is produced. So different kinds of reforms are necessary here. And lastly, the key questions relating to industry and transport, where we need innovation in terms of fuels, newer technologies, and development and production of hydrogen, whether it is gray or blue or green, that is immaterial, but we must be able to develop the technologies for producing hydrogen to be able to support the needs of rising energy needs of hard to abate sectors of the industry and transport. I think we will have to look for not only technological but good business models which can help us generate biofuels, and coal to methane technology also is one of the promising sources. This may not help us bring down our emissions immediately, but certainly it will help us meet the challenge of the energy imports and act as a transitional fuel in our transition towards net zero economy. Thank you very much. I'll stop here, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Mr. Rasmi, can I ask a question actually? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Our sincere and humble thanks for delivering lecture on climate stabilization issues and challenges in India. Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure having you.
Can I switch off now? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir, you are not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So one thing, I have to make some arrangements so that I should be visible also, not only audible. Okay, now?
Margaret Segler, Executive Director of the Global Harvest Initiative, once said, if the current trend are not altered, by 2050, climate change could decrease global maize yields by up to 18%, rice yields could drop by 7%, and wheat yields could be declined up to 36%. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the Technical Session 3 of UGC STRIDE sponsored two-day Climate Change Conference in association with Center for Climate Change Studies, Central University of Tamil Nadu. We, Revati Lakshmi and Mary Shalini from School of Legal Studies will be hosting the session. Climate change is of ultimate concern to all, especially to scientists, economists, ecologists and agriculturalists. Agriculture and climate change are closely related. Nowadays, the climatic peculiarities are not the same as they were before. Due to the weather changes, the agriculturalists have to adopt and innovate methods that they have never tried previously. We hope you all are going to be invested with new knowledge by attending this valuable session. On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, I take the immense pleasure to introduce our special guest, Dr. M. Shirish Kedika. Sir is working as scientist at Meteorological Department, Government of India.
Sir is the holder of Limca Book of Records 2022 as well as India Book of Records 2020 for making world record for individually filing most patents in a single day. Sir is having 13 patents in his account. To mention some: patent on device for automatic water level detection, patent on multifunctional dual screen innovation portable and electronic device, patent on microclimate controlled mosquito net, wind elevation angle recorder, instrument for recording wind attributes, and several national and international research articles. All these inventions are able to solve the problems faced by human beings in their day-to-day life. Sir will be speaking to us on the topic weather, climate, and agriculture, and transforming innovative ideas into reality. May we now request Sir to start the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and I am not that much great. And vanakkam to all. Vanakkam. Okay. So because I did my PhD from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, so I am myself feeling some part. I am also Tamil. Okay. So shall I start with all permission of all people? I am starting my presentation. So this topic, first topic is weather, climate, and agriculture. So weather, climate, weather and climate. So first we start with definition. So for the simple person, instantaneous physical state of atmosphere at a particular place, and that is known as weather. So it is some echo is coming. Some echo is coming. 1 minute. I am audible to you, everybody? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. So climate means statistical average of day-to-day life. Okay. So statistical average of day-to-day weather condition captured means computed for long-term data for a given region or place. So long-term and weather is short-term. So when, for example, you are doing saving one day each day, or spending 1 rupees or 2 rupees each day, or saving 1 rupee. So after your 30 years of age, how much you spend or how much you saved, that can consider as a long-term average of that, like a climate. If small saving, it become big. Like that way, climate means weather means day to day, minute to minute, and climate means 30 year, long term, more than 30 year, even epoch sometime. So difference between climate and weather. So weather is a day-to-day change in atmosphere. Okay. So in weather, many various factors are coming. So these are precipitation, humidity, a cloud cover, then sunshine, then air pressure, wind direction, wind speed, temperature. So even more factors are coming, but these are the main factors which we studied during weather. Okay. So then what is difference between weather and climate? So climate means there are, based on this, earth or any place or any locality that is divided. For example, here polar, temperate, arid, humid, then polar, like that climate will form. Okay. So here climate control come into play. So what is climate control? So these are handmade slides. So kindly manage. Okay, I will explain each one. So latitude means when from 0 in polar to 90 degree in equator. So at which degree, or from here 0 to 90 in south, or 0 to 90 in north. So at which latitude your place or any place is found, that is also determine the how much energy they are getting. Then second is altitude. So from the mean sea level, how much height of that particular place, that is altitude. Then water bodies. So is in that place any water body is there? So that is also influence the temperature, moisture, humidity of that place. Then continentality. How much distance from the sea or big water resource. For example, Siberia. So Siberia is far away from the sea. So the temperature variation in day and night will be very high change. For example, Chennai. In Chennai, it is near to coast, so temperature variation will be less, but humidity will be high. Then mountain and relief. So the place where they are in mountain or in relief, so that is also. Then high or low pressure belt. So there are various pressure belts are there. Then topography, how type of the land is there. Then ocean current. Then vegetation. So which vegetation is there? then snow and ice, then soil type and color. If black soil, so more heat will be there. Okay, more heat will be absorbed. Then gray soil or even sandy soil. So different, each soil may be having different property. Then permanent wind directions. So for example, India, there are season when we get permanent that direction wind. That is sometimes called as trade winds. So that is also influence the climate. Then meteorology, the science of atmosphere and its phenomenon, especially those phenomena which we collectively called as weather and climate. Okay. So here scope of meteorology. So meteorology useful in navigation, aviation, industrial planning, animal production, fishery product industry, irrigation water resources, land use planning, civil administration, water supply and power supply, medical and public health, food and water supply, disaster prevention and management, agriculture and horticulture production, transport, communication, forest protection, fire protection, then environmental pollution. So that also everything is coming under meteorology. Okay. So when the meteorology is coming, so we have to think about the forecasting, because why we do this. So when we take why somebody asks why observation. So once we study that better, we can forecast it better. Okay. So there are various ways. So forecaster using observational data, radar data, climatology and satellite data. Okay. So here are various stages of forecasting. So first we data collect and analyze on the planetary scale. Then a variety of techniques are used to establish a future state of atmosphere based on the current state. Then this forecast is disseminated using various communication channels, including internet, print media and electronic media. So then there are various service standards. So weather forecasting, warnings, timely release. So here every 6 hours, then agrometeorological for bi-weekly, then meteorological support for the aviation every 60 minutes, rainfall monitoring every day, city forecast every 6 hours, tourism forecast every 6 hours, nowcast is for 3 hours. Okay. So there are spatial and temporal domains of forecast. So nowcast is for next few hours. Okay. So that is for any venue or any location. Short range forecast for next 72 hours. That is for location, district, or state or meteorological subdivision. So India 36 meteorological subdivisions are there. Then medium range for next 3 to 10 days. That is for block or district. Then extended range, that is for met subdivision, state or homogeneous regions. So India is divided into 4 homogeneous regions. Okay. Then long range forecast, that is for month or season. So that is homogeneous regions of India, that is 4 homogeneous, and the country, whole India. So then climate scale for decades or more. So that is for homogeneous region, state, country, or the world. Okay. So these are the some spatial and temporal scales of the forecasting. So there are various techniques of forecasting. First is persistence, trend analysis, statistical method, numerical method, models, synoptic models, climatology and analog. So I will explain faster this. So persistence means it's a simple way to producing the forecast. So what was the yesterday or what is the today, it will be same for the tomorrow. Okay. So this thing that, for example, train is running with the speed, some speed. So that speed of train at particular station, for next station also there is a possibility that the same speed will be maintained unless and until sudden any change is coming. Okay. So that is persistence, means yesterday rainfall was there, today also possible. So that is possibility only for maximum 12 hours. Okay. Or most of the one day, but it is not possible that same will continue. Then trend analysis. For example, the rain for a particular day, for example, Monday, there was rain 10 mm. Or for example, this year, there was a 800 centimeter rainfall occur. Okay, 800 mm, sorry. 800 mm rainfall occur this year. So next year, 810. Another year, 820. So some trend is showing that yes, rainfall is increasing in a location. But for that, you need long-term data for last 30 years or at least 10 years. So you can get one trend. Yes. So it is like a persistence, but here you are using the statistical method. So using the trend method, forecasting only for few hours. Okay. So for example, any thunderstorm is coming from the any location, that speed is having this, and when this will reach to your location. Okay, so that is a trend. Okay, so that is used in for few hours, that is called as nowcasting. Okay, so this is a for few hours. Then statistical method, we are establishing some relation. Okay, so whenever I am going railway station or bus stand, I am always not getting bus. Some people saying this, but there is no any genuine relation. But you can say that yes, whenever this person is going, some hypothetical method, but when you actually observe, and that is true, but there is no reason maybe there. For example, whenever any parameter temperature is increasing, rainfall will increase in another location, but there is no why. But it is explaining how, means it is a making relation, but no why is explained. So some parameter which we have, and we are getting some parameter which we don't have. Okay, so dependable and means predictable and predictor, or dependable or independent parameters. So that is why is equal to, we use formula, that is correlation or regression equation. So statistical method is for that is. Then synoptic model. So synoptic means what happened? The chart or map is prepared. So for particular country, all observations are taken at one time. All should take at a particular time. For example, in India, 8:30 is there. Why 8:30 is there? Somebody asked, maybe in India, meteorological observation taken at 8:30 and evening at 5:30. Why? Because when you go for India, when there are every hour we check. So when will the highest lowest temperature possible? That is in morning up to 7. Okay, 7 or 7:30. So you should have at least 1 hour to record that. So after immediate morning observation at 7:30, which observation is coming? So that is by GMT, that is global Greenwich Mean Time, that is 3 GMT. Okay, so 3 GMT means 3 plus 5:30, that is 5:30 hours we are before that, means we are running, Indian time is 5:30 hours, so we have to add 5:30. So 3 GMT plus 5:30 is 8:30. Okay, same way in evening we are taking observation at 5:30, because after high temperature is possible at 4. So after 4 up to 4 there is a possibility, and after 4 in evening, which will possible 5:30. So 5:30 we are taking. So morning 8:30, evening 5:30. Okay, so in our synoptic model, all over the India at morning 8:30 they will take the pressure exactly at 8:30. So that they can differentiate between, yes, at Mumbai this was pressure, at Chennai this was the pressure, at Delhi this was, at Calcutta this was the pressure. So they can understand, they can make difference that yes, low pressure area is there in Chennai or Karnataka or in Bangalore or in Kanyakumari. So they can get an idea. Okay, so this is the synoptic method. Then numerical models. Okay, so based on the fluid dynamics, some formulas are prepared. So for example, if you know that one model behaves like this, like some parameters, when one energy equation is you prepared, and some law of conservation of mass energy momentum you use. Okay, so solving this equation, you can get some possible that yes, this model will behave like this. So very complex model. Previously it was very difficult, but due to supercomputer, this technique is now used, and that is used for short range and medium range forecasting. Okay, then analog method. So this is one of the rarest method, and it is depend on the entirely on experience. For example, one person standing and he observed that when there is a wind is flowing from particular direction and in sun is in particular direction, next day there is a heavy rainfall occur. Okay, so he observed in 10 years before, when he same thing he observed and he predicted and it came to true. It is possible or it may not came true. Okay, so this is analog, means getting the experience same way. So slightly more complicated, I already told. So locating the past weather record. for condition that is normal, nearly analogous to the current condition. So that is known as analog method. Okay, so sometime it may go right or it may go right or wrong also. Then climatology. For example, you don't have current data, but you don't have observation also. So here long-term data are used. For example, you have data of many years. So here example, if you are using the climatology method to predict the weather of Pune city, for example. So July 4th, you would go to all weather data that is recorded for the many years for the July 4th. Take their average. If you are making forecast, so that average is saying that 32 degrees Celsius was the temperature and 2.1 centimeter rain. So you can predict it simply that 32 degree, but this may depend on the how particular condition is there, local condition. You cannot during drought or during break monsoon, you cannot say go this, but you don't have anything, so you can use this method. Okay. So then reliability of weather forecast. So many times people say that the forecast is not reliable, or sometimes they are not aware about the why the reason are there. Okay. So awareness of observer. When the observation is getting right, the forecast will be right. Okay. So awareness of observations. Then network of observatories. How dense network is there? For example, you have 10 observatory and you have to in entire Tamil Nadu, you have, for example, 10 districts only observatory there, and you want observation of your location, your village, your farm. That is not possible. Okay. For example, train is coming from Chennai to Madurai. Okay. So Chennai to Madurai train is coming. So where is exact train location is there? Then what you have to do? You have to place the cameras, you have to place the sensors, or you have to keep the person. So he will continuously monitor. Yes, train is passed from this station, this station, this. Then and only you can predict that at which particular train is at which station and when train will reach at your location. For example, if you keep in entire track, or you keep 2 or 3 people, so they will say yes, Chennai train is passed. Somewhere in the middle between Chennai and Madurai, one person will be there. Yes, he tell the train is yet to come. But where is train? You don't know. So similar way, when there are more number of observatories will be there, the more better precise forecasting will be there. Okay. So dissemination of forecast. For example, you collected the forecast, somebody, and they kept with them only. They have not distributed. Then types of forecast. So whether it is a short range, medium range, long range forecast, that is also reliability will depend. For example, long range forecast, that is very difficult to get. Short range forecast, most of times that is goes right. Okay. Then efficiency of space tools. So which types of space tool? Previously there was very low resolution was there. Forecast was 250 kilometer, 250 kilometer one observation was there. Now 12.5 kilometer resolution is there. All observations we are getting with forecast we are getting for 12.5 kilometer. Okay, so 12.5 square kilometer means one, even you can say one block. Okay, previously it was entire one state was there. So automatically till the quality is increased. Then meteorological database and past analogs. Already I told how database is strong, that is also helpful. Then skill and experience of weatherman. Particular person who is skillful, then and only sometimes the person he don't have all he have, but he don't know skill how to predict. That is also possible. Then present day technological knowledge. For example, if person he don't know how to run the computer, he know everything, he know how to do forecast and everything, but he don't know how to get the satellite image and how to download that, how to imprint, whether that satellite image is actual or whether that is in water vapor, whether that is infrared, whether it is invisible, he don't know. Then it will be difficult for. Then data communication from the data collection center to the weather forecasting center. Then this data is communicated from collection center to weather forecasting center, whether it is communicated properly or not. Then weather analysis did properly or not. Then frequency of data collection, how many times data is collected. Then timely and correctness of weather observation. For example, somebody tell that at 8:30 p.m. AM that should be pressure should be collected. So some person go to drinking tea or pal putti, that pal he will go to drink milk. Okay. So then what will happen? He will take observation after 10 minutes, but he will write yes, I have taken at 8:30. So that time who is going to check? That is also one of the reason when forecast goes wrong, or sometime it may not goes correct. Okay. Then factor affecting precipitation. So latitude, temperature, moisture content of atmosphere, landform and physical barriers, frontal activities, atmospheric disturbances, differential heating and cooling of the atmosphere, air mass, these factor affecting the precipitation. Then come to the picture, that is agriculture meteorology. So it is defined as a science of investigating meteorological, climatological and hydrological conditions which are significant to agriculture owing to their interaction with object and process of agriculture. So agrometeorology is a branch of meteorology which investigate the relationship of plant and animal to this physical environment. Okay. So agriculture meteorology, two definitions are there. So then application of weather forecast in agriculture. So when we know the application of weather forecast, that time this meteorology is come. Okay. So first, then whether we should irrigate crop or withheld, whether we should start or complete the harvesting, whether we transport this harvested or should keep in go down, to manage the labors, to protect the young lives, that animals, cow, livestock from the cold or heat, to take measure against frost damage, to make measures to protect from the frost, then management of cultural practices, then transportation of farm produce to
now we will listen to the presentation by Dr. Raghunathan. Unlike PhD doctors like us, is MBBS doctor, physician, and because of his interest in environment and climate change, he has almost he has quit his profession and he has taken up social activity in terms of spreading awareness among the people on environment, climate change, and particularly works a lot with agriculturists, farmers. He has founded his own institution called Nelmart, which is propagating traditional paddy varieties across Tamil Nadu and across the nation. Very recently they have also come out with Nelmart outlets where you can have organic vegetables, organic products available for sale. Now they are into franchisee also. Now I invite Dr. Raghunathan. Yeah. Now
We request Dr. P.S. Velmurugan to felicitate Dr. Raghunathan Vishwanathan. Thank you, sir.
No, you just invite him to make the presentation. I invite Dr. Raghunathan to make his presentation on carbon dioxide sequestration.
Please, sir.
Nice post-lunch session. Afternoon to all. Konja wake up panikalama? Yeah, good afternoon. So, very short, not more than 10 to 15 minutes, my workup, but this was my 10-year field work. I'm going to just brief you in 10 minutes. Just casual பேசிக்கலாம். See, this was my PhD project, was not appropriately honored, was dropped in second year PhD. Reasons is so many-fold, but basic question அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, my project seems to be very schoolish, very fundamental. I agree. See, இப்போ வந்து we know global warming, climate change, carbon sequestration, carbon farming, carbon flux, and carbon trading. So many words, so many phrases and sentences. But ஒரே விஷயம் என்னன்னா, very basic, நம்ம உலகம் ஹீட் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு. நம்ம we are just nearing, நம்ம எதிர்கால தலைமுறைக்கு there is no proper air, no proper water, no proper soil. இது மூணு தான் நமக்கு தெரியுது பேசிக்கா. In this particular scenario, நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும், what has to be done, அவ்வளோதான். Keep on talking about issues, solutions, problems, causes, effects. No, அது வந்து doesn't serve the purpose. But என்ன பண்ணணும், as a student, as a human being, என்ன பண்ணணும், ஒரே பாயிண்ட். குளோபல் வார்மிங்க்கு நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும், just seems to be interactive. என்ன பண்ணணும், குளோபல் வார்மிங் மிட்டிகேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணணும், ஒரு பக்கம் பொல்யூஷன் கம்மி பண்ணணும், எமிஷன்ஸை குறைக்கணும். பாசிபிளா, ப்ராக்டிகலி பாசிபிளா? ஆனால் ஒரு நாள் காரில் தான் வர வேண்டியதாக இருக்குது. ஸோ பேசிகிட்டே இருக்கலாம், ஸ்லைட் போட்டு பேசலாம். சரி, எமிஷன்ஸை குறைக்க பண்ண முடியாது. என்விரான்மெண்ட் அண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் கேனாட் கோ ஹேண்ட் இன் ஹேண்ட். அது வந்து தம்ப் ரூல். என்விரான்மெண்ட் அண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் கேனாட் கோ ஹேண்ட் இன் ஹேண்ட். ஸோ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணலாம்? உங்களுக்கு பேசிக்காக ஒரு கொஷின்ஸ் கேட்குறேன். See, this is about heading. Just forget about the heading. Just heading வந்து hypothetical தான். not in reality. Eating is only hypothetical, but this particular BT grass is nothing but the word denotes biotechnology grass. உங்களுக்கு BT brinjal தெரியுமா? உடம்புக்கு கெடுதல் தானே. BT காட்டன் தெரியுமா? Any biotechnology உடனே நம்ம against பேசிட்டு இருப்போம். But I propose hypothetically, first time I am registering officially in our Central University of Tamil Nadu Conference. First time I am registering officially this word BT grass. Just take it from me, my students. Somebody want to take a PhD on biotechnology. If you develop this BT grass, you will be the number 1 billionaire in the world beyond Bill Gates. I am registering this word today. Why? Because BT grass என்றது economically அவ்வளோ பெரிய பேட்டன்ட்டாக ஆக போகிற ஒரு ப்ராசஸ். ஸோ ஐ எம் ரெஜிஸ்டரிங் நவ் டுடே. ஐ ஹோப் the academician and professors and the senates and even ethical committee supposed to accept this word BT grass, biotechnology grass. எதனால நான் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறேன். Now come to our subject. இங்கே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வெரி பேசிக்கான கொஷின் தான், ரொம்ப பேசிக்கான கொஷின். பெட்ரோல் யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம்ல, பெட்ரோல் 1 லிட்டர் பெட்ரோல், able to read this line. 1 liter petrol combustion release 2.3 kilograms of carbon dioxide. But before this slide in detail, I am just submitting myself. I am not speaking anything against of tree plantation. Don't take it negatively from me. Tree plantation, we also did the tree plantation today. It is absolutely required for water vapor, for climate compaction and to provide rain, so many things. But when discussing about the subject of CO2 sequestration, this is a challenge, this is open challenge. When discussing the subject of CO2 sequestration with respect to tree plantation, my subject is controversial. Why? Because a tree can store about 167 kg of CO2 per year minimum, maximum of 110 kg. I am just giving open allowance to tree. On average 1 year, a tree maximum can store 1 tons. But our professor, Niri professor, Dwaragna's presentation, if you refer, he will say 10 kg of CO2 per year. When you refer his presentation, Dwaragna's presentation just before 2 sessions, a tree can sequester CO2 of 10 kg per year. See, what is the emission of 1 liter of petrol? 2.3 kg. 4 liter petrol. For students, just listen to this particular line. That is my humble heartfelt request. Simply 4 liter of this particular person's bike, 4 liter petrol, to take back those carbon dioxide, he has to plant a tree. That tree has to grow for sufficient period. Then after that, that particular tree should take 1 year. 1 year to take the CO2 back into the sink. Where is the exponential theorem, boss? Where is the demand and where is the supply? Is it feasible for us to, இந்த முயல் ஆமன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க இல்லையா, CO2 ஒரு பக்கம் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணுற ரேட் எங்கே இருக்குது, ட்ரீ பிளான்டேஷனில் சிங்க் பண்ணுறது எங்கே இருக்குது? ஜட்ஜ் பண்ண முடியுதா மை ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்? பாசிபிள்? ஜட்ஜ் பண்ண முடியுதா? நம்ம பேசலாம், டீ பிளான்டேஷன் பேசலாம், பட் ஒரு வருஷம் ஃபுல்லாக ஒரு ட்ரீ 10 கிலோ கார்பன்ஸ் எடுக்கிறதுக்கு நம்ம 1 லிட்டர் பெட்ரோலை போட்டு 2 ஹவரில் காலி பண்ணிவிடுவோம். அதுவும் BMW பென்ஸுக்காரன் தான் சொல்லவே தேவையில்லை. 1 லிட்டருக்கு வந்து ஒரு 10 கிலோமீட்டர் கூட கொடுக்காது. டேக் 1 லிட்டர் ஆஃப் டீசல், அதோட அதிகம். 1 லிட்டர் டீசல் எவ்வளோ? 2.6 kilograms. நம்ம டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் கார்பரேஷனோட டீசல் கன்சம்ஷன் எவ்வளோ தெரியுங்களா பெர் டே? 50,000 liters ப்ளஸ். அப்போ எவ்வளோ எமிஷன் CO2 இருக்குது, எவ்வளோ ட்ரீ நட்டு நம்ம எப்போ நம்ம அந்த ட்ரீ எப்போ எடுக்க போகுது. ஸோ திஸ் வாஸ் தி ரிசர்ச் கொஷின். இதுக்கு என்ன எக்ஸ்ப்ளனேஷன் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, யூ கேன் ஜஸ்ட் கோ பேக் அண்ட் ரெஃபர் யுவர் 6th standard textbook. எந்த புக்கு டியர் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்? 6th standard textbook. See the reference. We know basically the photosynthesis and respiration. Any green plant will sequester CO2, then release CO2 in the night. இது நம்ம படிச்சிருக்கோமா இல்லையா? படிச்சிருக்கோம். தென் அப்போ ஒரு ட்ரீ பிளான்டேஷனில் வந்து ஒரு ட்ரீ வந்து CO2 எடுத்துக்குது, டேல நைட்டில் CO2 வெளியே விடுதுன்னும் போது வாட் இஸ் தி பர்பஸ் ஆஃப் ட்ரீ பிளான்டேஷன் வித் ரெஸ்பெக்ட் டு CO2 சிங்க்? ஒரே கொஷின். ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொஷின் ரேட்டு. ஒரு லிட்டர் பெட்ரோல், 1 லிட்டர் டீசல் 2.36 கிலோகிராம் CO2 விட்டுட்டு இருக்கு அட்மாஸ்பியரில். நம்ம எத்தனை மில்லியன் கேலன்ஸ் ஆஃப் பெட்ரோல் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம்? எவ்ரி செகண்ட் millions of gallons of petrol and diesel has been consumed and combusted and burned by the vehicles and so much automobiles every second. நம்ம எந்த காலத்துக்கு ட்ரீ பிளான்டேஷன் பண்ணி அந்த ட்ரீ எந்த காலத்துக்கு இதை சிங்க் பண்ணி எடுத்து எப்போ நம்மளை அட்மாஸ்பியரை கிளியர் பண்ண போகுது? Do we have answer for that? See, but we cannot cut the trees, we can cut the grass. இங்கே தான் நான் என்ன கொண்டு வந்திருக்கேன்னா, ஒரு கான்செப்சுவல் மாடல். எப்படி வந்து ஃபாஸ்டஸ்ட் க்ரோயிங் கிராஸை வந்து கண்டுபிடிக்கணும் பயோடெக்னாலஜியில். ஒரு கிராஸ் வந்து ஃபாஸ்ட்டாக க்ரோத் ஆகும், ஸ்பீசிஸ் மாதிரி வச்சுங்களேன். உதாரணத்துக்கு ஃபாஸ்ட்டாக க்ரோத் ஆகும், ஒரு நாளைக்கு 2 சென்டிமீட்டர் 3 சென்டிமீட்டர் 4 சென்டிமீட்டர் வளர்கிற மாதிரி பயோடெக்னாலஜி ஜினோமிக் இன்டெகிரேஷனில் ஜஸ்ட் எ ப்ரப்போசல். ஹியர் வி கான் கட் த ட்ரீ. ஏன் கட் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, நைட் ரெஸ்பிரேஷனை ஸ்டாப் பண்ண சொல்கிறேன். திஸ் ரெஸ்பிரேஷன் இது இல்லையா, நைட் டிபெண்ட் ரெஸ்பிரேஷன் cannot be stopped. ட்ரீ கொடுத்துட்டு தான் இருக்கும் ரெஸ்பிரேஷனை. பட் த ரேட் இஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட். ரேட் ஆஃப் ரெஸ்பிரேஷன் வர்சஸ் ரேட் ஆஃப் ஃபோர்ஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட்னால ட்ரீ வந்து க்ரோத் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு. அது கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு இந்த ஃபார்ம் ஆஃப் செல்லுலோஸாக பார்க்லையும் ஸ்டெம்லையும் வளர்த்துட்டே வருது, ஸ்டோர் பண்ணிட்டே வருது. தட் we are calling as CO2 sink. But that rate is not sufficient with respect to our emissions rate. So we need to have a biotechnology on grass. The BT grass genome should be fastest growing BT grass. And the BT grass seeds வந்து அதோடைய plants we can use for applied biotechnology. என்ன பண்ண போகிறோன்னா, அசியூமிங் தட் நான் வந்து BT கிராஸ் ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணிட்டேன், என்கிட்ட அந்த ஸ்டெம்ஸ்லாம் இருக்குன்னா அது வந்து ஒரு நாளைக்கு 10 kg வரைக்கும் 20 kg வரைக்கும் பெர் வீக் என்னால் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ண முடியும். என் வீட்டிலே நான் அதை போட்டு வளர்த்துப்பேன் ஓரமாக. See, every kilogram of cellulose, you take this is a cellulose, wood cellulose. Every kilogram of cellulose, you just go to molecular biochemistry, you can see 65% of CO2 in that. அந்த மாலிகுலர் வெயிட் போட்டு பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா C12 H2O லெவலில் 65% CO2 மாலிகுலர் வெயிட் இருக்கும். அப்போ ஒரு கிலோகிராம் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிங்க அந்த புல்லை அப்படின்னா, வெட்டினிங்க அப்படின்னா ஈவினிங்கில் யூ வில் கெட் 65 grams ஆஃப் CO2. ஒரு 4 கிலோகிராம்னா 2.4 grams. ஒன்றுமே இல்லை, நான் என்கிட்ட அந்த BT கிராஸ் இருக்குது, நான் எங்கள் வீட்டு கார்டனில் சும்மா போட்டு வச்சுருக்கேன். ஈவினிங் வந்து டீ சாப்பிட்றேன். அது ஃபாஸ்டஸ்ட் க்ரோயிங் கிராஸ்ன்றதுனால இட் கேன் டூ ரெஸ்பிரேஷன், இட் கேன் டூ photosynthesis வெரி ஃபாஸ்ட், இட் கேன் ஜஸ்ட் க்ரோ லைக் 1 or 2 feet in couple of days or so. நான் ஃப்ரீயாக இருக்கும்போது ஈவினிங்கில் இல்லை வீக்கெண்டில் ஆஃப்டர் குவான்டிஃபைபிள் டேஸ் தோஸ் திங்ஸ் ஆல் குவான்டிஃபைடு. நான் அந்த கிராஸை நான் ஈவினிங்கில் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன் அப்படின்னா, அந்த ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ண லீஃப் இது ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டா, டூ யூ திங்க் திஸ் வில் டூ ரெஸ்பிரேஷன்? அன்றைக்கி கட் பண்ண அன்றைக்கி பண்ணாது இல்லையா? ஸோ அசியூமிங் தட் ஒரு 10 kg நான் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன் ஒரு வாரத்தில். அப்படியே சும்மா கட் பண்ணி வீட்டு தோட்டத்திலே போட்டேன். நத்திங் பட் சாயில் கார்பன் தான் அது. அது ட்ரை வெயிட்டு வெட் வெயிட்டு காஞ்சி போய் சாயில் கார்பனாக மாறிடும். ஐ எம் நாட் கோயிங் டு பர்ன் தட். கேட்டலுக்கு ஃபீட் பண்ண போகிறது கிடையாது. அப்படியே எங்கள் வயலில் போட்டுற வீட்டிலே போட்டுற போகிறேன். சும்மா போடுறது கட் பண்ணி போடுறேன், அவ்வளோதான். பட் திஸ் இஸ் கால்டு கார்பன் ஹார்வெஸ்டிங். இதுதான் வந்து கார்பன் ஹார்வெஸ்டிங். அன்னைக்கு நைட்டு இது ரெஸ்பிரேஷன் பண்ணாது. உதாரணத்துக்கு ஒரு 10 kg இருந்துச்சுன்னா 6.5 kilograms of CO2 being harvested by me. நான் என்ன பெட்ரோல் யூஸ் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன், 1 லிட்டர் ஒரு வாரம் யூஸ் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன்னா ஐ கேன் ஹேவ் ஒன்லி 2.3. 2 லிட்டர் நான் யூஸ் பண்ணலாமா இல்லைங்களா மேடம்? So 10 kg of my BT grass harvest in a week, holding 6.5 kilograms of CO2 sink harvested by land வீட்டில் போட்டேன். That is will not do respiration on the same day, but being a BT grass, next day again will grow. Global warming is a global phenomena. இங்கே பெட்ரோலில் போட்டுட்டு திருவாரூர் டவுன்லேயோ இல்லை திருத்துறைப்பூண்டிலையோ போயிட்டு இங்கே புகையை CO2 விட்டுட்டு வந்துருங்க, தப்பு இல்லை. பட் இங்கே யூ கேன் ஹார்வெஸ்ட், உங்கள் வீட்டில் யூ கேன் ஹார்வெஸ்ட். ஸோ as a matter of polluter by principle, individual can harvest his own insult, its own CO2 emission. இல்லாட்டி பேலன்ஸ் பண்ணவே முடியாது. இல்லாட்டி we can't balance the global warming. இதுதான் upscale உடைய strategy. BTயில் we can grow BT grass and harvest our own CO2 as per polluter by principle. இது quantification எல்லாமே இருக்குது, ஸ்டடீஸ்லாம் இருக்குது. All up to this is very clear to some extent. So just revamp. Tree plantation is good for water vapor, for rain. With respect to CO2 sink, the gap is very enormous, exponential gap, logarithmic gap, 1/10,000 logarithmic gap, because emission per second is enormous. 1 liter itself 2.6 kilograms, 1 liter diesel 2.6 kilograms, enormous, millions of CO2 emitted per seconds across the globe. But whatever so-called tree plantation as of now, including today, can able to sink maximum of 167 kg per year. That too, highest data with respect to our Dwaraknath sir data, only 10 kg of CO2 per day, per year, not per year, 10 kg per year, but 4 liter per day. So that is the point. So that is taking into consideration. Anybody wants to have in future as PhD, just take this BT grass, just invent BT grass. It will be highly economically upscalable. So you will be a billionaire in future. Then this is about the strategy of this. Then come to this particular final discussion of the point. So this was taken of 1,000 years of data. This is also in principle we can refer, in principle, not hard and fast, not absolute scientific measurables like that, but in principle we can refer this data from NASA. This was 1,000 years global CO2 and temperature change. Okay, see, this is about 1960 plus. This blue is CO2 concentration. You can see thousands of years it is static, 2,000, just 280 parts per million. Anybody knows what is the atmospheric saturation, maximum saturation of CO2? இங்கே நம்ம வைக்கிற breathe பண்ணுற அட்மாஸ்பியரில் maximum saturation of CO2 450 ppm தான். only 450 ppm. 450 ppmக்கு மேலே CO2 வந்து அட்மாஸ்பியரில் வந்துச்சுன்னா atmosphere will not withstand because it's saturated, it's over. என்ன ஆகும்னா அது பெரிய டிவாஸ்டேஷன், அதை அப்போ டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணுவோம். பிஃபோர் தட் சி பாஸ்ட் 1000 years almost 280 ppm. In 1960 plus, sharp rise. This is the actual data from NASA, sharp rise. என்ன ரீசனாக இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா, we will call industrial revolution, pollutions, fossil use பண்ணி இப்போ நிறைய எமிஷன் வந்திருக்கும். பட் வாட் ஐ திங்க், knowingly, unknowingly, our farmers worldwide, they are cultivating our traditional paddy varieties. Traditional மாப்பிள்ளை சம்பா, கருப்பு கவனி, கருங்குரு, சூயமல்லி, காட்டு யானம், பெரிய லிஸ்டே இருக்குது, 174 ப்ளஸ் வெரைட்டிஸ் இருக்குது. அதில் என்ன அட்வான்டேஜ்னா 5 அடி 7 அடி 8 அடி வரைக்கும் வளரும், 6 to 8 feet வளரும். நத்திங் பட் CO2 சிங்க் தான் அது. மரத்தை வெட்ட முடியாது, வி அக்ரி. பட் புல்லை நம்ம BT கிராஸ்க்கு போயிருக்கோம், புல்லை வெட்டலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு ஆல்ரெடி பண்ணிகிட்ருக்காங்க நம்ம ஃபார்மர்ஸ். பிஃபோர் தி பீரியட் ஆஃப் கிரீன் ரிவல்யூஷன், ஒன்லி அவர் ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் பேடி இஸ் தேர். 8 அடி வரைக்கும் வளரக்கூடிய அந்த பாரம்பரிய காட்டு யானம், கருங்குருவை, கருப்பு கொனி, மாப்பிள்ளை சம்பளம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஃபார்மர் நினச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க நாங்கள் நெல் அறுவடை பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்ட்டு. இட் இஸ் நாட் ஆக்சுவலி, தே ஆர் systematically, periodically harvesting carbon dioxide in the form of 8 அடி வரைக்கும் வளருது இல்லைம்மா அந்த புல். நம்ம கிராஸ் பற்றி பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கோம், 8 அடி வரைக்கும் வளருது. இது அறுத்து போடும் பொழுது நெல் அவங்க எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க, அந்த நீட்டாக இருக்கு இல்லையா, அந்த ஸ்டெம்மு லீஃபு டன்ஸ்க்கு பாருங்கள், வெயிட் போட்டு பார்த்தோன்னா 1 கிலோ இருக்குது ஆல்மோஸ்ட். அது மாப்பிள்ளை சம்பவம் வருது. ஸோ இதை வந்து தெரிஞ்சோ தெரியாமலோ 1000 இயர்ஸ் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடை. இட் இஸ் எ பேலன்ஸ், ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும், நெல் அறுத்து தான் ஆகணும். பட் இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஆஃப்டர் கிரீன் ரெவல்யூஷன் 3 அடி தான் இருக்குது நெல். ஸோ ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 1/3 1/4 ரிடக்ஷன் இன் CO2 சிங்க். அது ஒரு பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் கன்சர்ன் என்னுடைய சப்ஜெக்டில் இருக்கிறது. பட் ஸ்டில் this come to the end of the observation. To sum up, only 2 points. The rate of CO2 emission from fossil fuels alone I am taking the challenge. Petrol and diesel combustion, every liter enormous emission. We have to act so fast, we need so fast harvesting of CO2 from atmosphere. I am proposing either way of BT grass or another way of going back to our traditional paddy cultivation. As a closing of matter, இந்த ஒரு பாயிண்ட் மட்டும் கன்சிடர் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. Again basic 6th standard, carbon dioxide is denser than air. தப்பா ரைட்டா? Carbon dioxide is heavier than air. லைட்ரு கிடையாது, ஹெவியர் தென் ஏர். அப்போது கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு ரிலீஸ் பண்ணாலே அது கிரவுண்ட் லெவலில் தான் செட்டில் ஆகுமே தவிர ரொம்ப ஹையப்லாம் போகாது. சி தெர் ஆர் 2 types ஆஃப் அட்மாஸ்பியரிக் ஸ்டெபிலிட்டி கிளாஸஸ். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி பிரைமரி அட்மாஸ்பியர், செகண்டரி அட்மாஸ்பியர், நோ வி ஆர் இன் டெர்ஷியரி அட்மாஸ்பியர். காற்றுலையே கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு இருக்குது, அது கம்போசிஷன் ஆஃப் கேஸ், கம்போசிஷன் ஆஃப் அட்மாஸ்பியரிக் ஏர். ஆனால் மேன்மேட் கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு, நம்ம எமிட் பண்ணுற கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடெலாம் அங்கே 2 மீட்டர் 3 மீட்டர் 10 மீட்டர் ஒரு மரத்தோட ஹைட்லலாம் இருக்காது, கிரவுண்ட் லெவலில் தான் இருக்கும். ஆட்டோமொபைல் எமிஷன்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், எனி எமிஷன்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், இட் வில் பி இன் கிரவுண்ட் லெவல். ஸோ ட்ரீ கேப்சர் பண்ணி சிங்க் பண்ணி ரிலீஸ் பண்ணுற CO2 அட் ஹையர் லெவல், தட் இஸ் பேக்ரவுண்ட் நேச்சுரல் ஏர் கம்போசிஷன் கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு. ஒரு 10 20 50 மீட்டர்ஸ்க்கு மேலே இருக்கிற ட்ரீயில் இருக்கிற ட்ரீயோட இலையில் அங்கே தான் இருக்குது, இங்கே இல்லை, கிரவுண்டில் இல்லை. So all those carbon dioxide being handled by trees at natural background carbon dioxide, but இங்கே கிரவுண்ட் லெவலில் இருக்கிற கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடெலாம் மேன்மேட் எமிட்டட் கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு. இதை நம்ம அட்ரஸ் பண்ணணும். எங்கே பார்த்தாலும் நீங்கள் BT கிராஸ் வரைக்கும் போக தேவையில்லை, ஸ்டார்ட் ஹார்வெஸ்டிங் யுவர் கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு இன் a friendly way and calculating way. Any doubts, any questions, I am open for you. Seems to be fundamental, but I am open for you. Definitely sir, definitely. But before that, நான் என்ன பண்ணேன், என்னோட ஃபீல்ட் ஒர்க் சொல்லிடுறேன் சார். மை ஃபீல்ட் ஒர்க் சொல்லிடுறேன் 2 minutesல. இது வந்து ஒரு பானிபூரி வண்டி. அந்த பானிபூரி வண்டி பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? பானிபூரி வண்டி அந்த மாதிரி இந்த ஒரு வண்டி. இது வந்து 2 ஸ்கொயர் மீட்டர் கிராஸ் லேண்ட் சார். இந்த வண்டியில் நம்ம சாயில் பெட் போட்டு அதை ஒரு 3 months ஸ்டடி பண்ணி எடுத்தேன். அதில் வந்து புல் நான் என்ன பண்ணேன், நிறைய BT வரைக்கும் நான் போகலை, பிகாஸ் ஸ்டோர் டெக்னாலஜி ஐ டோன்ட் ஹேவ் தட். நான் வந்து அவைலபிள் கிராஸை வந்து ஃபாஸ்டஸ்ட்டாக வளருது ஒரு கிராஸ் ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணி அதை அதில் நான் அந்த கிராஸ் நான் வளர்த்துருக்கிறது. இதை நான் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணி காய வச்சு ட்ரை வெயிட் பார்த்தேன். ஸோ ஒரு மாதத்துக்கு 4 ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணேன், 4 வீக்ஸ்க்கு. ஸோ 3 monthsக்கு ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணேன், அவரேஜ் பண்ணேன். என்னுடைய ட்ரை வெயிட் ஆஃப் செல்லுலோஸில் 60% CO2 என்னால் வந்து ஆஸ் பர் மாலிகுலர் வெயிட், ஆஸ் பர் கெமிஸ்ட்ரி மாலிகுலர் வெயிட் படி ஒரு 650 கிராம் பெர் கேஜியில் CO2 எடுத்து ஒரு 47 kg, நியர்லி 50 kg வச்சுக்கலாம் ஆவரேஜ். 50 kg வரைக்கும் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணேன். அசியூமிங் தட் எனக்கு ஒரு 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 அதில் ஜஸ்ட் 50% ஆஃப் தட் CO2 சப்ஸ்ட்ரேட் கிடச்சிது. இதை மாதிரி ஒரு வெஹிக்கிளை வந்து 2 square meter, is it possible to have 1 lakh vehicle across Tamil Nadu state? அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட் பேசுனாங்க இல்லையா, அயன் காட், நத்திங் பட் கோர்வெஸ்ட் காட். கோர்வெஸ்ட் காட்னா CO2 ஹார்வெஸ்ட் காட், கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு ஹார்வெஸ்ட் காட், CO2 ஹார்வெஸ்ட் காட், கார்பன் டை ஹார்வெஸ்ட் காட். ஒரு காட்டு வந்து ஒரு வாரத்துக்கு ஆவரேஜாக 3.25 லிட்டர் பெட்ரோலுக்கான CO2 சிங்க் பண்ண முடிஞ்சுது. ஸ்டடி படி ஒரு 2 வீலர் வச்சுருக்காங்க அப்படின்னா அவங்க ஒரு 2 ஸ்கொயர் மீட்டர் கிராஸ் லேண்ட் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க அப்படின்னா இது பிடி கிராஸ் கிடையாது, இருக்கிறதுலே நான் கொண்டு வந்து ஹையஸ்ட்டு ஒரு கேஸ் கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணி கொண்டு வந்த கிராஸ். பிடி கிராஸ்னால் எங்கேயோ கொண்டு போகலாம். ஸோ 1 வீக்குக்கு 3.7 லிட்டர்ஸ் ஆஃப் CO2 எமிஷன்ஸை ஒரு கார்ட் வந்து சிங்க் பண்ண முடிஞ்சுது. நான் என்ன ப்ரப்போஸ் பண்ணேன் டு த கவர்மெண்ட் தட் டைம், 1 lakh கார்ட்ஸ் இந்த மாதிரி அக்ராஸ் தமிழ்நாடுன்னா நத்திங் பட் 2 lakhs ஸ்கொயர் மீட்டர் ஆஃப் கிராஸ்லேண்ட். ஒரு கார்ட் வந்து 2 ஸ்கொயர் மீட்டர், 1 lakh கார்ட் வந்து 2 lakh ஸ்கொயர் மீட்டர். 2 lakh ஸ்கொயர் மீட்டர் கிராஸ்லேண்ட் அப்படின்னா நத்திங் பட் 200 ஸ்கொயர் கிலோமீட்டர் சார். அவ்வளோ பெரிய இடத்துல வந்து புல்லை வச்சு தண்ணியை வச்சு ஆர்எஸ் பண்ணி மேனேஜ் பண்ணுறதுலாம் ப்ராக்டிகலி நாட் பாசிபிள். பட் டீசென்ட்ரலைஸ்டாக 1 lakh வெஹிக்கிள் வந்து 2 lakh ஸ்கொயர் மீட்டரை நத்திங் பட் 200 ஸ்கொயர் கிலோமீட்டர் கிராஸ் லேண்ட் ஆர்எஸ் பண்ண முடியும். டீசென்ட்ரலைஸ்டாக NGOs மூலமாகவும் இல்லை SSG மூலமாக பண்ண முடியும். என்னென்னா அந்த 1 lakh வெஹிக்கிள் சிங்க் பண்ணுற கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு ஹார்வெஸ்டிங் 4 ஹார்வெஸ்டிங் பெர் மந்த்து கால்குலேட் பண்ணி பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா நம்மளோட தமிழ்நாடு டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் கார்பரேஷனோட டீசல் எமிஷன் பெர் மந்த்து அதை போய் 60-70% ஹீட் பண்ணுது சார். இட் கேன் ஹீட் அப் டு 60-70% ஆஃப் டீசல் எமிஷன்ஸை திருப்பி எடுத்துக்குது ரிட்டன் source level, giving freshly prepared oxygen also at source level. So this was the 2 observations I was made on that day. Please sir. Okay. Any questions to explore? ரொம்ப ஃபண்டமெண்டல் தான். Please sir, please. Is there? Yes sir. Sir, it is available sir. It is compassionate available. Sir, density factor sir. Density, it is available, scientific paper da. Everything, all my 6-7 slides are each and every word is having scientific reference, including Science Direct and National Library of Medicine US and 6th standard textbooks of our state board. Because of density factor, even diesel is higher than petrol sir. But நம்ம என்ன வேணால் பேசிக்கலாம், climate change, global warming, mitigation, அது இதுன்னு பேசிகிட்டே இருக்கலாம். See this 4 லைட் எரியுது இல்லைங்களா, this 4 lights, இந்த 4 lights காலில் எரிஞ்சிட்டு இருக்கு. Just example I am just talking about. Environment and development cannot go hand in hand. We have to agree, we have to admit, but we are having only one solution in hand. We have to harvest carbon dioxide at fastest rate. Tree plantation 10 kilogram CO2 per year. 1 liter petrol 2.6 CO2, 4 liter petrol ஒரு செகண்டில் முடிஞ்சிடும். ஒரு ட்ரீ ஒரு வருஷம் வேலை பார்க்கணும் அது எடுக்கிறதுக்கு. Assuming that where we are now. So BT grass is the only mainstay. I am sure that technically the BT grass development is possible, or else we'll go back to traditional paddy harvesting system. It takes for a long while, but இது ரெண்டத்தை தாண்டி நம்ம என்ன தான் பேசினாலும். See sir, can I take another 2 minutes? Dear students, உங்களுக்கு தெரியாத ஒரு விஷயத்தை நான் சொல்ல போகிறேன். உண்மையிலே தெரியாத விஷயம்தான். Maybe, I mean not maybe, our professors are knowing that. என்னன்னா global warming, climate change, sea level rise, glacier melting, இதுதான் நம்ம பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கோம், ரைட்டா? நான் சொல்கிறேன் 2 terminologies, உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா தெரிஞ்சவங்க மட்டும் கை தூங்க ஃப்ரம் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஃபோரமில். வாட் இஸ் கால்டு தெர்மல் எக்ஸ்பேன்ஷன் ஆஃப் சி? தெர்மல் எக்ஸ்பேன்ஷன் ஆஃப் சி, அந்த வேர்டு thermal expansion of sea. I am sure that you will never come across the word. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களாமா? Thermal expansion of sea. Then second word, what is called germinating temperature? Germinating temperature. நான் சொல்கிறேன், I am just giving these 2 briefs. கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடோட சேச்சுரேஷன் பாயிண்ட் அட்மாஸ்பியரில் 450 ppm. ஓகே, பியாண்ட் த 450 ppm அட்மாஸ்பியர் டசன்ட் ஹேவ் கெப்பாசிட்டி டு ஹோல்ட் கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு. ஒன்று மேலே தான் பில்டப் ஆகிட்டே போகணும், பிகாஸ் டென்சர் தன் ஏர், கீழே ஹெவியர் தன் ஏர்னால் கீழேருந்து மேலே பில்டப் ஆகிட்டே தான் போகும், டிஸ்பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கும். ப்ரீத்திங் ஜோன் ஆக்சிஜன்லாம் மேலே போயிடும், நம்ம ப்ரீத் பண்ணுற ஆக்சிஜன் கிடைக்காது. ஒரு பாயிண்ட். டிவாஸ்டேட்டிங் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் குளோபல் வார்மிங் பற்றி இப்போ நான் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கேன். யூ நெவர் கேம் அக்ராஸ் திஸ் வேர்ட்ஸ். டிவாஸ்டேட்டிங் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப பயமாகவும் இருக்கும், அது கேட்குறதுக்கு பயமாக இருக்கும். 450 ppmக்கு மேலே CO2 அட்மாஸ்பியரில் சேச்சுரேட் ஆகிடும். அதுக்கு மேலேயும் CO2 வந்துச்சுன்னா பில்டப் ஆகிட்டு மேலேயே தான் போயிட்டுருக்கும். இட் வில் டிஸ்பிளேசிங் தி லைட்டர் ஆக்சிஜன் ஃப்ரம் ப்ரீத்திங் ஜோன். ஒரு பாயிண்ட்டு, மூச்சு ஓட்டத்துக்கு ஆக்சிஜன் கிடைக்காது. ஒன்று. ரெண்டாவது என்ன ஆகும்னா, சி மார்ஜினில் டிஸ்பிளேஷன் ஆகிட்டு, பிகாஸ் சி இஸ் கிரவுண்ட் லெவல் தான் நம்மளோட இதுக்கு. சி மார்ஜினில் டிஸ்பிளேஷன் ஆகிட்டு சலைன் ஆக்ஷனில், சலைன் வாட்டர் ஆக்ஷனில் கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு started reacting and creating bicarbonate precipitates. Bicarbonates sink into seawater. இங்கே கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு சிங்க் ஆகிற மாதிரி ட்ரீயில் சீ வாட்டரில் பைகார்பனேட் ஸ்டார்டட் சிங்கிங். இப்போ கிடையாது, இப்போ நடக்காது. ஆஃப்டர் சேச்சுரேஷன் பாயிண்ட், அதுக்கப்புறம் சேச்சுரேஷன் பாயிண்ட்டுக்கு அப்புறம் ஒன்று டிஸ்பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் ஆக்சிஜன் டு ஹையர் லெவல்ஸ் மேலே போயிட்டே தான் இருக்க போகுது. அதோட முக்கியமான விஷயம், கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு ஸ்டார்டட் ரியாக்டிங் வித் சர்ஃபேஸ் மாலிகுல்ஸ் ஆஃப் சி அண்ட் பிகம்ஸ் பைகார்பனேட் டெபாசிட்ஸ். பைகார்பனேட் சிங்கிங் இன்டு சி ட்ராப் ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். பைகார்பனேட் சிங்க் ஆன சி தான் ஹீட்டை ட்ராப் பண்ணி தெர்மல் எக்ஸ்பான்ஷனில் பெருசாகும். அது கிளேசியர் மெல்ட் ஆகி சி லெவல் ரைஸ் ஆகிறத விட 180 டைம்ஸ் அதிகம். எத்தனை டைம்ஸ் அதிகம்? தெர்மல் எக்ஸ்பென்ஷன் ஆஃப் சி அவ்வளோ பெரிய பிரச்சனை. பைகார்பனேட் சிங்க் ஆகி ஹீட்டு ட்ராப் ஆகி அந்த சி எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் ஆகிறது. எப்படி வாட்டர் வந்து ஐஸில் எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் ஆகுதோ அதுமாதிரி பைகார்பனேட் வாட்டர் தெர்மல் எக்ஸ்பான்ஷனில் ஹீட்டில் எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் ஆகி சி லெவல் ரைஸ் ஆகும் பாருங்கள். நம்ம சொல்கிற சி லெவல் ரைஸு கிளேஷியர் மெல்ட்டிங்லாம் அதுவும் இதுவும் ஏன்னு வச்ச கூட எட்டாது. அவ்வளோ பெரிய தெர்மல் எக்ஸ்பேன்ஷன் ஆஃப் சி இஸ் கோயிங் டு ஹேப்பன் ஆஃப்டர் சேச்சுரேட்டிங் பாயிண்ட். ஒரு விஷயம். செகண்ட் விஷயம், ஐ எம் டாக்கிங் அபவுட் தி ஜெர்மினேட்டிங் டெம்பரேச்சர். ஒரு நெல் ஒரு சார் சொன்னாங்க, ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் ப்ரொஃபஸர்ஸ், ஒரு ஜாகிரஃபிலையும் ஒரு விதமான ஃபுட் ஸ்டெப்ஸ் இருக்கும் இல்லையா, அங்கே இருக்கும், அது இங்கே விளையாது, இங்கே அங்கே விளையாது. பட் அந்த இடத்துக்கு தேவையான டெம்பரேச்சருக்கு அது க்ரோத் ஆகும். ஆக்சுவலி ஸ்பீக்கிங், ஒரு நெல்லாக இருக்கட்டும் இல்லை கோதுமையாக இருக்கட்டும் எதுவாக இருக்கட்டும், ஒரு சாயிலில் போடும்பொழுது அதில் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு வரும் இல்லையா ஜெர்மினேஷன், தட் ரெக்வயர் டெம்பரேச்சர். ஆக்சுவலி அதெல்லாம் ஜெர்மினேஷன் இருக்காது. அதுக்கு ரேடிக்கல்ஸ் வரும், சிலோபைட் வரும், அப்புறமா தான் மற்றதெல்லாம் வரும். அந்த ரேடிக்கல்ஸ் பர்ஜுக்கே வந்து நீட் டெம்பரேச்சர். எப்படி கோழி வந்து அடக்காக்குது, கோழி முட்டையை வச்சுட்டு அது ஒரு அப்படியே மூவ்மெண்ட் இல்லாமல் அடக்காக்கும் பொழுது ஒரு டெம்பரேச்சரில் அந்த கோழியிலேருந்து அந்த அது தெர் வில் பி அ லைஃப் ஆரிஜின். அது ஒரு டெம்பரேச்சர் ஆக்சுவலி. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அந்த கோழி குஞ்சாக வர்றது. அது கொஞ்சம் மூவ்மெண்ட் நசஞ்சால் கூட அது அந்த முட்டையிலேருந்து குஞ்சு வராது, அது சிக்கத்து போயிடும், ஒரு மாதிரி ஆகிடும். பட் கோழி நவுறாது. பயங்கரமான ஒரு நேச்சுரஸ் கிஃப்ட்டு. அந்த டெம்பரேச்சரில் பர்டிகுலர் அடக்காக்கிற டெம்பரேச்சரில் அந்த முட்டையிலேருந்து அந்த ஜெர்மினேஷன் ஆகி அந்த குஞ்சுக்கான உயிர் ஜனனிக்கிற மாதிரியே நம்மளோட எல்லா சீடுலேயுமே எனி சீடு பேஸ்ட் ஆன் தி ஜாகிரபிக்கல் லொக்கேஷன், அது அண்டார்டிகா இருக்கட்டும் இல்லை நியூசிலாந்தாக இருக்கட்டும் இல்லை மேபி சம் அந்த லொக்கேஷன்ஸுக்கு என்ன அந்த ஆப்பிள் வாட்டர் ஆப்பிள் ஏதோ ஒன்று அந்தந்த லொக்கேஷனுக்கு அந்த டெம்பரேச்சருக்கு அந்த சீடு ஜெர்மினேட் ஆகும். பட் ஆஸ் ஏ குளோபல் ஆவரேஜ் டெம்பரேச்சர் ரைசஸ், ஆஸ் ஏ குளோபல் ஆவரேஜ் டெம்பரேச்சர் ரைசஸ் 13.7 13.9. நான் வந்து 2010 ஸ்டடி பண்ணேன் மேடம். டு ஷேர் திஸ். 2010 ஸ்டேட் லெவல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ஃபார் கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் மதுரையில் நான் ஹோஸ்ட் பண்ணேன். 2010 சார், ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 10 years பிஃபோர். ஸ்டேட் லெவல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் 4000 people பார்ட்டிசிபேட் சார் 2010. அது ஒரு பாயிண்ட். அப்போ வந்து 13.7 டிகிரி செல்சியஸ் அப்போ நான் பேசும் பொழுது 13.7 குளோபல் ஆவரேஜ் டெம்பரேச்சர். அப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எஸ்ஆர்எம் யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் என்னோட பிஹெச்டி டாக்டரல் கமிட்டி ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் அப்போது 13.9 டிகிரி செல்சியஸ் 16-17. இப்போது 14.1 டிகிரி செல்சியஸ் குளோபல் ஆவரேஜ் டெம்பரேச்சர். குளோபல் ஆவரேஜ் டெம்பரேச்சர் ஷிஃப்ட்டு என்னன்னா எப்போ போய் ஜெர்மினேட்டிங் டெம்பரேச்சர் ஹிட் ஆகும்னு தெரியாது. இஃப் இட் இட்ஸ் த ஜெர்மினேட்டிங் டெம்பரேச்சர், பூமிக்குள்ளே அந்த லொக்கேஷனில் ஒரு விதையை போட்டால் அதில் எத்தனை % ஜெர்மினேட் ஆகுனே தெரியாது. எப்படி கோழி முட்டை அடக்காத்து கரெக்டாக டெம்பரேச்சரில் கொஞ்சம் கொடுக்குதோ அந்த மாதிரி இந்த எர்த்து வந்து ஹஸ் டு கிவ் த ஜெர்மினேஷன். ரேடிக்கல்ஸும் சீலப்பிடம் வரணும். If the germination temperature, minute sensitive temperature lost, seed will not germinate. So take this point. ஏற்கனவே தெரிஞ்சதை விட கிளேசியர் மெல்ட்டிங், சீ லெவல் ரைஸு, பொல்யூஷன், கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச், அது இதெல்லாமே ஒரு குளோபல் வார்மிங், மீத்தேன் கேஸு, க்ரீன்வுட் கேஸஸ், நிறைய விஷயம். ப்ளஸ் 2 important point, atmospheric saturation 0.450 ppm, thermal expansion of sea, germinating temperature. Thank you so much for all. Sir, doubts, questions, sir? I need questions, sir. Kandipa, sir, please, sir. ஆமாம் சார். இல்லை சார், நான் என்ன சொல்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, என்னோட பாயிண்ட் வந்து அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் இஸ் மச் மோர் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் தென் நாலேஜ். வாட் வி ஆர் டிஸ்கஸிங். கிராஸை வளர்த்து ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்கன்னு சொல்கிறேன். யூ ஹேவ் டு க்ரோ எ கிராஸ். இப்போ பிடி கிராஸ் இருந்துச்சுன்னா பரவாயில்ல, ஃபாஸ்டஸ்ட் க்ரோயிங்க நம்ம கொண்டு போயிடலாம். ஒரு 1 வீக்கில் உங்களுடைய கிராஸை நீங்கள் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னா, இட் இஸ் குவான்டிஃபைபிள் ஃப்ராக்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் செல்லுலோஸ் விச் இஸ் பீயிங் devitalized, being dead. We cannot do respiration. If you measure that into a weight by volume, molecular weightல 65% கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு நீங்கள் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டீங்க. சீக்குள்ளே போய் ஃபைட்டோபிளாங்க்டன் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் யாரும் பண்ண முடியாது சார். அது இப்படி தான் போயிட்டுருக்கோம். பட் நம்ம ஒரு பக்கம் விட்டுட்டு இருக்கோம். 1 லிட்டர் பெட்ரோல் நான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன் சார், போதும். நான் பைக் வச்சுருக்கேன், 1 லிட்டர் பெட்ரோல் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன் ஒரு வாரத்துக்குன்னா, எனக்கு 2.6 kilograms 2.6 CO2 நான் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணுறேன் பெர் வீக்கு. நான் அதுக்கான ஈக்குவலண்ட் கிராஸ் லேண்டை ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன் அப்படின்னா என்னோட இன்சல்ட் பிகம்ஸ் கார்பன் நியூட்ரல். அந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட் தான் நான் கொடுத்து வந்திருக்கேன். பிடி கிராஸ் இன்வென்ஷன் யாராவது ஃபியூச்சரில் பண்ணிட்டாங்க அப்படின்னா, எவ்ரி ஒன் கேன் பர்ச்சேஸ் பிடி கிராஸ். அவங்க கால்குலேட் பண்ணி அவங்களோட CO2 ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கலாம். ஹார்வெஸ்டிங் இஸ் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் தென் திஸ் ஒன். அப்புறம் சார் ஒரு டவுட் சொல்லுவாங்க, மேபி கேட்பாங்க, மீத்தேன் வந்து இந்த கிராஸ்லாம் வச்சு மாடுலாம் சாப்பிட்டு பெல்ச்சிங் பண்ணி மீத்தேனை விடுது, அது CO2வோட, ஏன்னா அப்போ கேட்டாங்க என்ன அந்த கொஷின், இப்போயே சொல்லிடுறேன். அது CO2வோட 30-40 times பொட்டன்ஷியல் க்ரீன் ஹவுஸ் கேஸு. ஐ அக்ரி. பட் நம்ம பாரம்பரிய மாடுகள் எதுக்குமே வந்து பெல்ச்சிங் பண்ணி மீத்தேன்லாம் வெளியே விடாது, ஜெர்சி மாடு தான் விடும். ஏன்னா மெத்தனைசேஷன் அண்ட் டைஜஷன் டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டான ப்ராசஸ். மெத்தனைசேஷன் எங்கே நடக்கும்னா ஃபெர்மெண்டேஷனில் தான் நடக்கும். ஃபெர்மெண்டேஷனில் சரியாக ஜீரணம் ஆகாமல் புளிச்சு போய் ஃபெர்மெண்டேஷன் ஆகும்போது தான் மெத்தனைசேஷன் கன்வெர்ட் ஆகி அது மீத்தேனாக வெளியே வரும். ப்ராப்பராக டைஜஷன் ஆகிடுச்சு அப்படின்னா பக்காவாக பெர்ஃபெக்டாக அது வந்து CO2வாக தான் வெளியே வரும். இது கவுடங்காக தான் போயிடுமே தவிர மீத்தேன் கேஸ் பெல்ச்சிங்கில் இருக்காது. பாரம்பரிய மாடுகள் எல்லாமே அசை போடும். சொல்லுங்கள், மெத்தனைசேஷன் நடக்காது. இப்போ பாரம்பரிய மாடுகளில் இல்லை, இந்த மாடுங்க தான் இருக்குது. வைக்கோலை சாப்பிடுறது, சரியாக செரிக்க மாட்டேது, அசைப்பட மாட்டேது, பெல்ச்சிங் பண்ணுது, மீதன் வெளியே வருது. ஸோ நம்ம அந்த டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணும்போது கேட்டாங்க, நீங்கள் கிராஸ் வெட்டி என்ன பண்ண போகிறீங்க, மாடு கொடுக்கலாமா? கொடுக்காதீங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டேன் நான். சிம்பிளி கன்வெர்ட் அட்மாஸ்பியரிக் ஹசார்டஸ் கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு இன்டு சாயில் கார்பன். கட் பண்ணி வீட்டிலே பக்கத்துலேயே போட்டுருங்க, அதுவே உரமாக கிடக்கும். ஜஸ்ட் ஹார்வெஸ்டிங் தான், குவான்டிஃபைபிள் ஹார்வெஸ்டிங். உங்களோட எமிஷன்ஸை நீங்கள் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க. இதுக்கு நீங்கள் யார்ட்டையுமே போய் எதுவும் நிற்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் கிடையாது. யூ பிகம் கார்பன் நியூட்ரல். பீயிங் a global warming is a global phenomena. You harvest your own CO2 pollution, CO2 insult. அதுக்கு நான் ட்ரீ பிளான்டேஷன் பண்ணுறதுலாம் சோஃபார் நாலேஜாக இருக்கலாம். பட் இட் டேக்ஸ் enormous time. We don't have time for that. Have some grass plantation and harvesting, sir. Same, but in detail, sir. In detail. அதெல்லாம் பேப்பரில் கொண்டு வரல. ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து டாக்கிங் அபவுட் தி ரிசர்ச் ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸ் அண்ட் அதோட இது தெர்மல் எக்ஸ்பேன்ஷன் ஆஃப் சி அண்ட் ஜெர்மினேஷன் டெம்பரேச்சர்லாம் ஐ வில் சென்ட் யூ த மெயில். டீடைல்ஸ் ஆல்ரெடி இன் டீடைல், பட் ஐ வில் சென்ட் தோஸ். அதாவது நம்ம காசஸ் ஆஃப் குளோபல் வார்மிங் பற்றி பேசிகிட்டே இருக்கோம், ஒன்றும் யூஸ் கிடையாது. எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் குளோபல் வார்மிங் பற்றி பேசிட்டே இருக்கோம், ஒன்றும் யூஸ் கிடையாது. வாட் இஸ் அவேர்னஸ் கொடுத்துட்டே இருக்கோம், ஒன்றும் யூஸ் கிடையாது. ட்ரீ பிளான்டேஷன் பண்ணுங்கள், அவேர்னஸ் தானே அது. பட் வி நீட் ஆக்ஷன் டிரைவன் அவேர்னஸ். என்ன வேணும்? ஆக்ஷன் டிரைவன் அவேர்னஸ். இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் என்னோட காரோடைய பெட்ரோல் ஈக்குவேஷன்ஸ் அதுக்கும் மேலே நான் கார்பன் சிங்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கேன். அவ்வளோதான். ஐ எம் டேக்கிங் த சேலஞ்ச் ஆஃப் கன்வெர்ட்டிங் ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் பேடி கிராஸ்லேண்ட்ஸ், நான் ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் பேடி இப்போ இருக்கிற ஹைப்ரிட் நெல்லுங்கள் எல்லாமே வந்து ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணி 3 அடி வளர ஹைப்ரிட் ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணி 7 அடி 8 அடி வளர கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு நல்லா சிங்க் பண்ணுற மாதிரி ஒரு ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் பேடியை காட்டு யானமோ கருங்குருவே மாப்பிள சம்பவம் கருப்பு கவனி ஒட்டடையான் தூய மில்லிப்பப்பு சம்பவம் நிறைய லிஸ்ட் இருக்குது. அதுங்களை கன்வெர்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்காக ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். எங்கள் டீம் வரதராஜன் சார், ஞான சார் எல்லாமே சார் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்காங்க. திஸ் இஸ் அவர் கரண்ட் ஆக்டிவிட்டி. எம்பிபிஎஸ்சி எம்எஸ் ப்ராக்டிஸ்லாம் எப்போ 0, 8 வருஷம் 10 வருஷம் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஐ வாஸ் ஐசியூ இன்சார்ஜ் குளோபல் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ஸ் அண்ட் அப்போலோ, இப்போ சுத்தமாக 0. தேங்க்யூ சார், தேங்க்யூ மேடம். ப்ளீஸ் மேடம். Ma'am, at present capturing CO2 because the time sensitive matter, so we don't have time to know, time to act. Time sensitive matter இருக்கிறதுனால இப்போ வரைக்கும் என்னன்னா ஒரு இண்டிவிஜுவலும் எங்கெல்லாம் சும்மா ட்ரெக்கிங் போகிறாங்களோ இங்கே போகிறாங்களோ just have one grass cutters with you. So value addition to sink carbon dioxide. Yeah, ma'am. That I got your point, ma'am. There is one thing called the carbon burial grounds. Just repeat, please. Carbon burial grounds. Economic conversion தான் இது. உங்ககிட்ட வந்து ஒரு 1 acre land இருக்கு அப்படின்னா நீங்கள் fastest growing grass வந்து build பண்ணி once this project has been validated and approved by the authorities, அப்போ தான் சொல்கிறேன், you can convert this into carbon burial grounds. எப்படின்னா நீங்கள் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறத ஒரு இடத்துல ஒரு 10 அடிக்கு பள்ளம் தோண்டி வச்சுட்டு ஜேசிபி வச்சு பள்ளம் தோண்டி வச்சுட்டு நீங்கள் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறதெல்லாம் அதில் போட்டு டம்ப் பண்ணிகிட்டே வாங்க. குவான்டிஃபைபிள் CO2 செல்லுலோஸ் ஃப்ராக்மெண்ட்ஸ் நீங்கள் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிங்க அப்படின்னா நீங்கள் அந்த 10 ஃபீட்டுக்கு கீழே அதை அதை வந்து டம்ப் பண்ணிகிட்டே வந்துடுங்க. ஒரு ஸ்டேஜ்க்கு அப்புறம் போட்டு மூடிடுங்க. இட் பிகம்ஸ் ஆஃப்டர் பீரியட் ஆஃப் டைம் ஒன்று ஃபாசிலில் போய் நிற்கும். 150 வருஷம் கழிச்சு நீங்களே டீசல் கொடுக்கலாம், பெட்ரோல் கொடுக்கலாம், சொல்ல முடியாது. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் திஸ் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர்மேஷன் ஆஃப் திஸ் கார்பனிக் ஆர்கானிக் மேட்டர் இன்டு ஃபாசில் இது ஒரு கரியாக கூட கிடைக்கும். தட் கேன் பி யூஸ் பார்த்துட்டு. பட் ஒன்லி திங் நம்ம சப்ஜெக்டில் அந்த ட்ரையான செல்லுலோஸ் லீவ்ஸை கிராஸோட லீவ்ஸை நீங்கள் திருப்பியும் பர்ன் பண்ணிங்கன்னா CO2 back into atmosphere. I will never recommend this. We can use for biomanures. Manures use பண்ணிக்கலாம். Manures-க்கு இங்கே இட் அப்ளைபிள் ஃபார் ஆர்கானிக் ஃபார்மிங்கிறதுக்கு பயன்படும். பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் ஹை கார்பன் கண்டென்ட் டிஸ்பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி பண்ணலாம். தட் இஸ் கால்டு கார்பன் பரியல் கிரவுண்ட்ஸ் மேடம். And this one, sir, this is sir, everything is my own idea, sir. No, this is I just applied for my PhD projects. It is a layman point of concern. I am not those scientific fragments is involved. Dimensions lang kediyadu. So swarts kediyadu. I am just giving. But I am not worried about pattern aspect. Anyone can take this for the sake of global common solutions. So I am not going to for pattern. But I am registering the word BT grass today in Central University. This supposed to be subject for pattern conflict. யாராச்சும் ஒரு பெரிய கம்பெனி குளோபல் வார்மிங் ஒர்க் பண்ணுற கம்பெனி ரிசர்ச் பண்ணி அவங்களுடைய பிடி கிராஸ்ன்னு சொல்லிட்டு கொண்டு போகிறாங்க அப்படின்னா திஸ் வில் பி a conflict of interest. நாங்கள் இன்றைக்கி பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். சென்ட்ரல் யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் we have published. It is a product of Tamil Nadu. It is intellectual content of our Tamil Indian origin. அப்படின்ட்டு we can go for conflict. We can let them associate with us. BT grass பற்றி பிடி கிராஸ் பற்றி எந்த இன்ஸ்டியூஷன்ஸுமே வேர்ல்டில் டெக்னாலஜி டெவலப் பண்ணி பிடி கிராஸ் வந்து ஃபாஸ்டஸ்ட் க்ரோயிங் CO2 சிங்க் பண்ணும். ஜஸ்ட் டேக் அன் எக்ஸாம்பிள், வாஷிங்டன் டிசி அங்கே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்படி தரையே பல காண்டி மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஹை எண்டு வெஹிக்கிள்ஸ் தான் அங்கே இருக்கும். அவ்வளோ CO2 எமிஷன்ஸு. பட் கிளியரிங் பண்ணுறதுக்கு யாருமே இல்லை. யார் இப்போ CO2 கிளியர் பண்ண முடியும்? ப்ரொவைடட் பிடி கிராஸ் வேகன்ஸ் இருந்துச்சுன்னா 2 பக்கம் 2 ரயிலை போட்டு விட்டு, பெரிய கூட்ஸ் மாதிரி வேகனை போட்டு விட்டு, ஃபுல்லாக சாயில் பேட்டை போட்டு பிடி கிராஸ் போட்டு வளர்த்துட்டு கொண்டாந்து விடுங்க காலையில் ஆர்ச் மாரி வாஷிங்டன் டிசியில் CO2 எல்லாம் கிளியர் பண்ணுங்கள் ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷாக. நாட் ஓன்லி கிவிங் த பிடி கிராஸ் வில் நாட் ஓன்லி grow fast with zinc carbon dioxide. At the same rate, it will give freshly prepared oxygen also. ஸோ வாஷிங்டன் டிசியை சுற்றி அந்த வெள்ளைமலையை சுற்றி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஃப்ரெஷ்லி ப்ரிப்பேர்ட் ஆக்சிஜன் பயங்கரமாக இருக்கும். அங்கே எமிஷன் ஹை எண்ட் வெஹிக்கிள்ஸோட CO2லாம் சோர்ஸ் லெவலில் கேப்சர் ஆகிடும். ஈவினிங் ஆச்சுன்னா வேகன் கொண்டு போயிட்டு ஷெட்டில் வச்சுருவாங்க. 3-4 days ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிவிடுவாங்க. சிம்பிள். ஸோ அந்தளவுக்கு எக்கனாமிக்கலி வையபிள் ப்ராஜெக்ட் பிடி கிராஸ். I request our Dr. Velmurugan sir to kindly register the word BT grass in Central University today presentation. Irukku sir, irukku title irukku. Officially it being registered, so I may request that BT grass to be a innovative conceptual origin of Central University of Tamil Nadu, India industry. Thank you madam, thank you so much. Sir, doubts? But sir, I need a fault identification from my presentation, sir, because I can explore further.
So that harvested biomass, okay, after you grow, you will get a good amount of biomass. That will become a problem now, sir.
So I said 2 outcomes of that. சார் என்ன கேட்டாங்க அப்படின்னா, பயோமாஸ் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிவிட்டு அது பெரிய ப்ராப்ளமாக இருக்கும், ஹோல்ட் ஆகும்னாங்க. நான் சொன்னதில் வந்து 2 விஷயம் ஜஸ்ட் கிளியர் இன் மைண்ட். திஸ் இஸ் எ 100% டீசென்ட்ரலைஸ்டு அப்ரோச். 100% டீசென்ட்ரலைஸ்டு அப்ரோச். ஒரு இண்டிவிஜுவல் ஜி வரதராஜன் அவருடைய பொல்யூஷனுக்கு பெட்ரோல் 10 kg லிட்டர் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாருன்னா அது ஈக்குவலண்ட்டாக CO2 என்ன அந்த கிராஸில் வச்சு ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறாரோ அவர் வீட்டில் பக்கத்தில் போட்டுருவார். இட் பிகம் சாயில் கார்பன். அவ்வளோ. வேர்ல்ட் இஸ் வெரி பிக் ஸ்டேஜ் ஆஃப் தட் டீசென்ட்ரலைஸ்டு அப்ரோச். கொஞ்சம் அப்ஸ்கேல் பண்ணி கமர்ஷியலாக பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்னா தே ஷுட் சப்போஸ் தேவ் கார்பன் பரியல் கிரவுண்ட்ஸ். அந்த பரியல் கிரவுண்ட்ஸில் போட்டு புதைக்க போகிறாங்க. இட் பிகம்ஸ் ஒரு ஃபெர்டைல் சாயிலாக மாறப்போகுது. வாஷிங்டன் டிசி லெவலில் நம்ம பேசணும் அப்படின்னா they have an enormous scientific panel how to handle that. But approach is being a decentralized approach. Hazardous waste கிடையாது. It is a biological solid harvested biocarbon capable of biodegradation in soil. Yes sir. Thank you madam. Thank you.
Our sincere and humble thanks for enlightening us on BT grass and carbon dioxide sequestration by harvesting, and also including the concepts on carbon dioxide emission, tree plantation, carbon harvesting, global warming, and also explaining the visual representation of inference of 100 years of carbon dioxide versus temperature. Thank you sir for your words of wisdom.
We have far too much carbon in our atmosphere and far too little in our soil. A good evening to one and all present here. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the 4th technical session and the last session for the day 1 of 2-day climate change conference organized by Center for Climate Change Studies, sponsored by UGC STRIDE. Myself, K. Niranjana Devi from School of Legal Studies, and Leah Teresa Alex, from a research scholar from the Department of Commerce, are the hosts for this session. While trees and other plants can remove some carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, most climate change experts agree we can't plant enough fast enough to do the job alone. Carbon capture technology has been around for decades, and is used to strip carbon out of the factory emissions as well as remove carbon that already is in the air. We hope you all are going to gain a great knowledge by attending this valuable session. We, on behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, have the immense pleasure to introduce our special guest who is an eminent speaker and a knowledgeable person, that is Dr. K. Palaniveru. Sir is currently a professor in Center for Environmental Studies, Anna University, Chennai.
Sir has a long teaching career from 1992 till date, where Sir has been in Center for Environmental Studies, Anna University, Chennai, from 1992 in different posts like lecturer, senior lecturer, assistant professor, associate professor, and now professor. In between from 26 December 2006 to 21st December 2007, Sir was a teaching cum research professor in Changnam National University, Daejeon, Republic of Korea. Sir has been awarded Research Fellowship for Research Program by UGC and CSIR. Best Environmental Research Paper Award in 2010, Department of Environment, Government of Tamil Nadu. Outstanding Conference Paper Award, second place at the 6th ICEST held at Houston, USA from June 25th to 2012. And Active Researcher Award 2014 in Environmental Studies, Anna University, Chennai. Sir is going to enlighten us with the topic, Carbon Dioxide Capture from Large-Scale Stationary Sources for Carbon Dioxide Utilization. Once again, on behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, we welcome you, sir. The session is yours.
Thank you for your nice words about me. Good evening to all of you. I think this climate change management, I think I have to hold like this, okay, has to be managed in different ways. Okay. Morning we listened to a lot of points from the eminent speakers, how to manage, including going for renewable energy. And our country Deputy Secretary also highlighted about renewable energy. That is what focus in future. And currently Dr. Raghunathan highlighted about biological route of harvesting directly from atmospheric air. Okay. What I am going to deal now is chemical route from the source where it is emitted in a huge quantity like thermal power station. Okay. We should not let it go to the atmosphere. Before that, we capture the carbon dioxide from the source and what we can do with this. And some of this thing globally, what is going on, and in this direction, whatever we carried out some research work at the laboratory level, I want to share it now. If you look at the carbon dioxide, again, many speakers talked about this from the morning. And whatever the compound, whether it is coal, that is a carbon, or carbon containing fuels like hydrocarbon, whatever we burn it, ultimate the product is carbon dioxide. That is what emitted, and that's what causing all this global warming and climate change. And also you might listen, many speakers pointed about the main source is carbon dioxide for the global warming, and mainly comes from burning of fossil fuels, whatever it is. And globally it is about 60%. And because of this main reason, it is also taken as a standard compound for comparing other things. Morning, Dr. Ramanan also pointed about this. And it is given the global warming potential of 1. And rest like methane, nitrous oxide, all compared with this, the main culprit, carbon dioxide. And we have standards globally in India also for many pollutants, water, air, all this thing. Air also we have different standard for sulfur dioxide, NOx, particulate matter, not for carbon dioxide. except a few countries, especially USA, sometime back, now it is not very seriously considered. Any source, if they emit per year about 25,000 tons of carbon dioxide from a particular source, they should have a capture plant. They have to capture and do something. They should not emit carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. But it is also not enforced nowadays. And if we look at the sources of carbon dioxide, where it comes from, mainly burning, all fuels, cement, steel type of, aluminum type of industries where high temperature is required, heating, if we do with the fuels again, there also carbon dioxide is emitted. And in the mobile source, transportations are also highlighted about one diesel emit about 2.6 kg of carbon dioxide. Okay. And again, other sources also there. You see the blue one, where large thing comes from about 73% comes from electricity production. Okay. That's what thermal power station is a main culprit, and rest like cement, steel, aluminum type of industries, wherever heating is required using fuel, definitely carbon dioxide will be emitted. And if you look at this concentration, there's also many speakers talked about. Very recently, January 2020, the atmospheric carbon dioxide was about 413 ppm. And this year, January, it was about 418 ppm in the atmosphere. Now it might have come to close to 420 ppm. And see the various sources like power plants, cement production, refineries, iron and steel. Globally, these are the number of stations available, especially power station, the highest one, nearly 5,000 thermal power stations are there. And this is the amount of 1 million tons of carbon dioxide is emitted, totally amounting to nearly 13,500 metric tons of carbon dioxide is emitted, and including biomass processing, ethanol production. Bioprocessing also emit carbon dioxide, and huge concentration there, especially in the bioprocess, ethanol production and all, nearly 40% of carbon dioxide is there. And if you look at the other sources, that is coal, the concentration, what goes out into the atmosphere varies from 12 to 15% of carbon dioxide. Natural gas turbine, 3 to 4%, there it is low. Okay. And again, other fuel boiler, 8. So it varies from 3 to maximum about 40% of carbon dioxide is emitted from this stationary source into the atmosphere. And this is a projection. IPCC, they have presented, considering various options, how much of carbon dioxide, considering about RCPs, different RCPs. I hope all of you are familiar about this. Representative concentration, pathways, how globally we are going to mitigate these carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide likely to be emitted into the atmosphere varies. That is, at the end of the century, this is a concentration, 510 to about 7,000. The gap is very large. How globally people are going for renewable energy and other things, or carbon dioxide capture, depending on all the possibilities, the minimum is still 510, maximum about 7,000, as usual, business as usual. We call it now, no mitigation, nothing. How we are doing it, same way, if we continue, it is going to be this. That is what shown graphically also from this range up to this. Okay. And future, this is a amount of carbon dioxide likely to be emitted by the middle of the century, that is 2050, about 84 gigatons of carbon dioxide is likely to be emitted. And of course, in the lower range is 23. Suppose we go for all mitigation, then still it is be the concentration. So it's a huge amount. If you look at the carbon dioxide, it is not small. It is very, very huge amount of carbon dioxide. So it's a waste gas now, okay, creating all kind of trouble. of global warming and the consequent climate change. So what to do with this? The biotechnology, Dr. Raghunathan also talked about biological weighing, and there are, Krishnagiri, there is another industry, I don't know whether I heard about bamboo, Bima bamboo. That is also, I have listened to like your presentation, he made a presentation. I have noticed within a single day it takes, but after 3 months or so, I have noticed, he put a video also, it has slowed down, okay? So these type of genetically modified things like grass or, okay. Yes, okay. Okay, okay. But I have noticed in the video itself, one can easily make out initial growth is very fast. After 3 months, it has slowed down. Yes. Okay. He also claimed a huge amount of carbon dioxide is captured. So now, that's the amount of a very high amount of carbon dioxide, but globally, including India, we committed, everybody has to go for zero carbon by 2050 or 2070, that is a commitment. And various ways of producing clean energy is also very, very important, okay? So as I started, it has to be managed in a different way. We have to go for renewable energy, including solar, wind energy, all this. And if not possible, carbon dioxide is going to come from thermal burning of coal. Definitely, that is also has to be managed. And the projection is the fuel availability will be there for another 40 to 50 years, okay? So overnight, we cannot close all our thermal power station and switch over to solar. Huge cost is required. So that is why Government of India also committed to the United Nations. We asked net zero carbon emission 2070. China 2060, but most of the advanced countries, they have agreed to make it carbon zero by 2050. But morning in the Deputy Secretary's speech, it is very clear, we are advancing very fast, okay? The commitment is about 175 gigawatts of renewable energy production by 2030, okay? So the rate at which Government of India is actively pursuing, it is possible, going for clean energy possibility. Okay, so in this direction, again, new technologies, energy efficiency. Even take the case of bulb. Once it was ordinary tungsten bulb, consumed a lot. Then it was a CFL, compact fluorescent. Now LED, the power consumption is very, very low. Okay, and the only market available is what is LED. No CFL, no tungsten-based bulbs are not available. That is a thing. Always improvement in this sector, including energy efficiency, all this air conditioner rating, all 3-star, 5-star, it is all rated. 5-star means bit costly, but definitely the energy consumption, if we consider, is low. So that way, so many research workers are carrying out activities in different way, improving the energy, all these things. So clean energy through renewable sources, ultimate solution, it is going to take place, but at least another 50 years, that is what as per the estimate from Government of India. So now, as I put it, go back to the previous, very huge amount of carbon dioxide is going to come, or not going to come, it is there already. And if we continue to proceed like this, definitely it is going to be remain. Carbon dioxide management is a big issue. Otherwise, whatever projected, 2-degree rise, sea level rise, 1 meter rise, everything is going to be a reality. Okay? So we have to do something with this carbon dioxide. So what is currently going on is natural way of doing it through terrestrial or aquatic, all this. That is what in the previous, Dr. Raghunathan also, BT grass, all this biotechnology, or tree plantation we have done in the morning, that is also definitely, but always biological processes are very, very slow, okay? And if we consider the quantum of carbon dioxide, only with this it is very, very difficult. Government of India also committed to increase the green cover area from 2.5 billion tons to 3 billion tons by growing more tree plantation. Definitely there is a one, but the amount of carbon dioxide emitted is huge, so we cannot completely remove this carbon dioxide by this green base, natural. So we have to look for other means of engineered system, okay? Even engineered system, algal pond growth, both freshwater, marine, all these things are scientists are working, where in which accelerated carbon dioxide, especially thermal power stations like Ennur, Thuthukudi, if you take it, everything located at the seawater near thing. So go for marine pond culture with algae cultivation, where it is going to yield a lot of products, beneficial product we can get from that. Other alternatives, two things are happening worldwide. One is geological storage, the other one is ocean storage. In my personal opinion, these two are not a very good process, okay? Because the amount of carbon dioxide huge, and the nature of carbon dioxide, we don't know what will happen in the long term. Carbon dioxide is also slowly reactive substance. It may react with underground, even in the marine, and create risk in future. So in my opinion, even though some of the European countries going for this abandoned geological, wherever mining taken place underground, the unrocked minerals, especially containing calcium, magnesium, may react with the carbon dioxide, hell, that's a geological storage, whereas ocean is deep underground, it can be stored, but there are risks associated with this. Instead, we can go for capturing the carbon dioxide and utilize it in a beneficial way, especially from large scale, that is CCU, carbon dioxide utilization. This is also contribute towards circular, what is called circular economy. This is a focus of sustainable development. Any waste is there, it is considered as a resource, okay? Do something with this waste gas, carbon dioxide also. That is what focus of this one, and what is called circular carbon economy. Yes, that is also, algal pond also definitely goes with that. If you isolate, I am coming to that. There are some few valuable products we can obtain from this algal, especially medicinal components are present. Even edible things are there. Those who visited Japan, China, Korea, all the lunch, they will have algal, by edible variety. That's a rich in protein. Even I don't know, some of you may be familiar with azolla. That is also algal, tiny algal. That's an edible variety. We can, I have taken, tested what I also made out of the azolla. So, from these stationary sources where huge amount of carbon dioxide is emitted, what we are to do is capture this carbon dioxide, okay? If we capture it, isolate only carbon dioxide, it's a wonderful chemical, we can have plenty of application. I think in this hall, I'm not able to see in the cylinder, but there are guest house, every corner I have seen cylinder, fire extinguisher. That is nothing but carbon dioxide, pure carbon dioxide. Okay. So right now, you see all this thing where carbon dioxide is used, anyone is aware where it comes from, how the carbon dioxide cylinder is filled? All from marine shells. That is nothing but calcium carbonate. Seashells are taken, it is heated at least to 450 degrees Celsius, where calcium carbonate is broken, calcium oxide and carbon dioxide. That carbon dioxide is taken, but see the amount of energy spent, 450 degrees Celsius you have to rise it. Then only calcium carbonate can be broken into calcium oxide and carbon dioxide. That involves huge energy, burning again. If you go to the local side, how they make lime is, they will collect the shell from sea, burn it. That is also again contributing to global warming. So, we have to do something to recover. These are the 4 routes available currently. One is chemical absorption. Carbon dioxide is an acidic gas, so with a suitable thing, we can capture this. Other one is adsorption based one, both pressure and temperature. By varying the temperature and pressure, we can capture this carbon dioxide in a suitable medium. By again changing the temperature or pressure, you can release the carbon dioxide almost in a pure form. The third option is what is called cryogenic distillation, going for minus degree cooling, minus 50, 40. If you cool it, it will become a carbon dioxide as a dry ice. That is what, I don't know, the young generation may not be familiar now. Earlier, all your ice cream supplied in a box which contains dry ice. Okay, you might have studied in +2 or before that in school chemistry. Okay, so that's a cryogenic distillation, cooling below minus 40 and separating the gas into solid dry ice form. That is again, cooling minus 40 is not an easy job. It requires huge amount of energy. And the third possibility is separation by a membrane. There are membrane which will permit only carbon dioxide. What is the fuel gas? If you look at it, mostly it contains carbon dioxide, about, as I mentioned, 15%, about 80% is nitrogen. Remaining few things may be water, moisture vapor, and other impurities in trace amount. So these are the 4 options available to capture carbon dioxide from the stationary source, isolate from other impurities, and get it in almost in a pure form. So this is diagrammatically shown again. Yes, yes, available. Already available. I'm going to show you 2 things. What we worked on this. It's a larger scale. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, it is a practice. As I told you, the standards also 25,010, and they are capturing chemical absorption is happening. So, carbon dioxide here, the first route is adsorption. You take some solid material, porous material, have some affinity, alkaline, make it alkaline, so that carbon dioxide will come, which is acidic, and sit on the surface, chemical interaction. A kind of acid-base neutralization, a short-term acid-base neutralization, and it is happening because of changing the pressure and temperature. Okay? While capturing, you keep it in the low pressure, okay? I'm sorry, high pressure, and different type of amines is used. Amines are slightly basic, and carbon dioxide is acidic, so a kind of neutralization, and if you change the temperature, pressure, you can release carbon dioxide almost in a pure form. This is one of the things, and not much used, but scientists are working on the laboratory scale. And this one, absorption, this is what commercially available. US, many industries are using this. Here again, instead of solid, you have a liquid. Again, basic liquid it takes, pass carbon dioxide, it will be captured, and if you heat it, US, what they are doing is, after capturing, they raise the temperature, heat it, carbon dioxide will come out of this. So this is one of the benchmark or well established and used in industries. Okay? The absorption by different type of liquid solution in which slight organic bases are employed. Cryogenic, as I mentioned, it is a cooling where carbon dioxide will be converted from the solid, liquid form into or gaseous form, from gas to solid. And membrane separation is a thin barrier, and which will selectively again allow only carbon dioxide, retaining other impurities like nitrogen, water, anything is there, they will be retained. Only carbon dioxide will be allowed, again because of the specific impurities are stopped, and only carbon dioxide selective membranes, especially again based on nitrogen containing compounds. If you put it this, slightly basic, not highly basic, slightly, definitely it is working. So these are the 4 route, out of which absorption, well established, many industries are using, including in Thoothukudi, there is a chloroalkali industry is there, TAC, and they are capturing carbon dioxide, they are burning wood and other thing they are using, carbon dioxide is emitted, and they capture with a simple reaction using sodium hydroxide as a absorption liquid, and that is converted into baking soda. Sodium bicarbonate they are isolating, and they are selling it commercially. So this is one of the first plant in our Tamil Nadu state in which capturing carbon dioxide is taking place in a commercial scale or for full-fledged things. It involves using sodium hydroxide and carbon dioxide passes through that, and it is converted into initially sodium carbonate, and later on more carbon dioxide will convert it into sodium bicarbonate, which is called baking soda. Many industrial uses sodium bicarbonate is having. So chemical absorption is a simple one. Have some liquid, pass carbon dioxide. It's a short-term neutralization reaction captured. One of the benchmark solvent used is monoethanol amine. Okay. And what is happening is carbon dioxide reacts with amine, forms carbamate species temporarily. If you heat it, they have done the heating and it is released. And many scientists are working, passing current also to liberate pure carbon dioxide. MIT group and USA, they are working on this. No temperature, using electricity. They are liberating the captured carbon dioxide from this. So this is one of the things. But the heating again, capturing and releasing carbon dioxide, heating is required, which is per ton about 350 units of current is required, which makes this one of the expensive technique. Okay? But standards are implemented, definitely we have to go for some kind of technique to capture this. Unfortunately, globally, this standard has to come. Carbon dioxide, what 25,000 or globally some agreed standard. Otherwise, no country will go for this. Okay? They have to insist, like how sulfur dioxide NOx are reduced in different countries, including India. Carbon dioxide also standards should be established. Then only the industry will go for some kind of capturing. Otherwise, simply they let out into the atmosphere. So this is energy demand is there. And pressure swing or temperature swing in a solid adsorbent material, that is also works. And energy requirement here is about less, about close to 200 units per ton of carbon dioxide recovered is required. And with a purity of about 90%, you can get purity 90% is possible to get by this adsorption technique. And various type of adsorbent materials, usually based on activated carbon coated on surface. Different type of, one of the well-known compound is polyethylene imine. Imine also you can see here, all nitrogen containing compounds. Anything you are coating onto the solid, if it contains more nitrogen, which is basic, which capture carbon dioxide selectively and permit to that. Same type of things also developed for membranes. So any technique which is specific for carbon dioxide should have nitrogen containing compounds. Incorporate into the solution absorption like monoethylamine, or in the solid material as a solid on which coated or converted into polymeric form, make it to a solid, and you can use it as an adsorbent. Or if it is converted into the amine, a thin layer of membrane, you can get it. That is what all the simple logic is. Some kind of nitrogen or slightly basic substances should be used as a capturing liquid or solid or a membrane. This is a simple logic. Cryogenic purity, you can get about 90 to 95%, but see the energy consumption here, about 650 units are required per ton of carbon dioxide recovery. So energy wise, this is the highest amount which is required. So each one of this, if you consider, have limitation, all these things, but we have to go for something. And especially in all this, what is happening is, the carbon dioxide is coming out from the flue gas in the form of gas. In each one of this, it is converted into the liquid form or solid form, in which there is a change of phase from gas to liquid or gas to solid. Definitely, if there is a phase change is taking place, energy requirement are expensive. Energy cost is very high. Any one of these three techniques, cryogenic or absorption, adsorption, whatever it is. Whereas membrane, if you consider, in which there is no phase change. A thin layer of membrane is required, the same kind of material. One is used in liquid form, another one is solid, But here solid liquid, cut it into make it a thin membrane, the same material which can be used for separating carbon dioxide. And here scientists have reported about 82 to 88% of carbon dioxide can be recovered from the flue gas, and the energy spent for this is the lowest among all the 4 methods, and it is about 75 units of energy is required per ton of carbon dioxide captures. So membrane technology, obviously, because for the reason there is no phase change, it requires minimum energy and considered as a future technology. Wherever who wants retrofit to capture carbon dioxide, this may be an ideal unit. And thing is, it can be used in both in fuel gas and flue gas. I hope fuel gas, it has to be separated from methane, okay, natural gas, where carbon dioxide is present in high amount, and but flue gas, after the burning of all this solid or fossil fuel, what we get is a flue gas in which carbon dioxide may be present up to the 15% that can be recovered easily with this carbon dioxide selective membranes. So the advantage with this membrane things are smaller unit, very compact, you can put it into this, retrofit very easily into the existing plant, and lack of mechanical complexity in the membrane system is also more, not like in the previous system, heating, cooling, all these things. And as per the International Energy Agency requirement, we can get 80% purity, but 80% recovery of carbon dioxide is possible from this membrane technique very easily. So that way, this is considered as a thing. So this is one of the laboratory fabricated in our laboratory. We have fabricated a membrane separator. I don't know, some of you have seen this. What is this? Any chemistry students, physics students? No. Okay. This is nothing but a oven, okay, where you can control the temperature up to 100 or something. Oven is a one. We are trying, but industry is, somebody has to come forward. And not costly, but costly. I won't say it is costly. The cost figure also in the 4 techniques I have highlighted. But industries, unless government put some standard or do something, they won't do. Industries. Even now industries are cheating many places, including liquid effluent. Tirupur and all, many people, I'm sorry to, okay, it's all recorded, I should not speak. Many people violate, okay, they know how to manage, even though we have standard. For this, we don't have any standard. Yes, standard for carbon dioxide come. We cannot say, because well established is an absorption. So generally we can make it. Membrane is an emerging technology, okay, but the cost comparison. But one of the well established and used industrially is absorption based technology. Okay. But it has a limitation. That is why membrane technology scientists started investigating. So what you can recommend as a part of this standard for carbon dioxide may be similar to SOx, NOx, particulate matter, maybe there. But it is up to the, even now Pollution Control Board only gives standards, but it is up to them to go for any type of treatment technology. We cannot pinpoint, go for this. For carbon dioxide, no. 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 Okay, it is all recorded. I should not speak. Okay. Morning also, I think Dhauranath is not here. He pointed out index, all these things. Okay. So all these index are taken from government website or information given. So many things are not reliable. Okay. So we have to be, the data from agencies where we are collecting should be reliable. Otherwise, in all this index, all these things, globally, India is ranked below. And sometimes we are also giving data not in a perfect way. That is also matters. So as to my knowledge, there is no standard for carbon dioxide except US they had earlier. That is also not followed. A lot of change in government policy changes are taking place. It was there before the previous 10 years they don't follow. But in case of US, it varies from state to state, not like India. India Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board is the nodal agency, and all the state have to follow. But US it is different. Each state they have their own standard. Still the carbon dioxide, some state they have their standard. Many of the states, no, not linear. Unless standard is insisted upon, nobody will go for this type of capture technology or whatever treatment we are telling, no. Yes. Okay. Automobile. No, automobile it is there. It is not strictly enforced. Strictly enforced are SOx, NOx, particulate matter. Carbon dioxide that is there, but they are not doing it strictly. So there are techniques, and membrane is coming in this, may come out here, emerging technology, future. Everybody goes for all, globally all countries say we have to have a carbon dioxide standard, then absorption and membrane technology. So it's nothing but a oven in which we have fabricated cylinders. One is, this is a one membrane, small, tiny, it's all laboratory scale study. It has to be expanded, in which this is a arrangement membrane, and you can see here this is a membrane, we can put it inside. Okay. And here there are one cylinder, another cylinder is there, and whatever permeate it will go and accumulate it here. The accumulated is a pure carbon dioxide where it is permitted, and the other one is will be retained on the other side where the membrane, this is a membrane which will not permit other impurities present, and it is all coated with nitrogen containing compound. So it will permit only carbon dioxide, like nitrogen and water, all these things will be retained on the thing. So the carbon dioxide will go here and accumulate it here, and the concentration, what is that, about 80 to 90% purity we can get it, and we can use it for whatever intended purpose. So this is a laboratory scale membrane reactor. It's a small version, and with that we worked on this for separating carbon dioxide from and 15% carbon dioxide we have taken, and rest of the 85% is nitrogen. With this, we have worked on this. One is, the first one is a dendrimer. That's a nitrogen containing polymers in which more number of nitrogens will be accumulated. And this, with the help of IISc Bangalore, Professor Jayaraman is there. He is working, he is called dendrimer. That, and be converted and use it for separation of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. We are able to separate selectively out of this carbon dioxide. So it's a dendrimer material. We are able to get, depending on the material, about 88% we are able to get it. Purity. No, it's a laboratory scale cylinder thing. No, we have not gone up to that stage. Okay, so we made it with the help of 15% carbon dioxide synthetic, rest with the nitrogen. That we are able to get 88% of purity of carbon. So it's all laboratory scale. So still more research is required. So similarly, other things also we have worked on this, in which again membrane coated with the nitrogen containing compounds. Amines, we have used mono, di, tri nitrogen containing amines and we are able to separate carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Also, we used alumina supported membrane, ceramic tube. We call it as a ceramic tube. This is also coated with a tributyl phosphate. Okay, so why we should go for always nitrogen? Nitrogen, phosphorus are coming in the same periodic table, same group, and we tested with a tributyl phosphate that may behave as a similar to nitrogen. That is also yielded a good result, similar to nitrogen containing amines. So this is also we separated and we published in the Greenhouse Gas Science and Technology Journal. And similarly, with the help of Russia, we had an opportunity to work with the Russian Academy of Science, in which membrane group is working. We are able to get polymer support, PDMS membrane, and we fabricated with this amine again based one, and that also we tested for separation of carbon dioxide from the flue gas. We modified this, improved again with the Russian group, trimethylsilane with again nitrogen containing amines compounds, and we are able to successfully separate carbon dioxide. All this research work are laboratory. Still, it is to be applied. More research, more funding in a larger scale is to be needed. So also what we, apart from this membrane separation, another one technology I was telling about is absorption, in which our Thuthukudi tag company is also capturing sodium bicarbonate. So we thought of doing similar type of work on this to absorption with the immediate capturing of carbon dioxide and converting into a value added product. So in this direction, we utilized amine type of thing, alkanol amine we used, and that is 2-amino-1-methyl propanol, again amine based one. We used this amine dissolved in vegetable oil. Okay. We want to avoid synthetic chemicals, so we have gone for naturally occurring vegetable oil, which is easily biodegradable. Other workers, all this, what they have done is with a mostly solvent-based one, and which is not a biodegradable and create environmental issue. So we used vegetable oil, and in which this amine is taken, and we passed carbon dioxide. What happened is immediately it is converted into carbamate species. As an insoluble material, it is thrown out. Okay, so we are able to recover this. These carbamate materials are used in many applications, including pesticide application. Carbamate pesticide is the one, and many pharmaceutical preparations also these type of carbamate material. So it's nothing but no energy, nothing, just A and B addition. We put vegetable oil in which the amine is dissolved, carbon dioxide is passed, immediately carbamate is thrown out. So no heating, nothing. Immediately you are getting the product which can be used. So this is one we published in Journal of Carbon Dioxide Utilization Journal. And we improved upon this. Instead of vegetable oils also, we used what is called deep eutectic solvent. Okay. That's a too solid material. If you heat it, it is converted into liquid. It is called deep eutectic solvent, which are all based on easily biodegradable material like urea and other things. Okay. So this is considered as one of the green solvent, deep eutectic solvents with some kind of naturally available proteins, amines, all these things. Okay. And one of the competitors to this, many organic solvents are, I don't know how long I can take, sir. Oh, I have to rush up, otherwise 2 minutes more, very difficult. Okay, okay. Okay, then I will rush. Okay. With this, we can get it. Similarly, we utilize waste cooking oil. Instead of vegetable, why should we use fresh oil? We collected from our hostel waste cooking oil, cleaned it, and we are able to get ammonium carbamate by putting ammonia. Instead of ammonia is a starting material, why we should go for amines? So we used simple ammonia dissolved in used vegetable oil. We passed carbon dioxide. We are able to get ammonium carbamate, which is nothing but urea. Just heat it, dehydration will give you urea. But one of the requirement is not even traces of water should not be there. It should be completely organic. Otherwise, it will be converted into bicarbonate or carbonate, not as a carbamate. They are both soluble in water. You will not get any solid, and that is also been noticed. So strict, no water. You can see the visible precipitate of ammonium carbamate, and for this we have applied for a patent also. And now currently one of my students is working, instead of urea, he isolated toilet urine, and after 3 days, if you add alkali, ammonia will be liberated. That ammonia, we want to use it with the carbon dioxide coming from the chimney, hostel, international hostel chimney, and we are able to. Unfortunately, there is a concentration of ammonia is not that much high. Okay, so we have to go for more, and big tank, all these things, we will be able to get ammonia in high concentration. Then fully waste material. One is urine, another one is waste chimney carbon dioxide from the kitchen, and we can be able to get it converted into urea. This is another work. Currently, it is going on. And similar type of things we have isolated. And also from the textile dye bath effluent, if we pass carbon dioxide, we can get sodium bicarbonate out of this. Okay, it's called the Solvay process. Solvay process of making sodium bicarbonate, it is a well-known chemical process. Naturally, seawater is taken, ammonia is passed, carbon dioxide is passed, you can get sodium bicarbonate. This is how commercially it is happening. Instead of seawater, why don't we use textile dye bath, in which they use a huge amount of sodium chloride for textile processing. So that waste we collected instead of seawater, and we are able to get sodium bicarbonate out of this by passing carbon dioxide. This is another work. And also RO reject, reverse osmosis reject. Now everywhere the process of water purification for drinking purpose, I am telling, as reverse osmosis, especially desalination. Chennai, we have 2 desalination plant at Minjur and Kalpakam, and both from there we collected the rejected seawater, and that also we used, and we got sodium bicarbonate, again sodium baking soda. So these are the work in which direct absorption of carbon dioxide, we can get value added products. So definitely I have 2 minutes more. One part I have completed, another part. Okay. So a lot of thing about circular economy. We not consider carbon dioxide as a waste. It is all converted into useful product. One of the main thing is linear economy. What is happening is currently now linear economy. We are burning, worried about energy recovery alone. Other things goes and causes all this problem. Sea level rise, glacier melting, all this happening, and we are not bothered about it. Only energy production, that's all, the economy. But if you consider recycle it, the carbon dioxide, whatever emitted, by capturing all this, there are plenty of ways you can convert it into value-added different products. See here, plenty, including fire extinguisher, our Pepsi, Coke, and many type of chemical can be get out of this captured carbon dioxide. It is possible there. And again, now these are the urea, methanol, cyclic carbonate, salicylic acid, all commercially well established with the help of carbon dioxide, and this is commercially known. And emerging and exploratory, still the exploratory, lot of things, especially young students and chemistry group of students are not here, I believe, and they have plenty of opportunities, including Nagarajan is missing here. Okay, they have a huge potential of converting captured, and Rajesh is here, and his idea is there. You can convert it into very good large number of products are possible using carbon dioxide as a raw material. Photosynthesis, and inert microalgae, seaweed, many chemical, carbonate, urea, salicylic acid, many things are known. And in this direction, we also did some work. Salicylic acid we manufactured, we got it, and we used industrial alkaline solid waste and used for capturing carbon dioxide. It's again nothing but acid-based chemistry. Carbon dioxide acidic, any industrial product with a alkaline in nature. We utilized thermal power plant fly ash, red mat from aluminum Malqua industry. All these things we tested for carbon dioxide capture, and we converted into brick, coal fly ash brick, red mud brick, steel slag brick. This is one of the DST sponsored project. Our Vice Chancellor was a review committee member for this PAC meeting. That is a project advisory committee member. When this project was carried out around 2012, he was one of the evaluation committee member. And we are able to convert it into brick with the help of this reactor for capturing carbon dioxide. And using this, we also published some paper on this. So a lot of, for want of time, there are challenges. As I mentioned, it is not an easy one. There are challenges in going for this. Definitely, utilization, capturing carbon dioxide and converting into value-added product is going to be definitely one of the management's option for managing carbon dioxide with the value addition. Okay. Definitely, burning of fuel is not going to stop by 2030 or 2050. Definitely, government of estimation is it may go up to 2070. That is why we asked about 50 years time. Till that time, we cannot close our eyes and let out all the carbon dioxide. Definitely, the impact will be serious, and we have to do something. Some kind of standard should be established. Okay. Then only in the industries, especially large emitters, will go for some kind of capturing technology, and if they are very much interested, converting into value-added product is possible. So thank you very much for your patient listening. I will be happy to answer any questions if you have. Yes, sir. Yes, please. Hmm. Yes, sir. Yes.
You mentioned about a series of patentable papers and ideas. All these things are eligible to be converted into credits?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, it is absolutely possible. Carbon credit and all, cheating type of things. It happened 10 years before. It is not at all now. It is. No, sir. It was there initially to encourage. Then afterwards, to my knowledge, they stopped.
Yeah, in 2000.
Even Chennai treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, they had gone for this. They obtained credit, all those things. Nowadays, it's not.
Yeah, that's what.
To my knowledge, I don't know.
No, I understand,
or something.
Now it is again they agreed in Glasgow. They agreed, and once again, now it is a marketable product now.
Yes.
It was. They are not there from 2012.
If there, all these things, if you prove commercially, definitely they will give credit.
Chances are there. Okay. Thank you, sir.
It is possible.
Sir, my point of concern is just convertible questions.
Yes.
Largest amount of CO2 emissions from ours only. Every second we are breathing out CO2 into the atmosphere.
That's natural, sir.
That's why that is my point of concern, sir. See, one thing called carbon flux. Carbon FLUX, carbon flux. 98.2% of 98.2% of carbon flux is natural, like our breathing out. Any living organism breathing out, like trees respirating out in the night. So it is natural since evolution of Earth. So nothing affecting the warming of potential. So this 98.2% carbon flux is natural, nothing going to disturb our ecosystem since the inception of life on Earth. Before that, even flora, fauna, or even tree. What we are dealing about this conference of climate change and globally so many things are there. That is, we are going to deal about only 1.8% of flux. So only 1.8, very negligible point, only 1.8% of flux. So discussing about the source point, this engineering controls of this, I'm not conflicting you, sir, I'm welcoming by heart, but I'm having one small concern on that, being a students forum is there. All these engineering concepts as are repeatedly use the word huge amount of energy is being used to capture, convert carbon dioxide. Yes. Yeah. Concern is there. I mentioned, but my concern is we are assembling here for the purpose of global common. Carbon dioxide either way has to be, emission has to be stopped or captured into non-hazardous form. Only the 1.8% of carbon flux we are going to address, not disturbing the natural flux of 98.2%. See, as per the engineering approach, to capture 1 ton of carbon dioxide, either way we are going to use 350 watts.
Yes, it varies from
350 watts
75
to
650
watts.
650.
Dear students, it is a scientific being with the permission of professor and the professor. I'm just sharing this point. Do you know how much of carbon dioxide equivalent per unit of electricity? Anybody knows? How much of CO2 equivalent per unit of electricity? 750 grams of CO2 per unit of electricity.
It also varies.
Varies on average, I'm talking about on a global average. 750 grams of CO2 is being equivalent of 1 unit of electricity. Just calculate, the ma'am has given me a calculator. 350 units of energy for 1 ton CO2 sink. Energy is being input is 2.7 tons of CO2. 350 units into 750 grams. 2.6. So we are spending 2.6 tons of CO2 in the form of electric energy for capturing 1 tons of CO2.
No, sir. For that also solution.
Yeah, the solution.
Go for renewable. Everything should be combined with renewable.
Now,
No burning. No burning.
Just giving the knowledge
Yes,
as of now.
yes.
With respect to 650 units, 4.8 tons of CO2 is being input as a amount of electric energy to capture 1 ton of CO2. So again, enormous vice versa mismatch. Just taking into knowledge. When we are having solution to handle that, sir.
Yes, sir. Good. Your point is
Thank
right.
you, sir. Then one more small concern, as your first slide shows that 417 ppm, 2022.
Yeah.
CO2 in atmosphere, 417 ppm. When I was in 2010, 360 ppm. Now 417 ppm. Entire atmosphere global average capable of holding only 450 ppm to maximum 460 ppm. We are in dead end. We are in dead end. Just take this point. We are in dead end. No time to know, no time to act. So keep on speaking, converting. So we have find fastest solution without disturbing the ecosystem and ethical way of our living. That is my request, sir.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
definitely.
Thank you.
By
Thank you.
2050, our thing is correct. That is what globally, if it reaches 450, the temperature 2 degree is unavoidable. It will exceed beyond 2. So that is why globally 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius rise we have to restrict. But very difficult to restrict unless everybody switch over to completely to renewable. Otherwise 2050 target is set. Yes, yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Definitely, not one. All the ways they have to make. That is a multiple renewable energy we have to focus. Till fuel gas is there, we have to go for a natural photosynthesis process, wherever algae or grass or bamboo, everything should be. Similarly, large scale things, these are the possibilities. Because what the natural way, it's mainly for a direct air capture. Whereas these things, wherever huge amount, transport also we don't have any restriction. It is not e-vehicle, we are not completely advocating. E-vehicle, it is nowadays popular in India, but where is the energy input? All from thermal. No, then it is a waste. Only air pollution is avoided, whereas the carbon dioxide emission continues. Unless this charging of e-vehicle comes from renewable energy, in my opinion, it is a waste. It will avoid air pollution, no doubt, SOx, particulate matter, but carbon dioxide, no solution, unless if it is plucked through renewable source. Any other questions? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Geological storage, mining is happening, lot of mining waste. After mining, still unmined materials will be there. Most of the silicate or calcium, magnesium or barium, they have a possibility of reacting with carbon dioxide. It is all captured as carbonate material. It can be stored safely underground. All this issue, if it is carbon dioxide put into the atmosphere, then only we have this global warming, all this. But if you store it underground, in a, just like that, where we cannot keep it also. Some reactivity should be there. So that is why in the geological storage, where calcium, magnesium or barium type of things are unmined, after mining still left out will be there. There if you pass it carbon dioxide, they will react and stored as a carbonate material. So that is what, and the mineral carbonization also, whatever waste material we use, all basically calcium, magnesium, fly ash, it is all reversing the thing. How fly ash is generated? It is all metallic impurities present with the coal, okay? And remaining thing thrown out as a fly ash. That is a reversive process. Now pass carbon dioxide into that and we can get a fly ash brick. That is what in the brick one I showed you. And not only this, and nowadays carbon dioxide curing is a method. Water curing, we do it for 21 days minimum, 15 to 21 days. Now it is single day. Just make the brick, put it in a carbon dioxide chamber, take it out one day, it can gain maximum strength. That is also possible. Okay? So that is a geological storage. Purpose is put it underground. Don't allow carbon dioxide. Ocean, it's a problem. Okay? This is more safe as geological storage. Carbon dioxide is there, it absorbs light and the other thing, but to do the reverse, put carbon dioxide, absorb in a medium, safely dispose it off. So thank you very much for your patient listening.
On behalf of the Central University of Tamil Nadu, I would like to thank Professor K. Palnivelu sir for sharing his ideas and enlightening us. Thank you, sir. May we now invite Professor Rajesh Banu sir, Central University of Tamil Nadu, to honor Professor K. Palnivelu with a shawl and memento. On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu and UGC Stride Climate Change Conference convener, we would like to cordially invite you all to join us for dinner at 7:45 p.m. today in CUTN Guest House. We request the delegates, committee members, students of School of Legal Studies, Horticulture, Geology, student volunteers, student committee members. Okay, thank you. Thank you one and all for joining us in their valuable participation. The session for today comes to an end. Let's meet you all tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. in the same venue. Myself, Leah Teresa Alex, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, signing off. Thank you. Have a great day.